The Wizard Path from the Simulator. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 821. The reincarnation simulation had already ended, but for Milton Cheney, there was almost no gain. Stacking 5 reincarnation simulations had only given him a certain understanding of the world he was reincarnated into. As for gains in power, there were none. Fortunately, this situation was within Milton Cheney's expectations, so he didn't entertain any special thoughts. The next moment, his gaze returned to the light screen of the simulator. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. Do you wish to start the reincarnation simulation? Looking at the prompt on the light screen, Milton Cheney did not immediately start a new round of reincarnation simulation. At this moment, he was pondering quietly whether to reincarnate into the same world within the 6th universe in this reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney had not yet made up his mind. Fairly speaking, this world was not a good choice for Milton Cheney. Because when he started the reincarnation simulation, the outcome had already been decided. If his luck was bad, then a significant possibility existed that subsequent reincarnation simulation attempts would be wasted. Although 5 reincarnation simulation attempts were not so precious to Milton Cheney at this time, it was still a pity if they were wasted for nothing. But Milton Cheney was somewhat curious about what the path of cultivation in this world was truly like. After all, if the species in this world were so unique, then it stood to reason that their path of cultivation was unlikely to be mundane. There was a great likelihood that the cultivation path in this world was extremely powerful, even something Milton Cheney had never encountered before. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney ultimately chose to start the reincarnation simulation. The next moment, he thought with intent. Start the reincarnation simulation. The instant the reincarnation simulation began, Milton Cheney's consciousness once again plunged into darkness. When his consciousness recovered, his spirit had already appeared in the reincarnation space. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness returned to clarity. His spirit was hovering above the reincarnation space, and he could clearly see the entire scene within the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space was still the same reincarnation space, without the slightest change. At this time, Milton Cheney had already made his choice. Having chosen to start a reincarnation simulation alone, it meant he was continuing to choose to reincarnate into this world within the 6th universe. After all, starting a reincarnation simulation alone was the best choice when choosing to reincarnate into this world. Because even if he retained the realm from reality and was successfully born, he would not obtain the path of cultivation. And a solo reincarnation simulation, even if unsuccessful in birth, would only consume 1 reincarnation simulation count. 5 reincarnation simulation counts meant 5 opportunities to attempt. Milton Cheney felt his luck couldn't be that bad. Out of 5 chances, there should be 1 where he could reincarnate before the destruction of the world. By then, whether there were greater improvements in the reincarnation simulation would be a matter for another time. At least for now, Milton Cheney first needed to verify whether he could indeed reincarnate before the world's destruction. The next moment, without a trace of hesitation, Milton Cheney's spirit focused on the world light spot emitting a pale yellow glow. As his consciousness moved, his spirit began to merge with the world light spot. After the fusion of his spirit with the pale yellow light spot, Milton Cheney's consciousness completely submerged into darkness. As time passed, Milton Cheney could no longer sense its flow. Years passed, the length of which was unknown. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness awoke from the darkness. The instant Milton Cheney's consciousness awoke, a force not unfamiliar to him burst out from within his body. In the next instant, Milton Cheney returned to the reincarnation space once more. Within the reincarnation space, there was a touch of helplessness in Milton Cheney's heart. As expected, this scenario had occurred again. If things were as usual, this attempt at reincarnation simulation had likely ended up after the world's destruction. Although this reincarnation simulation ended before it began, fortunately, Milton Cheney had only used 1 reincarnation simulation count. Otherwise, it would have been a wastage of 5 reincarnation simulation counts. Without waiting for Milton Cheney to think further, his consciousness was ejected from the reincarnation space. Reincarnation simulation ended. Simulated memory successfully preserved. Host is not affected by reincarnation memory. Activate memory protection. Do not activate memory protection. Milton Cheney decided with a thought. The next moment, he called up the light screen representing the simulator and started a new reincarnation simulation. Reincarnation simulation count, 4. Do you wish to start the reincarnation simulation? Start. With 4 reincarnation simulation counts remaining, since Milton Cheney had chosen to persevere with this world, he naturally would not entertain any redundant thoughts. The decisions Milton Cheney made were generally hard to change, unless the goal was completely unattainable. But clearly, this was not the case this time. The next moment, Milton Cheney's spirit appeared again in the reincarnation space. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney's spirit once again focused on the world light spot emitting a pale yellow glow. As his consciousness moved, his spirit began to merge with this world light spot again. After complete fusion, his consciousness fell into darkness. At a certain moment, after Milton Cheney's consciousness was once again ejected from the reincarnation space. In reality, Milton also furrowed his brows. Reincarnation simulation ended. Simulated memory successfully preserved. Host detected to be unaffected by reincarnation memory. Do you wish to enable memory protection? Do not enable memory protection. The light screen representing the simulator continued to hover in front of him. However, on the light screen, the reincarnation simulation count now showed only 1 simulation count remaining. Reincarnation simulation count 1. Would you like to start reincarnation simulation? In the 6 previous reincarnation simulations, Milton had always reincarnated into a world after its destruction. This could be due to bad luck, or perhaps not. Because at this point, Milton did not know the actual probability of these 2 outcomes. Could my guess be wrong, that this world has no era before destruction? Milton murmured to himself. There was a possibility for that, but it was slim. After all, if the world he reincarnated into was truly one where life could never emerge, there would absolutely be no traces of any life having existed. This did not match Milton's experience from his previous reincarnation simulation. Therefore, the reason he couldn't reincarnate into a time before destruction might still be due to the insufficient number of reincarnation simulations he had used. After all, he had only undergone 6 simulations, which could not be considered many. The next moment, without hesitation, Milton activated the count for his final reincarnation simulation with a thought. Start. Just after the reincarnation simulation began, Milton's consciousness once again plunged into darkness. When his consciousness regained clarity, that slight awareness representing his reality also appeared within the reincarnation space. As Milton's consciousness slowly recovered, his consciousness merged once more with the yellowish glimmer of the world. This was his last reincarnation simulation count. If this one also ended in failure, then Milton would need to accumulate new reincarnation simulation counts. As for whether the simulator would undergo an upgrade after this unsuccessful attempt, Milton was still unclear. After all, he had not used up all his reincarnation simulation counts yet. But according to his prediction, it was highly probable that the simulator would receive a new upgrade. He had, after all, accomplished the traversal of a great realm. After his consciousness had merged with the pale yellow light, Milton's awareness was completely engulfed by darkness. Time slowly passed by. No matter how long had elapsed in the reincarnation simulation, in reality, only a moment had gone by. At a certain moment, Milton's consciousness reappeared within the reincarnation space. Before Milton could form any thoughts, his consciousness was kicked out of the reincarnation space. Inside reality, the mechanical voice signifying the end of the reincarnation simulation sounded in Milton's mind. Milton's expression was very calm, with no discernible emotion surfacing on his face. Reincarnation simulation ended. Simulated memory successfully preserved. Host detected to be unaffected by reincarnation memory. Do you wish to enable memory protection? Do not enable memory protection. Milton murmured to himself. The simulator light screen still hovered in place. But this time, all simulation counts on the light screen were depleted. As expected, it's still not working. This last reincarnation simulation count did not allow Milton to reincarnate into the world before its destruction as he had anticipated. He was still forced to end the reincarnation simulation at the instant the reincarnation world came into being. While this outcome was the most likely one, Milton still felt a tinge of regret. However, the clear feeling of regret only surfaced for a moment. Because before Milton could manually dismiss the light screen of the simulator, it vanished on its own in front of him. At the same time, the upgrading notification for the simulator sounded again in Milton's mind. Wizard's Life Simulator 9.0 upgrade initiated, estimated upgrade time is 8,760 hours. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Just as Milton had predicted. After using all the simulation counts he had accumulated, the simulator was finally undergoing an upgrade. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton felt a slight stir in his heart. Because he noticed a difference in this simulator upgrade from the last one. Upgrade time 8,760 hours, precisely 1 year. There was a difference in upgrade time compared to before. However, whether the contents of the simulator's upgrade were different from before was something Milton was still uncertain about. P.S. Thank you for following along, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all. Chapter 822. Milton Cheney pondered quietly in his heart. The simulator upgrade time had not just once before experienced new changes. And after each time the simulator upgrade time changed, there were significant updates to the simulator. This time, the simulator had once again extended the upgrade time. Could this mean that after the upgrade, the various simulation types would still undergo new changes? Milton speculated in his heart. However, whether reality would unfold as he guessed, that could only be known after the simulator upgrade was completed. Was it a coincidence or a pattern? The answer would be revealed after the simulator upgrade was complete. After all, the upgrade time for the simulator was not particularly long. Over 8,000 days, which is just a year in reality. For Milton, a year was fleeting, even if it was spent in reality. The next moment, Milton stopped pondering and slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the myriad of thoughts in his heart. At this time, he was actually very curious about the changes the simulator would undergo after the upgrade. But curiosity was of no use. He just needed to quietly let a year pass, and then he would clearly know what the upgrade entailed. After all, he was not lacking in the patience to wait for a year in reality. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had flown by. Inside the path of transcendence, Milton slowly opened his eyes. His face was calm, and his expression serene. The next moment, just as Milton opened his eyes, a familiar mechanical voice rose in his mind. This mechanical prompt voice signified the enhancement sound after the simulator upgrade ended. The simulator upgrade is complete. Milton mused to himself. At this moment, he began to slowly digest the voice in his mind. Wizard's Life Simulator 9.0 upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host on using Wizard's Life Simulator 10.0. Text simulation times accumulation time increased from 100 years to 1000 years. Reincarnation simulation count accumulation time increased from 500 years to 5000 years. True body simulation count accumulation time increased from 1000 years to 10,000 years. Fate simulation count accumulation time increased from 10,000 years to 100,000 years. Text simulation unveils new feature. Before a text simulation begins, goals can be set, and the host within the simulation will adhere to the real-life host's set goals to complete that text simulation. Reincarnation simulation unveils new feature. A new layer of universe worlds is available for the host's reincarnation. After stacking 5 reincarnation simulation times, a random segment of memory inheritance can be captured and passed on to the host. True body simulation unveils new feature. During true body simulation, coordinates can be anchored, allowing entry at those coordinates in the next true body simulation to continue the current simulation without waiting for true body simulation end, without consuming additional simulation counts. Fate simulation unveils new feature. Multiple destiny lines can be fused to initiate fate simulation, with the consumed fate simulation count equal to the number of destiny lines fused. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in Milton's mind. Milton's originally composed face gradually showed a contemplative expression. There were quite a number of changes after this simulator upgrade. Some were changes Milton had not predicted before. But whether these changes were useful to him, he had yet to verify at this moment. This simulator update doesn't seem to have changed as much as before, but it's not small either. After digesting all the content of this simulator upgrade, Milton spoke to himself. As Milton had anticipated, the simulator had developed new functions after the update. And it wasn't just text simulation. Reincarnation simulation and true body simulation also had new changes after the upgrade. Fate simulation was the same. However, these changes, compared to the last simulator upgrade, didn't seem immediately helpful to Milton. He would need to experience the different simulation counts personally to make a judgment. The accumulation time for simulation counts across all types has increased tenfold, but fortunately for me, the time it takes isn't that crucial. Milton thought to himself. After this simulator update, The accumulation time for simulation counts for all 4 types of simulations had increased tenfold. Text simulation had gone from requiring only 100 years to amass one simulation count to now needing 1,000 years. Though 1,000 years was not long for Milton. After all, he had already broken through to the 9th order which immortals realm limit, and in real life, his longevity spanned tens of billions of years. But this time, it wasn't just the text simulation times that had increased tenfold. Reincarnation simulation, true body simulation, and fate simulation had all experienced a tenfold increase in accumulation time after the simulator upgrade. Furthermore, Milton planned to save up simulation counts for future use, making them all the more precious to him at this time. Text simulation now allows setting goals to achieve, which means that after this, my deliberations in the different realms within text simulations will be smoother. Milton mused to himself. After the simulator update, text simulation saw only one change, which was the ability to set a goal for the simulation to achieve. Chapter 823. As for whether he could complete it, that was not a certainty. But in the text simulation, he would definitely be on the path to achieving his goals. With such an update, Milton Cheney wouldn't have to worry too much about the impact of the character traits he chose in the text simulation anymore. Because no matter what character traits he selected, his character in the text simulation would always follow the set objectives. The choice of character traits had shifted from being a key factor in text simulation to being an auxiliary one. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Milton Cheney. After all, it was highly likely that he would use text simulation to deduce new realms in the future. And deducing the 10th stage of the Wizard Immortal realm would not be easy for Milton Cheney. The changes in this text simulation could be said to have solved Milton Cheney's pressing needs. It would allow him to be on the path of realm deduction in every text simulation, without any accidents occurring. Under such circumstances, even if his gains were small each time, when the counts of countless text simulations were stacked, he would eventually deduce the 9th stage of the realm. As long as he still had the simulator, as long as the real him encountered no accidents. Then advancing to a new realm on the Wizard Immortal cultivation path was already inevitable. Of course, Milton Cheney wouldn't become arrogant or conceited because of this. That wasn't his character. It was foreseeable that after this simulator upgrade, while Milton Cheney's power might not increase dramatically, his realm would definitely be able to steadily advance. Compared to the changes in the text simulation from the last simulator update, the changes this time were not considered significant. But Milton Cheney was already very satisfied. After all, for him, the functionality of the simulator didn't necessarily have to be more abundant but rather more suitable for him. Moreover, the last simulator upgrade was a double update, while this one was just a single upgrade. After contemplating the changes in the text simulation, Milton Cheney thought no more of it. Whether the new features of the text simulation were practical or not, he would only know after personally experiencing them. In the next moment, Milton Cheney shifted his thoughts. His focus lingered on the new changes in the reincarnation simulation following the simulator upgrade. The reincarnation simulation has opened up a new layer of the universe, which should be the 4th universe layer. Given the pace, perhaps after 3 more upgrades, the simulator will unlock all the worlds within the universe available for my reincarnation. After all, at this time, there are no other universes open for reincarnation channels, just the 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st universe layers. As for the new feature of reincarnation simulation after this simulator update, it seems to allow me to inherit a set of unfamiliar memories in any world I reincarnate into. Milton Cheney silently pondered. Compared to the changes that appeared in the text simulation after the update, the changes to reincarnation simulation weren't significant, other than opening up a new layer of the universe and allowing him to inherit a set of unfamiliar memories in his reincarnations. The opening of a new universe layer in the reincarnation simulation was actually within Milton Cheney's expectations. After all, new universe layers had been opened after several past simulator upgrades. Although curious about this new universe, Milton Cheney was just slightly curious. After all, there were already too many worlds available for his reincarnation, and the opening of a new universe layer didn't have as much of an impact on him. The new change in the reincarnation simulation was what Milton Cheney focused on the most this time. There was only one change in the reincarnation simulation following this simulator update. That was allowing him to inherit a random piece of unfamiliar memory from the reincarnation world after starting the reincarnation simulation. This was somewhat like the inherited memory but was not the same. After all, inherited memory is fixed, and not every world has a memory to inherit. For Milton Cheney, this new change seemed to offer little help, as an unfamiliar memory wouldn't provide significant assistance. But it wasn't necessarily the case. At least until Milton Cheney personally experienced this new feature, he couldn't make a definite judgment. However, if the unfamiliar memory was key, then it would inevitably be of considerable help to Milton Cheney. After all, in some reincarnation worlds, it would be very difficult for him to gain anything without inherited memory at the beginning. Under such circumstances, memories of some key information could provide him with no small amount of help. Of course, whether this was the case, Milton Cheney wasn't clear. If he wanted to truly understand the new changes of the reincarnation simulation, he would still need to have actually used the reincarnation simulation count once to know. After this simulator upgrade, new ideas kept emerging in Milton Cheney's mind. This simulator update was indeed worthy of the year it had taken from Milton Cheney's real life. It was not just the text simulation and reincarnation simulation that had changed. Even the true body simulation and fate simulation had new features. The change to true body simulation seemed small, but the change was actually quite significant. In fact, after the last simulator upgrade, the true body simulation had already undergone new changes. This time it was more like a patch applied to the changes of the true body simulation from the last upgrade. Milton Cheney could now choose to preserve a node within the true body simulation. Previously, he could only preserve that node at the last moment when the true body simulation ended. But now it was different. He could preserve a node during the course of the true body simulation and then directly enter this node the next time the true body simulation started. This feature allowed Milton Cheney to carefully choose the timing of when he entered the true body simulation. Sometimes, the different timelines he was in had a great impact on the outcome. This might seem like a minor change, but its impact was profound. As for the changes to fate simulation after the simulator upgrade, Milton Cheney could understand some of it now. But he couldn't fully understand everything. After all, since the appearance of fate simulation, Milton Cheney had never quite figured out what fate simulation really represented. He mostly just retained a precious memory after the fate simulation ended. These memories indeed provided him with a great deal of help. But Milton Cheney always felt that the key to fate simulation lay not in the memories retained, but in the fate simulation itself. Unfortunately, the simulator did not have a detailed description of fate simulation. And fate simulation was not as easy to understand at a glance as text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation were. Perhaps in the future, Milton Cheney could understand more of the meaning of fate simulation, but that was not the case now. Stacking multiple fate simulation counts can merge several fate lines at the same time. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This seemed to allow him to stack multiple fate simulation counts and initiate fate simulation. But how was this different from before? Milton Cheney didn't know. At that moment, he still had more than 20,000 fate lines unopened. And to initiate a single fate simulation, it took a total of 100,000 years to accumulate in real life. 100,000 years was not particularly long for Milton Cheney at that time, but neither was it particularly short. After all, his lifespan limit was 100 billion years. If all that time was spent accumulating counts for fate simulation, he could gather as many as 100,000 counts for fate simulation. But that wasn't how it was calculated. After all, his lifespan wouldn't always stay at 100 billion years, nor would the time needed to accumulate fate simulation counts always be 100,000 years. However, even so, Milton Cheney still decided to give it a try. He could afford to wait 200,000 years in reality. Moreover, during this time, he could still make use of other simulation counts. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. He had meticulously considered all the changes after this simulator upgrade. What came next was simply to wait for a period of time and then personally verify everything. P.S. Thank you for following the story, thank you for the monthly ticket, love you, mwah. Chapter 824. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had elapsed in reality. At this moment, a full 1,000 years had passed since the simulator upgrade was completed. 1,000 years was not an overly long time for Milton Cheney, but this period had allowed the upgraded simulator to accumulate an opportunity for a text simulation. After this upgrade of the simulator, the time taken to accumulate a text simulation increased from 100 years to 1,000 years. For Milton Cheney, the impact was actually not too significant. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. With a slight thought, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator appeared in front of him. Milton Cheney did not pay attention to the attribute panel on the light curtain. His gaze rested on the section of the light curtain that represented the text simulation times. Text simulation times, 1. Would you like to start the text simulation? Seeing that a text simulation had accumulated on the light curtain, Milton Cheney did not hesitate to initiate this session of text simulation. He had planned to use the first text simulation accumulated after the simulator's upgrade directly. After all, he needed to verify the new features of the text simulation following the simulator's upgrade. This session of text simulation was really just a trial for him. With a mere thought, Milton Cheney activated the text simulation. As he had anticipated, the first text simulation after the simulator's upgrade was not expected to greatly enhance his abilities. After all, he was already at the limit of a 9th order wizard immortal. To improve further, he would need to deduce a new realm within the wizard immortal cultivation path. And merely initiating one text simulation would not be of much assistance in Milton Cheney's deduction of a new realm. After all, even though he could issue commands in reality, he could not transfer memories from the real world directly to his simulated self. That was possible only after overlaying 5 text simulations. But until he truly completed this text simulation, everything remained uncertain. There was always a chance that his simulated self could achieve significant gains. After all, he hadn't truly experienced the differences between the text simulation after the upgrade and those before it. Regarding the text simulation about to commence, Milton Cheney still harbored a trace of anticipation in his heart. Text simulation initiated. Please choose your character traits for this session. Wise or agile or timid. Looking at the character options on the light curtain, Milton Cheney had almost no hesitation in his heart. Choose wise and agile traits. There was no need to think it over, and in an instant in reality, Milton Cheney had already settled on the character traits he needed for this session of text simulation. For Milton Cheney at this moment, the selection of traits was not the most important factor. After all, once he chose the traits, he could issue the goals his simulated self would need to accomplish in reality. Milton Cheney set a straightforward goal, to deduce the 10th order wizard immortal cultivation path. The next moment, after setting the goal in his mind, the text simulation officially began in reality. The light curtain floating before Milton Cheney started to display segments of black text. Milton Cheney's calm gaze rested on the light curtain, unmoving. This black text represented everything that Milton Cheney was experiencing in this session of text simulation. Time slowly passed. The text simulation also gradually came to an end as time slipped by. If one were to point out any difference in this text simulation compared to previous ones, it actually wasn't that significant. In the past, even if Milton Cheney didn't set goals in reality, his simulated self would deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path based on memory. Of course, this applied only to layered text simulations done 5 times. A single text simulation wouldn't suffice. After this simulator upgrade, even a single text simulation allowed him to deduce a new realm. As time progressed, and when no new black text continued to appear on the light curtain, it signified the end of the text simulation. Text simulation ends, memories and realm from the text simulation have been preserved. After the text simulation ended, the black text representing the content of this session slowly faded from the light curtain. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, a segment of memories, not overly vast, appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. As Milton Cheney was prepared for this, his expression did not change in the slightest when these memories emerged. As time gradually elapsed, Milton Cheney fully assimilated the memories preserved after the text simulation. A short while later, Milton Cheney reopened his eyes. A single session of text simulation indeed cannot provide significant assistance for me to deduce a new realm. After all, my simulated self didn't have the help of memories from reality. Milton Cheney mused to himself. The memories of everything that happened during this simulation had already been completely assimilated by Milton Cheney. Thus, he clearly understood everything that transpired during this text simulation. Milton Cheney had now experienced the changes in a single session of text simulation after the simulator upgrade, and it was indeed different from before. But the help it could offer him was not as substantial. Fortunately, all of this was within Milton Cheney's expectations. To continue advancing beyond the limit of a 9th order wizard immortal, he inherently needed to deduce the path of a 10th order cultivation. This was not an easy task for Milton Cheney. Chapter 825. Even with the simulator this sort of external plugin at his disposal. However, a single text simulation couldn't really prove anything. This time was merely Milton Cheney's trial and error. The outcome of one text simulation being unsatisfactory doesn't mean that the effects of stacking 5 text simulations would be equally disappointing. So at that moment, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking. With a mere thought, the light blue light curtain floating before him instantly vanished from sight. Milton Cheney closed his eyes once more. No more thoughts surged in his mind. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed in reality. Inside the path of transcendence, Milton Cheney opened his eyes again. The light blue light curtain, symbolizing the simulator, reappeared at his behest. This time, Milton Cheney deliberately saved up 5 text simulation times. The 5 text simulation times allowed him to stack and initiate text simulation. It was also the first time he verified the changes from stacking text simulations since the simulator upgrade. Text simulation times, 5. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Initiate text simulation. Initiate. Looking at the 2 text simulation times in the column, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate to choose to initiate the text simulation. Text simulation has initiated, please choose your character traits for this simulation. Cruel or cowardly or pseudo. Considering the character trait options on the light curtain, Milton Cheney pondered momentarily. After all, the 3 traits appearing this time were all somewhat negative in nature. After a brief moment of thought, Milton Cheney made his selection. Having experienced many text simulations, he had chosen almost all character traits at least once. He had gained a certain experience in how to select traits. Choose the cruel and pseudo traits. This wasn't his first text simulation since accumulating opportunities after the simulator upgrade. But this time was different from the previous one. After all, last time he used only a single text simulation, while this time it involved the stacking of 5 reincarnation simulations. After selecting the traits, Milton Cheney also issued instructions in reality. Due to the traits, he deliberately included instructions to ensure the preservation of realm progression. The next moment, right after Milton Cheney made his decision, paragraphs of black text began to emerge on the light screen floating before him. Milton Cheney's gaze remained fixed on the light curtain without wavering. Black text appearing on the light blue light curtain, symbolizing the simulator, indicated that events were unfolding within the text simulation. And it was these sequences of black text that composed the current text simulation. As time slowly passed, the text simulation gradually neared its end. By now, Milton Cheney's realm was still quite high near the limits of the 9th order witch immortal, which definitely counted as a high realm. This meant that if the simulated version of him could live to his lifespan limit, the text simulation would take a considerable amount of time. Of course, it wouldn't last too long, but it was still significantly longer than before. Therefore, the text simulation wasn't about to conclude quickly. Time passed, and as the last segment of black text froze on the light blue curtain, it signified the end of this text simulation. Text simulation ends, memory, and realm from within the simulation have been preserved. With the simulation ends, all black text representing the contents of the text simulation dissipated from the light curtain. A familiar mechanical voice once again resonated in Milton Cheney's mind. Memories surfaced in his mind, as if Milton Cheney had personally experienced eons of simulated events. Fortunately, he was prepared, so retaining the memories from the text simulation did not negatively affect him. Moreover, this wasn't his first text simulation. Even after the simulator upgrade, this was already his second text simulation. The memory retention went smoothly, and in just a brief moment in reality, Milton Cheney had completely assimilated the memories from this text simulation. Milton Cheney reopened his eyes, a flash of sharpness passing through them. This advancement is indeed significant. The command issued in reality greatly impacts the text simulation. I can distinctly feel that the efficiency has increased by more than just a little. However, it's indeed difficult to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path of the 10th order realm, given that I haven't touched the world of the 10th order on any cultivation path. When it comes to the 10th order realm, my experience is still too shallow. Milton Cheney mused to himself. It must be said, the experience of overlapping 5 text simulations this time clearly confirmed one thing for Milton Cheney. That is, the simulator upgrade indeed provides a significant boost to the text simulation. And it is of great help to him as well. It could be said that it will save him a lot of time in the future. After all, the simulation count he can use is not limited to text simulation, but also includes reincarnation simulation and true body simulation. Even fate simulation could greatly aid him in deducing realms. With that in mind, Milton Cheney stopped contemplating further. The text simulation had already been verified. In the 5,000 years of reality, he had accumulated more than just 5 text simulation times. It should be noted that after the simulator update, the time required to accumulate text simulations increased tenfold, and the time to accumulate reincarnation simulations likewise increased tenfold. In the 5,000 years of reality, Milton Cheney also accumulated a new reincarnation simulation count. However, initiating a single reincarnation simulation alone showed no change. After all, the simulator's upgrade did not bring any changes to the initiation of a single reincarnation simulation. The change occurred when 5 reincarnation simulations were stacked together. Yet, Milton Cheney still planned to initiate this reincarnation simulation. After all, he was somewhat curious about the additional layer of the universe in the reincarnation space. The next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze once again rested on the simulator's light screen. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to initiate reincarnation simulation? Yes. Milton Cheney did not refuse. He was curious about the reincarnation simulation after the simulator update. Of course, he was only curious about the 4th universe layer. The next moment, as the thought to initiate reincarnation simulation crossed Milton Cheney's mind, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When his consciousness regained clarity, his spirit had already appeared within the reincarnation space. In the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness slowly became alert. At this time, his spirit was floating above the reincarnation space. From this vantage point, Milton Cheney could clearly see the scenery within the entire reincarnation space. It must be said that after this update of the simulator, the reincarnation space had changed compared to before, but the change was not particularly significant. In fact, one might say the change was very minor. Because beneath the sea of light points representing the 5th universe layer, there was only one gigantic light point floating. Is there only one world within the 4th universe? Milton Cheney spoke to himself, with a touch of surprise. He had not anticipated that an entire universe layer would have just one world. He had previously considered that the 4th universe layer might contain many or very few worlds. But he had not imagined that the 4th universe layer would contain only a single world. After all, even the 6th universe layer had a total of 3 worlds. A universe layer is essentially comparable to a miniaturized universe. And in a miniaturized universe, the existence of a single unique world is an incredibly astonishing matter. Within this space, in the 4th universe layer, the giant light point emitted a pale white transparent glow, and the light point was huge, much larger than any world Milton Cheney had reincarnated into before. This also meant that Milton Cheney had no need for hesitation. After all, with only one world, what was there to hesitate about? The next moment, with a slight intent from Milton Cheney, his spirit began to merge with this light point. If previously he was merely curious about this additional layer of the universe, now the real him was very curious about this world and wanted to explore it thoroughly. P.S. Thank you for following the story, thanks for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 826. Time flies, years pass by. I do not know how much time has gone by. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness revived from the darkness. Milton Cheney opened his eyes, his somewhat murky eyes becoming clear. The memories in his mind gradually became distinct. The reincarnation simulation had already begun, he had reincarnated into this completely unfamiliar world. Milton Cheney subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself born in an expansive open field. Around him were many humans, or so they were tentatively called, as these beings looked almost indistinguishable from humans. He was one of them. However, unlike the others around him who had their eyes tightly shut, Milton's were open. In that moment, numerous thoughts emerged in Milton's mind but quickly dissipated. This time, the reincarnation simulation seemed not to include any inherited memory, so he was unclear about the situation. Nevertheless, Milton had begun this reincarnation simulation with a mindset of trial and error, so although he was confused about the situation, he was not in a hurry. He could feel very distinctly that the vitality of his body was strong. Even though he could not sense the exact span of its lifespan, at the very least, it should not be suddenly cut short. Therefore, there still seemed to be opportunities to gradually understand this world. As time slowly passed, Milton finished observing his surroundings and began to try moving his body. There was no sensation of stiffness, he could move his body normally. Walking, running, there were no problems. Essentially, his body seemed no different from that of a normal human. That was how it felt to Milton. After some simple movements, Milton turned his attention to the others around him. The others didn't seem to be truly alive yet, for Milton could not sense any signs of life from them. The beings beside him seemed less like humans and more like robots. As thoughts flowed through his mind, Milton decided to leave the area. At this time, he had almost no understanding of this world and no means to learn about it. As such, Milton was not sure whether leaving this place for another region was the right choice. Still, he decided not to continue waiting idly. It seemed to have no meaning. After all, this was just a trial-and-error reincarnation simulation, and Milton was quite willing to explore. The next moment, as Milton began to step away from the area, he suddenly felt an unfathomable pressure enveloping him. Before Milton could comprehend what this mysterious force was, his consciousness had already plummeted into complete darkness. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness revived from the darkness. The reincarnation simulation ended just like that. Milton was somewhat astonished. Because at this moment, he had no idea why the reincarnation simulation had ended. If it was because he moved his body, there was no mishap when he had tried earlier. If it was because he left the area where he was born, that made no sense either. He had only just made the decision, then taken a step, he hadn't actually left that area. Milton was unclear where that sudden, oppressive force had come from. But it had happened, and there was nothing to be done about it. After all, since he was now back in the reincarnation space, it must mean the reincarnation simulation had ended. Milton wasn't so imaginative as to think everything at present was an illusion realm. Next, before Milton could carefully sense the reincarnation space, his consciousness was ejected from it. Inside the transcendence path, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were incredibly familiar, the duration he'd spent in this reincarnation simulation was not long. It was, in fact, quite brief. From regained consciousness to the ending of the reincarnation simulation, in total, less than 2 hours had passed. For Milton, this was considered a rather brief reincarnation simulation. However, this reincarnation simulation shared a commonality with several other brief simulations Milton had experienced before. That commonality was that Milton had no clue about the reason for the end of the reincarnation simulation. Speaking of which, since Milton obtained the simulator, he had undergone numerous reincarnation simulations. One could even say he had experienced a great many. But reincarnation simulations that ended without a clear reason were a rarity for Milton. This simulation was one of those few instances. Due to the short duration of the reincarnation simulation, Milton felt no discomfort after it ended. As his consciousness departed the reincarnation space, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Reincarnation simulation ends. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that host is unaffected by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not activated, activate voluntarily. Do not activate memory protection. In reality, upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred. Chapter 827. The next moment, memories from the reincarnation simulation were fully retained in reality. To be honest, these memories were almost meaningless to the real-world Milton Cheney. This time, the reincarnation simulation was meant for trial and error, but regrettably, it didn't yield anything substantial. The simulation ended too quickly. In reality, the reincarnation simulation, which had accrued a millennium of time, ended before even a single day had passed since its commencement. For Milton Cheney, this definitely couldn't be considered good news. After all, the issue wasn't that he gained nothing from this reincarnation simulation, but that he was unclear why it had ended so abruptly. Under these circumstances, whether to choose to reincarnate in this world again became a question. If he were to reincarnate, what should he do if the same situation occurred again? Wouldn't that just continue to waste reincarnation simulation counts? But if he chose not to reincarnate in this world, then what was the purpose of this world's existence? Although sunk costs shouldn't be considered as costs, these questions were definitely worth contemplating. After all, following the simulator upgrade, this was the only world in the newly added fourth universe. At this point, Milton Cheney had no intention of giving up on exploring this world. He felt that this world could provide him with significant assistance. Thus, how to choose to continue with the reincarnation in this world became a new problem. Should he keep reincarnating in this world trial by trial, identifying the causes of the problem, or should he stack 5 reincarnation simulations into this world at once? Between the two options, it could be said that each had its own advantages and disadvantages. Reincarnating trial by trial meant that if Milton Cheney could accumulate 5 reincarnation simulation counts, he would have 5 chances. On the other hand, stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts in one go would give him only 1 chance, but it would allow him to retain his real-world realm and some unfamiliar memories. This provided a larger margin for error. For Milton Cheney, choosing between the options was now the issue. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney ultimately decided to accumulate 5 reincarnation simulation counts and stack them for his next reincarnation in this world. It wasn't because stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts would allow him to keep his real-world realm. It was because he wanted to take this opportunity to experience the new changes that came with the simulator upgrades reincarnation simulation. This might be the key to breaking through his current situation. With this thought, Milton Cheney didn't linger on contemplation any longer. The light screen representing the simulator still hovered in front of him, but the simulation count showed nothing at that moment. The next instant, Milton Cheney hid the simulator's light screen. Time flew in a blink, and over 20,000 years passed. Within the path of transcendence in reality, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At this point, he had awakened from a state of emptied consciousness. During these 20,000 years in reality, Milton Cheney did not enter a state of cultivation or deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path in reality. After all, tens of thousands of years were too fleeting. Even if he had attempted to deduce the cultivation path, it would have been practically fruitless. Therefore, during this time, Milton Cheney merely adjusted his state. The next moment, with a thought from Milton Cheney, the simulator's light screen reappeared before his eyes. Milton Cheney's gaze rested on the simulation count section of the light screen. Text simulation times, 25. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. True body simulation count, 2. Open text simulation. Not now. Upon seeing the prompt on the light screen to open the text simulation, Milton Cheney mentally refused without hesitation. The time wasn't right to start text simulation. After all, Milton Cheney's goal was to deduce new realms within the wizard immortal cultivation path and to validate the new features of the reincarnation simulation. As such, he planned to leave the text simulation for last. Open reincarnation simulation. No. Open true body simulation. Open. This time, Milton Cheney did not refuse. The moment true body simulation began, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator disappeared from Milton Cheney's view. Of course, other than that, no other changes occurred in the world. However, after countless true body simulations, Milton Cheney was very clear that the true body simulation had already begun at this moment. The true body simulation had started, but Milton Cheney was in no hurry. At this time, he was at the limit of a 9th-order wizard immortal, with an ample lifespan. This also meant that he could live for a very long time during this true body simulation. In this current true body simulation, there was only one thing that Milton Cheney needed to do, and that was to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path as much as possible. The wizard immortal cultivation path was still his foundation. By now, the wizard immortal cultivation path he mastered had reached its limit, so he must continue to deduce further upwards. Moreover, to complete the transcendence path and become a beyond the horizon, the wizard immortal cultivation path he mastered absolutely had to be deduced to the limit. The 9th stage wizard immortal cultivation was definitely not the end, and the same was true for the 10th stage. Moreover, at this time, Milton Cheney had not yet deduced the 10th stage wizard immortal cultivation path. Time flew by, and within a blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed in the true body simulation. The true body simulation was nearly indistinguishable from reality. At a certain moment, when Milton Cheney's body in the true body simulation dissipated into specks of light, this signified that this session of true body simulation had ended. In the real world, on the path of transcendence, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him had drastically changed. The familiar sights of the true body simulation vanished from his view. 100 billion years, even for Milton Cheney, had a slight impact. What's more, the end of the true body simulation essentially amounted to a form of rebirth. It was precisely because Milton Cheney had been through so many true body simulations that he wasn't much affected. Otherwise, he would indeed be quite impacted. Once his perception returned, Milton Cheney cleared the jumble of thoughts from his mind. The light blue transparent light curtain that represented the simulator still hovered before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. As two lines of black text flashed across the light screen, a familiar mechanical voice also rang out in Milton Cheney's mind. After 100 billion years, a simulation that unfolded entirely on the transcendence path had now come to an end. Unfortunately, though this session of true body simulation spanned hundreds of years, there were still no major breakthroughs in the realm's deducing. While still making steady progress, he was still some distance away from the 10th stage. At this moment, Milton Cheney was still at the 9th Order Wizard Immortal's limit. Although he possessed many memories of other paths of cultivation, truly deducing the 10th stage Wizard Immortal cultivation path was still challenging. After all, he had never truly reached the 10th stage in any path of cultivation. The good news was that after the recent simulator upgrade, a new feature was added to the true body simulation. In his next true body simulation, Milton Cheney could test out the new functionality of the simulator. This session of true body simulation had come to an end, and thinking about all sorts of jumbled things was not very meaningful. Looking to the distant future was indeed Milton Cheney's intention. The next moment, with a thought from Milton Cheney, his gaze returned to the simulator's light screen still floating in front of him. Text simulation count 25. Reincarnation simulation count 5. True body simulation count 1. Would you like to start a text simulation? No. Would you like to start a reincarnation simulation? No. Would you like to start a true body simulation? Start the true body simulation from the last anchored coordinate point. The next moment, the true body simulation began once again. But unlike the last time, this time when Milton Cheney started the true body simulation, the scene in front of him also underwent a huge change. P.S. Thank you for following along, thank you for the monthly ticket, love you guys, mwah. Chapter 828. After the true body simulation started, I indeed returned to the coordinates I had anchored. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Although the environment around him was no longer the starting point of the transcendence path, Milton Cheney was not unfamiliar with it. The reason he initiated this second true body simulation was actually to verify the new features of the simulator upgrade following the simulation of his true body. Now it seemed there was no difference from what he had imagined. After this true body simulation started, Milton Cheney could begin to make plans within the simulation. After all, to completely deduce the path of the Wizard Immortal at the 9th stage solely with his own power was possible but would take an extremely long time. But if he could ask for help from higher level cultivators in the true body simulation, it would undoubtedly be much easier. After all, in the transcendence path, everyone is a transcendent. Transcendents are almost without exception strong. Therefore, for Milton Cheney to find a cultivator stronger than him, even those beyond the 9th stage, was not difficult. But how to get these cultivators to help him deduce his realm was a problem. Others would not help him for no reason, that was certain. Every existence in the transcendence path was cultivating in hopes of reaching the far shore someday. Under such a premise, time becomes very precious. After all, other beings did not have external plugins like a simulator to aid them, as Milton Cheney did. Thus, these transcendents rarely wasted their time for the sake of others. If Milton Cheney couldn't come up with highly tempting conditions, it would be quite difficult to get others to help him. But it was not without hope, as he had not yet tried. If after trying he found it to be unfeasible, then it couldn't be helped. Based on his own abilities, Milton Cheney was actually confident that someday he could deduce the path of the Wizard Immortal cultivation to the 9th stage realm. It would just take a very long time. The deduction of realms was never an easy task. This had been true in the past and would be in the future as well. Time flies, flowing slowly yet steadily. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed. Time was both long and brief. At least for Milton Cheney, his life within the true body simulation was not overly lengthy. Though 100 billion years is a long time, for Milton Cheney, constantly in a state of realm deduction, it didn't seem like a particularly long period. Of course, this might also be because of the many times he had undergone true body simulations. And not just true body simulations. Text simulations had also had a critical impact on him. Now, the memories preserved from a single text simulation lasted for 100 billion years. After the last simulator update, the text simulation memory retention felt as if he had experienced everything firsthand. Therefore, the long accumulation of experiences made Milton Cheney impervious to the effects of time. This was reflected in the true body simulation as well. As time passed, this true body simulation gradually drew to a close. Until Milton Cheney truly woke from the state of emptying his consciousness, he realized it was time to end this true body simulation. This true body simulation is ending, time really flies. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Not long after the thought arose in his mind, his consciousness plunged completely into darkness. Following the darkness of the consciousness, the world of the true body simulation shattered like a glass mirror. In the reality, within the transcendence path, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the scene before his eyes was completely different from that of the true body simulation, but Milton Cheney felt no strangeness. Indeed, after transcendence, the scenery post-simulation end had always been like this for Milton Cheney. Now, his consciousness had awakened from the darkness. As his thoughts stirred, some ideas surged in Milton Cheney's mind. But in the next moment, Milton Cheney suppressed those thoughts again. The light screen of the simulator still hung in front of him. But now, Milton Cheney's attention was not on the light screen. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory have been retained. A mechanical sounding alert chimed in his mind, while Milton Cheney's face revealed a contemplative expression. Trying to find others to help me deduce the realm of the wizard immortal cultivation path seems to be more difficult than I thought. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. He had thought things were too simple before. Although there were many transcendents on the transcendence path whose realms were far beyond Milton Cheney's, this did not mean these people were adept at deducing cultivation paths. Indeed, at least 99% of the cultivators with powerful realms had cultivated paths that others had carved out. Those cultivators who had deduced their own cultivation paths were extremely rare. Milton Cheney was one of these very rare beings. Moreover, even if others had truly deduced their own cultivation paths and reached the realm of transcendence, generally, they would switch to cultivating other paths after becoming transcendents. Persisting with one path to the end was almost non-existent. The difficulties involved were simply too vast. Just thinking about it made it clear, the difficulty Milton Cheney faced in deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path, even with the help of the simulator. He was naturally afforded countless more time than others. Yet under these circumstances, he had only managed to cultivate the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 9th stage realm. Chapter 829. It goes without saying that it's nearly impossible for other existences to continually cultivate the paths they've carved out for themselves. After all, not everyone can have the aid of a simulator like Milton Cheney. This is also why Milton Cheney's plans in this true body simulation failed. Even so, Milton Cheney would not rashly switch to cultivating another path. After all, the wizard immortal cultivation path has already condensed so much of his effort, so switching now would be a waste of all his previous efforts. Of course, that is not the key reason. Milton Cheney is very clear that sunk costs are not considered within the scope of costs. If switching to another cultivation path could greatly help him, and ensure a 100% chance of reaching the other shore, Milton Cheney would not hesitate in the slightest. But that is impossible. The path of cultivation is not something one can choose at will. Once chosen, there's no turning back. Moreover, Milton Cheney is not ordinary, or to be more precise, the simulator is not ordinary. If he didn't have the simulator, then perhaps he would always be following in the footsteps of predecessors, cultivating established paths. But he does have the simulator. This means he has countless more time than others, at least for the short term. He doesn't have to worry about the issue of lifespan. He has ample time to cultivate the path he himself has opened. Unless one day the wizard immortal cultivation path truly can no longer be deduced, reaching its limit, or in other words, Milton Cheney's simulator suddenly vanishes. Then perhaps he would choose to switch cultivation paths. But as long as none of this happens, Milton Cheney will not choose to switch to a new cultivation path. The next moment, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on it. Although he didn't find help from others in this true body simulation, he still hadn't wasted any time. He had genuinely deduced the wizard immortal cultivation path for 100 billion years. Even though he hadn't truly deduced the realm of a 10th order wizard immortal, at least he had taken steps on this path. If there were a progress bar showing right now, perhaps it would already have progressed by 1%. Don't think that is a small amount, in fact, it is already a significant improvement. After all, Milton Cheney relies only on himself. He doesn't even have any experience with 10th order cultivation realms. Being able to slowly deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path is already enough. If he can maintain this pace, then perhaps in a few million years of real time, he could deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 10th order realm. In the longer scenario, perhaps it would take tens of millions of years. But even if it really took this long, it wouldn't really matter to Milton Cheney. After all, Milton Cheney can not only spend 100 billion years in simulations. In reality, his lifespan is also several hundred billion years. Of course, compared to before, the time needed for this realm deduction might be the longest time Milton Cheney has spent on realm deduction. However, at this stage, Milton Cheney can't be completely certain. In the real world, countless things might happen over tens of millions of years. The future is unpredictable. In case he gains considerable time in one of the simulations, he might be able to significantly shorten the time it takes to deduce the realm in reality. Such an occurrence is not unprecedented. Just like the fate simulation. A few million years in reality can accumulate dozens of fate simulation counts. And it's possible that memories from one of the fate simulations he retained could provide him with tremendous help. The future is full of uncertainties, and for Milton Cheney with a simulator, external variables are even greater. With this in mind, Milton Cheney returned his gaze to the light screen floating in front of him. The two true body simulation counts accumulated over a myriad of years in reality have been used up, but the other simulation counts he has accumulated have not yet been used by Milton Cheney. Now, Milton Cheney is prepared to use these simulation counts as well. Text simulation times, 25. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. Initiate text simulation. Initiate. Activate 5 accumulated text simulation times for text simulation. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney activated the accumulated text simulation times. Before, he actually planned to save the text simulation times for last. But after experiencing this true body simulation, he decided not to do so anymore. The deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path realm, text simulation can also do different things from before. After all, now that the simulator has been updated, he can issue commands in reality. Milton Cheney himself couldn't find others to help him deduce realms within the true body simulation, but that didn't mean he couldn't do so in a text simulation. After all, one could select character traits in a text simulation, whereas one's true character could not be feigned. Therefore, Milton Cheney planned to try issuing a command to seek assistance from others while deducing the 10th tier of the wizard immortal cultivation path in a text simulation. Milton Cheney wasn't sure if this would be effective, but trying it out was certainly better than not. Text simulation has started. As the host has chosen to stack 5 text simulation times, you will retain all memories from reality in this text simulation. Please select your character traits for this text simulation. Greed or cunning or treacherous. Seeing the character trait options on the light screen, Milton Cheney's eyes gleamed slightly. The 3 character traits available for selection weren't particularly good by any standard. Yet to Milton Cheney, who sought to blaze a new trail, they were surprisingly suitable choices. So without much hesitation and after pondering for a brief moment, Milton Cheney made his choice. He selected the traits greed and treacherous. The next moment, lines of black text began to appear on the light screen. Milton Cheney's calm gaze rested on the light screen, motionless. These lines of black text confirmed Milton Cheney's current text simulation. As time went by, more and more black text emerged on the light screen. The more text there was, the longer the time he experienced in this text simulation. At one moment, no new black text appeared on the light screen. This signified the end of the text simulation. Text simulation ends, memories and realms experienced during the simulation have been retained. The end of the simulation meant the black text that made up the content of this text simulation on the light screen gradually faded away, until it disappeared completely. The familiar mechanical voice also sounded in Milton Cheney's mind. A segment of foreign memories also appeared in Milton Cheney's mind at this point. Milton Cheney had been through many text simulations, so he was able to assimilate these memories quickly. The experiences of this text simulation weren't particularly special, but they had met Milton Cheney's expectations. At least, they had achieved what he had hoped for in terms of deducing realms. The next moment, Milton Cheney ceased further thought. His gaze returned to the simulator's light screen. Text simulation times 20. Do you wish to start a text simulation? Start the text simulation, stack 5 text simulation times. The next moment, without any hesitation, Milton Cheney once again chose to start a text simulation. Again, he stacked 5 text simulation times. After all, this ensured the maximization of benefits. Text simulation starts. Please select your character traits for this text simulation. Rational or stubborn or despicable. Choose the traits rational and stubborn. There was no need to ponder this time either, as Milton Cheney made his decision resolutely. The next moment, as soon as Milton Cheney made up his mind, lines of black text began to surface again on the floating light screen before him. Time slowly passed. When the black text on the light screen stopped appearing, this text simulation too came to another conclusion. Text simulation ends. Memories and realms experienced during the simulation have been retained. The end of the simulation meant that the black text that made up the content of this text simulation on the light screen slowly dissipated. The familiar mechanical voice sounded once again in Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, another segment of unfamiliar memories was transmitted. P.S. Thank you for the follow, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 830. The memories retained after the text simulation ended were quickly digested by Milton Cheney. The gains from this text simulation were also substantial for Milton Cheney. After all, he had initiated the text simulation with 5 accumulated text simulation counts. Although he did not find the help of other cultivators during the text simulation, he still made considerable progress in his realm deduction. As long as he was not stagnating, Milton Cheney was already satisfied. For Milton Cheney at this time, accumulating text simulation counts was not difficult. A single text simulation count only required 1,000 years in reality. For Milton Cheney, this time was just a minuscule part of his long life, not even worth mentioning as a drop in the bucket. As long as there was improvement in each text simulation, even if it wasn't significant, over the long passage of time, he would successfully deduce the next stage of the realm. Besides, during this period, Milton Cheney would also utilize other simulation counts. At this thought, Milton Cheney did not ponder further, his gaze returned to the light screen floating before him. In the column representing the text simulation counts, there still remained a number of text simulation times. Text simulation times, 15. Would you like to initiate a text simulation? Seeing the 15 accumulated text simulation times on the light screen, Milton Cheney did not hesitate. With a slight intent, he once again initiated a text simulation. As Milton Cheney predicted, in the next few text simulations, the improvement in his realm deduction may not be significant. The reason is simple: he had encountered a minor bottleneck in the realm deduction. This bottleneck was not large, but it was not easy for Milton Cheney alone to break through it. At least one text simulation time might not be enough. Of course, this was just Milton Cheney's prediction. Whether reality would unfold as he anticipated could only be known after the text simulation ended. The next moment, Milton Cheney set aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. Because the black text for character selection on the simulator's light screen had now appeared, Milton Cheney looked at the light screen before him with a calm expression. His heart did not harbor other emotions. After all, he had gone through too many text simulations. Text simulation initiated. Please choose your character for this text simulation. Optimistic or humorous or cautious? Looking at the character options on the light screen, Milton Cheney had almost no hesitation in his heart. Choose the optimistic and cautious characters. Without the need to deliberate, in a mere moment in reality, Milton Cheney had already decided on the character options he needed for this text simulation. Milton Cheney had selected both of these characters before, and he had a certain understanding of them in his heart. However, this was the first time he had chosen the combination of these two characters. As for whether these two characters could spark something new in the text simulation, Milton Cheney had no idea. He would only know after the text simulation ended. After choosing the characters, Milton Cheney also silently gave the command in his mind. The next moment, instantly after Milton Cheney made his decision, black text started to emerge on the light screen floating before him. Milton Cheney's calm gaze remained fixed on the light screen without moving an inch. He was all too familiar with the procedure of the text simulation. If it had been his first time, he might have felt special emotions, but now he no longer did. Passages of black text appeared. This indicated that the character in the text simulation was experiencing a series of events. Of course, everything done in the text simulation was limited to that world alone. Only memories and gains were retained in reality. The impact he had on the world within the text simulation had absolutely no connection with reality. Time slowly passed, and the text simulation gradually came to an end with the passing time. Since Milton Cheney's realm had elevated and his lifespan had increased, the time consumed by the text simulations had also gotten longer. And this was reflected not only in the text simulations but also in reality. As time went by, when the black text stopped appearing on the light screen, it signified the complete end of the text simulation. Text simulation ends. memories and realm insights within the simulation are retained. After the text simulation, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. At the same time, the black text representing the content of this text simulation gradually faded on the light screen. The memories from the text simulation smoothly surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind. Of course, fully assimilating these memories would still take quite some time for Milton Cheney. Luckily, he was prepared. So there was no change in his expression when these memories appeared in his mind. As time slowly trickled by, the memories retained after the text simulation were finally digested by Milton Cheney. A moment later, Milton Cheney reopened his eyes. Indeed, as I expected, the deduction of the realm has reached a bottleneck stage, and one text simulation is not enough to break through it. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Reality turned out just as he had anticipated. All the memories from this simulation had now clearly merged into the river of memories in Milton Cheney's mind. Chapter 831. Milton Cheney was already at the limit of a ninth stage witch immortal. Consequently, his consciousness was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, although he retained 100 billion years of memories after this text simulation, such memories were still considered insignificant for Milton. These memories appeared in Milton's mind for only a moment before he completely digested them. The inherited memories in his mind confirmed his previous conjectures. In his previous conjectures, he guessed that the few text simulations that followed might not yield much, the reason being that his realm speculation had reached a bottleneck. This text simulation just happened to validate that point. Although by now, Milton could live to the limit with 100 billion years in a single text simulation. But for realm speculation, 100 billion years were but a fleeting moment. At this point, Milton's realm was still not high. If it came to later stages, perhaps it would take an era to speculate a single layer of the cultivation realm. Fortunately, Milton possessed an external plugin for the simulator, otherwise, it would have been unimaginable. But since he chose this path, Milton undoubtedly would have no complaints. This was the path of cultivation he chose himself. After the limit of the ninth stage witch immortal, it was inevitable to strive for the path of the 10th stage witch immortal, a necessary experience. For Milton, this may not be easy, but nor would it be extremely difficult. At this time, Milton was not worried about these things. After all, he was no longer the person he once was, even though he had not yet truly experienced the 10th stage of the cultivation path. But not having truly experienced it did not mean he lacked understanding. Nor did it mean he lacked relevant memories. The Milton who had undergone several fate simulations had a fair amount of memory inherited from those simulations in his mind. Though these memories seemed distant to him, they were greatly helpful to his realm on the path of wizard immortal cultivation. With the help of these memories, plus the abundance of time in the simulations, the 10th stage cultivation path was definitely not his limit. Moreover, that was only the situation at the present. In the future, while speculating realms, he would also begin reincarnation simulations and fate simulations, all of which could potentially offer significant help to his future self. Of course, even so, he would need to spend a considerable amount of time in reality. But compared to the benefits he could obtain, this was a minor matter. In reality, even spending 100 million years of time was just 1% of his total lifespan. One could say, as long as the real him did not die, he would one day get to glimpse the scenery beyond the pinnacle. To ascend to the beyond the horizon was not an impossibility. At that moment, Milton ceased to ponder further. His thoughts shifted, and his gaze returned to the light blue light screen floating before him. On the light screen, it indicated that there were 10 text simulation times remaining. Enough to support launching 2 sets of 5 layered text simulations. If nothing unexpected happened, and he could still live to the limit of his lifespan in the text simulations, then these 2 text simulations would definitely be enough for him to break through the small bottleneck in realm speculation. Of course, this was under the premise that in both of these text simulations, he had to survive to the limit of his lifespan. As for speculating realms within the text simulation, it was a given. After all, the instruction Milton issued was for his simulated self to constantly speculate the realms of the witch immortal cultivation path. Text simulation times 10. Do you wish to initiate text simulation? Initiate. Looking at the 10 text simulation times listed, Milton didn't hesitate at all and chose to start the text simulation. Stack 5 text simulation times. He continued to choose the stacking of 5 text simulation times, as it was inevitable. This way, he could reap greater benefits. After the command in his heart was issued, the simulator's light screen displayed the prompting message in black letters. Text simulation has started, please select your character's personality for this simulation. Loyalty or patience or seriousness. Looking at the personality options on the light screen, Milton briefly pondered and made his choice in an instant. Choose the patience and seriousness personalities. After so many text simulations, Milton had nearly chosen every personality. Therefore, he was very clear about what each personality would bring to his simulated self. This was also the reason why Milton Cheney did not ponder for too long. In the span of a moment in reality, Milton Cheney had already chosen 2 characters. The next moment, right after Milton Cheney made his decision, the light screen floating before him began to reveal segments of black text. It was precisely these segments of black text that made up this text simulation. Milton Cheney's gaze remained fixed on the light screen without the slightest movement. Time slowly passed, and with the passage of time, the text simulation gradually approached its end. When the last segment of black text settled on the light blue light curtain, it marked the end of this text simulation. Text simulation ends, memory and realm within the text simulation has been retained. With the simulation ends, all the black text representing the contents of the text simulation dissipated from the light screen. The familiar mechanical voice echoed once again within Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, a not particularly vast expanse of memory emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. The retention of memory went smoothly, which was another result of Milton Cheney's vast experience. Before long, after completely assimilating the memories, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. It's somewhat regrettable, the me within this simulation did not survive to the limit of a lifespan. Otherwise, there would have been a decent hope of breaking through the bottleneck. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Personality had a tremendous impact on him within the text simulation. This time, perhaps it was due to the chosen personalities that he did not manage to survive to the limit of a lifespan. Fortunately, he did not slacken his realm speculation. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling upon these thoughts, and with a slight shift in consciousness, he began to sense the changes in speculative realm. The speculation of the realm over 4 billion years within the text simulation had undergone significant changes. At this moment, Milton Cheney could clearly sense that after the end of this text simulation, this minor bottleneck was somewhat loosened. Even so, breaking through this bottleneck would still require a considerable amount of time. However, that referred to the time in reality. If it were translated into a simulation, he would only need to expend another 5 text simulation times to suffice. That is, a stack of 5 consecutive text simulations. Thinking this, Milton Cheney hesitated no more. His gaze returned to the light screen floating in front of him. Text simulation times, 5. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Initiate with a stack of 5 text simulation times. Seeing that there were only 5 remaining times in the text simulation count, Milton Cheney did not hesitate to initiate this text simulation. Text simulation has started, please select your personality for this text simulation. Taciturn or rigid or pragmatic. Looking at the personality options on the light screen, Milton Cheney made his choice without any hesitation. Choose taciturn and pragmatic personalities. This time around, the 3 choices were pretty average, and it didn't make much difference which 2 were chosen. Therefore, there was nothing for Milton Cheney to hesitate over. After selecting the 2 personalities, the familiar text simulation began anew. This was the last of the text simulation times he had accumulated over 20,000 years in reality. For Milton Cheney, the significance of this text simulation was simple. All he needed to do was to break through that minor bottleneck in realm speculation. Once the command was set in his heart, the text simulation began smoothly. The light screen floating before him also began to display segments of black text. Milton Cheney's gaze stayed on the light screen, unmoving. As time slowly passed, this text simulation too slowly drew towards its conclusion with the passage of time. When the last segment of black text settled on the light blue light curtain, it signified the end of this last text simulation. Text simulation ends, memory and realm within the text simulation has been retained. P.S. Thank you for the continued support, thanks for the monthly ticket, love you all, mwah. Chapter 832. Text simulation preserved memories were fully digested quite quickly. At least this was the case for Milton Cheney, so after this text simulation ended, it didn't take Milton Cheney long to digest these retained memories. It was merely a moment in reality, and he had completely digested these memories. This time, nothing unexpected occurred during the text simulation. Without a doubt, that minor bottleneck in realm deducing was now broken through. Having inherited the memories from the text simulation, Milton Cheney was well aware of this fact. However, he also didn't experience any other emotions. After all, this was just a small bottleneck. In his future path of wizard immortal cultivation realm deducing, he would encounter countless bottlenecks. These were what the him of the future would have to face. But that was quite a distance away from where he was now, and not something he needed to consider at the moment. Sensing the slight progression on the wizard immortal cultivation path, Milton Cheney didn't dwell on it anymore. At this moment, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator was still hovering in front of him unchanged, and Milton Cheng did not deliberately hide the light curtain floating in front of him. After all, even though he had finished using the text simulation, he had yet to use reincarnation simulation. At this time, he still had 5 reincarnation simulation counts available to him. He could certainly afford to start a simulation stacking 5 reincarnation simulations. The next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze settled on the light curtain. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. Would you like to initiate reincarnation simulation? Stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts and initiate reincarnation simulation, he said. Looking at the prompt in black letters appearing on the light curtain, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate. With a thought, he initiated the reincarnation simulation. Since he had already decided to stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts, there was nothing for Milton Cheney to hesitate about. Although the 5 reincarnation simulation counts were precious to him, they were nothing compared to the potential gains he might obtain. Besides, this was a reincarnation simulation he was bound to undergo. After all, with the simulator upgrade, the new function added to the reincarnation simulation would at least require stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts to experience. If Milton Cheney wanted to test the new feature of the reincarnation simulation, then he had to start the stacking of 5 reincarnation simulation counts. The next moment, when reincarnation simulation truly began, Milton Cheney's consciousness in reality completely plunged into darkness. When his consciousness once again became clear, his mind had already appeared within the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space remained the same as ever, with not the slightest change. After all, this reincarnation simulation was not the first simulation Milton Cheney had initiated after the simulator upgrade. Even though he had not stacked reincarnation simulations before, the reincarnation space would not change whether he stacked simulations or not. This was something Milton Cheney, who had experienced numerous reincarnation simulations, knew very well. The next moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual gaze slightly moved, looking down below him. Gazing at the infinite world points below, Milton Cheney's gaze eventually settled on the one representing the 4th universe. Without a doubt, the 4th universe contained only one world. This was made clear after the last time Milton Cheney initiated the reincarnation simulation. The reincarnation space would not deceive him. Last time, Milton Cheney did not hesitate to choose to reincarnate in that world, but he only used a single reincarnation simulation count. Correspondingly, he also acquired almost nothing from the last reincarnation simulation. He did not hesitate last time, and there was no need for Milton Cheney to hesitate this time either. After all, there was only one world in the 4th universe. What was there to hesitate about? The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred. His spiritual form began to merge with the pale white light point that represented the only world of the 4th universe. Years slowly passed by, unnoticed and unaccounted for. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness returned from the darkness. The memories in his mind gradually became clear. Now, Milton Cheney could clearly sense a powerful force contained within his body. This force was not obtained during the reincarnation simulation. It was instead the realm he had inherited after initiating the reincarnation simulation in reality. By now, the reincarnation simulation had already started. And he was reincarnated in the soul world within the 4th universe once again. This time, Milton Cheney did not deliberately survey his surroundings, but instead closed his eyes. The reason was simple: when he sensed the inherited realm, a foreign memory emerged in his mind. This feeling was somewhat similar to memory inheritance, but not exactly the same. The difference was that memory inheritance consisted of memories unfamiliar to Milton Cheney before, but the memories that surfaced in his mind this time seemed to be those he already possessed. This also meant that these were not memories passed down from this world, but rather memories that naturally emerged when he saw this world. Without a doubt, this was the work of the simulator. There was no need for Milton Cheney to digest the memories in his mind, so he simply sorted them out. It has to be said, the decision to stack 5 reincarnation simulations was the right one. Because the memories provided by the simulator were of great help to Milton Cheney. At least now, he already had some understanding of the general situation of this world. He also clearly understood why the last reincarnation simulation had abruptly ended. Chapter 833. The next moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. His gaze swept around the surroundings. It was somewhat similar to the scene when he last reincarnated into this world, yet it was not entirely identical. He was still born onto a vast and empty plain. Around him were still many life forms similar to humans, only these beings had yet to open their eyes. At this time, I must still be in a seed state, not truly born into this world. Milton Cheney observed his environment, talking to himself. This was the judgment he made based on the memories in his mind. At this moment, the world he reincarnated into was called the Mountain and Sea Realm, a tremendously vast world. The extent of its vastness was almost immeasurable. Though he could think and move like a normal human, he hadn't actually been born into the Mountain and Sea Realm yet. His current form was referred to as the life seed form in this realm. To be truly born, he still needed time to nurture him. The reason Milton Cheney was able to awaken his consciousness ahead of time was not due to this world, but because of the simulator. And the reason his last reincarnation simulation had abruptly ended was actually quite simple. It was because after some activity, the world consciousness judged that he had broken out of the life seed form, and thereafter a force had intended to sweep him away from this place. But the truth was that he hadn't broken out of the life seed form. Due to the simulator, the consciousness of this world had made a mistaken judgment. His body fundamentally couldn't withstand the force of the world consciousness pulling on him, resulting in the natural conclusion of the reincarnation simulation. If Milton Cheney continued to be unaware of these things, then his future reincarnations in this world would undoubtedly waste many reincarnation simulation counts. But fortunately, with his newfound inherited memory, Milton Cheney would not act rashly anymore. At the moment, he just needed to remain motionless like the other life seed forms, allowing the world consciousness to make the correct judgment. This was not a difficult task for Milton Cheney. After all, patience was something he had never lacked. A matter achievable by merely waiting calmly was not considered a matter at all to Milton Cheney. Time slowly passed by. With the progression of time, Milton Cheney could distinctly sense that his body was gradually becoming stronger. This strength had nothing to do with the realm he had inherited in reality, it was purely the strength of this body. Although his life form hardly differed from humans, at this point, he could not be considered a true member of the human race. A moment later, Milton Cheney set aside the clutter of thoughts in his mind and ceased to ponder further. That was because his body was sending him an intense feeling of hunger. This feeling was somewhat similar to a body's instinct. It was akin to the sensation of hunger when humans lacked food and thirst when they lacked water. This was the kind of feeling that had arisen in Milton Cheney's body. And this instinct was something that even he found difficult to suppress. The emergence of this feeling was normal. After all, Milton Cheney was no longer as unfamiliar with this world as he was during his last reincarnation. Thus, he understood clearly the reason behind this situation. It signified that his body was transitioning from the life seed form to a full life form. Completing the transition meant that he could genuinely arrive in the Mountain and Sea Realm. Time continued to flow, and an inexplicable energy was pulled into Milton Cheney's body by heaven and earth, bringing him a distinct sense of fullness. This feeling was comfortable, so Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes. Time went on, the duration unknown. All in all, throughout this long passage of time, Milton Cheney had hardly changed his position. The strength of his body only increased more and more. His life form also gradually began to become somewhat different. At this moment, Milton Cheney even felt confident that he could leave this place and head into the Mountain and Sea Realm. However, even with such confidence, Milton Cheney still refrained from any rash actions. After all, it was best to let nature take its course. With that thought in mind, Milton Cheney once again opened his eyes to take another look at the other life seed forms around him. Compared to before, a sense of life was gradually emerging from the other people around. This was something that could be distinctly felt. But compared to Milton Cheney, these people around him were akin to mere shells, without the birth of true consciousness. After all, these beings around him were the true original inhabitants of this world. Whereas Milton Cheney had only come to this world through the reincarnation simulation. But barring any accidents, Milton Cheney was certainly going to leave this place earlier than the people around him. At this moment, he already was at the limit of the life seed form. The distance to true life was no longer far. Milton Cheney could sense this clearly. Of course, it was also thanks to the inherited memory in his mind that he didn't take the wrong path. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. After all, he possessed a real consciousness, so he was better able to make judgments. At this time, Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. He had to make sure at 100% that the world consciousness of this world made a normal judgment, otherwise, even with the inheritance of the realm from reality, there was a possibility of unexpected situations. For this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had stacked 5 reincarnation simulation counts. He could not allow any accidents to occur. Only by perfect birth into the mountain and sea realm could he have the opportunity to gain more in this world. Perhaps the possibility of reaching the 10th stage realm had to be considered in this world as well. Of course, the 10th stage realm mentioned here is not the wizard immortal cultivation path, but rather the unique cultivation path of this world. After stacking 5 reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney's consciousness should be able to support his simulated self to cultivate to the 10th stage realm. A single reincarnation simulation might not suffice, but stacking 5 might very well do. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney had been reincarnated in this world for a very long time. If calculated in terms of real-world time, it had already been tens of millions of years. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of understanding flashed through his eyes. At this moment, Milton Cheney suddenly felt as if his body uncontrollably wanted to move to a specific place. At the same time, an inexplicable force appeared on his body. Last time, he was unsure what this force was, but this time Milton Cheney was clear about it. This was precisely the pull of attraction from the world consciousness of this world. This also meant that he was about to be pulled into the true mountain and sea realm. Is this world consciousness pulling me to leave here and go into the mountain and sea realm? Then this should mean that this body of mine has reached its true limit. However, the forms of the other life seeds around don't seem to have changed. Even alone in this world, am I somewhat special? Milton Cheney did not resist this pull of attraction but was contemplating in his mind. This sudden force upon his body was within Milton Cheney's expectations. Milton Cheney had long anticipated the arrival of this day. After all, he was not completely unfamiliar with this world, and he had a certain understanding of the transition of life seeds to true life. He was not panicked either. While carefully pondering in his mind, his heart was also waiting for this push of attraction to fully burst forth. Although he hadn't yet reached the mountain and sea realm, he had already gained some understanding of it. All thanks to the 5 times reincarnation simulation he triggered this time stacked together. After all, without this, he would not be able to inherit the memories related to this world. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's heart stirred. Because he suddenly discovered that the pull of attraction that was imposed on him seemed to have disappeared. Before Milton Cheney could think much of it, his consciousness plunged completely into darkness. This did not signify the end of the reincarnation simulation but rather it signified that the reincarnation simulation had just begun. P.S. Thank you for following, thank you for the monthly ticket, love you all. Chapter 834. When Milton Cheney's consciousness regained clarity, he found himself in a completely different place. The true scenery of the mountain and sea realm was now before his eyes. The memories in his mind made the surrounding environment not entirely unfamiliar to him. Although it was his first true arrival in the mountain and sea realm, he had, after all, gone through the reincarnation simulation 5 times. It seems there are no other living beings around. After briefly surveying his surroundings, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. The next moment, Milton Cheney tried to harness the power he had retained from reality. The 9th stage Witch Immortal Realm was extremely powerful and could accelerate Milton Cheney's understanding of this world. Time slowly passed by. Milton Cheney didn't stay put for too long. He began to travel this world. The mountain and sea realm was large, that much was obvious. Even without inherited memories, Milton Cheney could clearly understand this, seeing as this was the only world in the entire 4th universe. A world that encompassed an entire universe was naturally incredibly vast. At this moment, Milton Cheney's exploration of this world was just at its beginning. Time was relatively precious to Milton Cheney at this moment. Although he couldn't sense the longevity limit of his body, he was very clear that this period wouldn't be very lengthy. Maintaining the realm from reality did not preserve the longevity from reality. So what Milton Cheney needed to consider now was how to obtain a prolonged lifespan during this simulation to extend the time of this reincarnation simulation. This was extremely important. Milton Cheney actually had great expectations for this reincarnation simulation. After all, this wasn't his first time reincarnating into this world, so naturally, he hoped for significant gains. If these gains could provide substantial help to his real self, that would undoubtedly be even better. Without the presence of inherited memories, finding a cultivation method might not be an easy task. As Milton Cheney traveled the world, he also pondered in his heart. He didn't understand how the natives of this world grew stronger after their birth. So he couldn't exactly just go with the flow. Although he inherited some memories of this world, none of those memories were about cultivation methods. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney believed that there must indeed be a cultivation path in this world. If it exists, then Milton Cheney has hope of obtaining it. Within the mountain and sea realm, in the golden spirit domain. Milton Cheney had been traveling here for no short period. If converted into real time, it was almost 10,000 years. In fact, Milton Cheney had stayed here for quite a long time. The reason was simple. It was because here, Milton Cheney had the opportunity to acquire a cultivation method. How do you feel? Inside a massive church-like structure, an elder dressed in a red robe asked with a faint smile. It seems not compatible. Upon hearing the elder's words, Milton Cheney, after opening his eyes, responded. The moment his voice faded, the elder in the red robe frowned. The spirit lion technique has been tested to be the most compatible with you. If that doesn't work, then I'm afraid I can't help you. The elder spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. After all, he thought highly of Milton Cheney. Unfortunately, this young man seemed unable to integrate into his territory. I understand. Milton Cheney said. His heart felt somewhat regretful. After all, if there was no hope here, he would have to continue to wander aimlessly in this world. Although it won't work here, you can try going to the burning domain, said the elder in the red robe. Hearing this, Milton Cheney didn't speak again but nodded in understanding. Then how should I proceed to the burning domain? Milton Cheney asked. Although he knew about this world, it was only a rudimentary understanding. Sending him alone to a completely unfamiliar place was definitely going to be difficult for him. He had found this place by chance, after all. I will send you there, said the elder in the red robe, as though it was a trivial matter. Hearing this, Milton Cheney also nodded in acknowledgement. There seems to be an inexplicable power contained within your body. It appears to be a power granted by world spirits, but it is different, and that might be the key reason you can't adapt to the burning technique, the elder in a white robe said with a hint of confusion in his voice after examining Milton Cheney's condition. He was also somewhat unclear about why this was happening. Milton Cheney's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze rested on the elder in the white robe in front of him. An inexplicable power. Milton Cheney said with a frown. He had come to this world through a reincarnation simulation, so in a sense, he was also a native of this world. There shouldn't be any anomalies with his body. As for the special power mentioned by the elder, the likelihood of it being the witch immortal realm from reality was very slim. After all, if the elder could really detect the realm he retained from reality, then the reaction would definitely not be so subdued. Moreover, Milton Cheney could conceal the realm he retained from reality. While Milton Cheney was puzzled internally, his expression remained calm. Chapter 835. You seem to know nothing. Is there only one seed of your kind left? The elder spoke, his tone laced with a hint of puzzlement. It seemed he felt Milton Cheney couldn't understand his words, so the elder tried a different approach to inquire. Have you always been alone since your birth? On hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. It appeared the elder was also encountering such a situation for the first time, as concern furrowed his brow slightly. At this moment, he was also unsure of which species Milton Cheney truly belonged to. Do you know where you are? Burning domain. Milton Cheney spoke uncertainly. The elder nodded, then shook his head. You were not born directly in the mountain and sea realm. From where did you smuggle yourself to Tri-Saint County? At the elder's words, a shock ran through Milton Cheney's heart. Tri-Saint County? This was the first time he had heard of it. Did not all people in this world originate from the initial realm and then move to the mountain and sea realm? He seemed to have discovered a blind spot, but Milton Cheney didn't show any outward sign of confusion. Because at this moment, he wasn't sure whether his situation was good or bad. You are unaware of Tri-Saint County. Could it be that you were born directly in the initial realm and then returned to the mountain and sea realm? As if recalling something, the elder paused and then spoke again. I do not know what Tri-Saint County is. I have existed in this world since my birth. Milton Cheney said. And his words were, in fact, the truth. Because if he were a normal native of this world, he wouldn't have memories from before his birth. Then he would have been born normally into this world. On hearing Milton Cheney's words, the white-robe elder instantly understood the reason. He began to weigh the implications in his mind. He had not expected that by helping an old friend, he would encounter a chosen one. Within the diurnal realm, the number of chosen ones was exceedingly small. If I am not mistaken, you may be a chosen one who was born within the diurnal realm. This is the burning domain indeed, but the burning domain is located within the Tri-Saint County of the diurnal realm. The elder said. So, this place isn't the mountain and sea realm? Milton Cheney asked in return. The mountain and sea realm? Of course, this is the mountain and sea realm, but mountain and sea realm is not the name of a single world. The universe in which we exist is called the mountain and sea universe. The elder explained. Upon hearing this, clarity dawned on Milton Cheney instantly. You mean to say, besides the world under my feet, there are other worlds within this universe? On hearing this, the elder said. Of course, the number of worlds within the mountain and sea realm is countless. Because you are a chosen one, no tribe elder has helped awaken your memories, and that is why you have no understanding of this world. You need not worry about the cultivation of the heart technique. A chosen one will awaken memories of the technique after the spirit awakening. After these words were spoken, Milton Cheney fell into contemplation. In fact, he still wasn't clear about what a chosen one even was. It was the elder before him who kept speaking, and Milton Cheney did not fully comprehend the content of his words. Milton Cheney was also not certain whether he was the so-called chosen one. Perhaps the memories the simulator brought him after starting the reincarnation simulation were somewhat unconventional, which is why Milton Cheney was completely unfamiliar with these concepts. If the chosen one the elder spoke of refers to people born within the initial realm, then it's likely he is one. But if there are other factors that have led the elder to make such a judgment, then Milton Cheney believed he might not be the chosen one the elder was referring to. Milton Cheney didn't believe the reincarnation simulation would bestow upon him a special identity. Therefore, Milton Cheney was skeptical about the elder's words. Of course, he could not be certain now. What exactly is a chosen one? Milton Cheney asked. With doubts in his mind, he asked directly, as he had nothing to hesitate about at this point. After all, these were indeed things he did not know. I cannot explain that to you. You may consider it the creator of a tribe. The chosen one represents a unique and new method. The initial lord of the burning domain was a chosen one who created the vast burning domain within Tri-Saint County. The chosen one represents a high potential. In the future, you may well become a powerful lord. The elderly man explained in his own way. Milton listened carefully, so he clearly understood what the old man meant. This way, he could understand. The chosen one probably represents a form of authority, bestowed by the mountain and sea realm upon a few fortunate individuals. With this authority, one could create a tribe. Most importantly, a chosen one is born with a cultivation method that is 100% compatible with them, which manifests in their memory after awakening. These were conclusions Milton Cheney drew from the elder's previous explanations. He wasn't certain it was so, after all, he had yet to truly verify the identity of his body. Whether he was a chosen one was, at present, just the old man's opinion. Then how should I awaken? Milton Cheney asked. He was quite willing to inquire about knowledge that was unfamiliar to him. However, his question seemed to touch upon a blind spot in the elder's knowledge. Upon hearing Milton's question, the elder began to ponder, and after a moment, spoke. I do not know how a chosen one awakens. But it is certain that a chosen one will awaken unless they meet an untimely demise. You might consider staying within the burning domain before your awakening. I can guarantee your safety won't be compromised. In the future, after your awakening, the burning domain could join your tribe. As the elderly man finished speaking, he looked towards Milton Cheney. He himself was not a chosen one, but he was very clear about the strength of a chosen one. And he trusted his judgment would not be wrong. No chosen one had been born within Tri-Saint County for countless years, and even the entire daylight realm had not seen the birth of a chosen one in a long time. The existing tribes in the daylight realm had been passed down for numerous years. But to say they were very powerful, they were not, really. After all, power gained from the wisdom of predecessors could never truly become strong in the end. The daylight realm is but a little world, while there are far too many worlds within the mountain and sea universe. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of a chosen one emerging within the daylight realm is extremely small. Although he appeared very calm on the outside, his heart was already in turmoil. That's why he dared to make such a significant promise just after a short conversation with Milton Cheney. Joining a tribe founded by a chosen one was too tempting for him. This wasn't betrayal, for it was also an excellent thing for the burning domain. Yet, he did not know Milton Cheney had transmigrated to this world. Milton's experiences were far too vast. So from what the old man had said, Milton could surmise the exceptional status of the chosen one. The chosen one seems to be very special in this world. If I truly am a chosen one, then does it not mean that in my last reincarnation simulation I was also a chosen one? Is this a coincidence, or is it inevitable to become a chosen one every time I come to this world through a reincarnation simulation? Milton Cheney didn't reply immediately but pondered quietly. The possibility of coincidence was next to nil. Because Milton now knew this world was incredibly vast. If chosen ones are only a very small part of the population, it was unlikely for him to be reincarnated as a chosen one twice in a row. So, if it was not a coincidence, this was somewhat unexpected for Milton. If he truly could be reincarnated as a chosen one each time he came to this world, doesn't that mean he could acquire countless powerful cultivation methods here? P.S. Thank you for the follow read, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 836. Milton Cheney appeared contemplative. He couldn't immediately agree to the elder's request, that would be too obvious. Indeed, Milton Cheney did not plan to refuse the elder. He actually had other options to consider. After all, at this moment, Milton Cheney couldn't be certain whether he really was the so-called chosen one. If he was, then all was well, but if he wasn't, then it was possible that he might not awaken by the end of the simulation. In that case, the reincarnation simulation count would have been wasted. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney still decided to spend the following years in the burning domain, awaiting awakening. The decision was actually quite simple to make. First, Milton Cheney couldn't be sure if he was the chosen one, but the probability of him being one was greater than not. The second reason was that Milton Cheney was not short of reincarnation simulation opportunities. Although it took stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts to initiate this reincarnation simulation, what was 5 times anyway? It was merely a matter of over 20,000 years in reality. This period was not considered too lengthy for Milton Cheney. Thus, he could completely use this reincarnation simulation for trial and error. Milton Cheney was ready to treat this reincarnation simulation as a test to verify if he was the chosen one. If he was, then naturally it would be for the best. But if not, he wouldn't lose much. After all, the result would have been verified, and with it, he would be able to find the correct direction in the next reincarnation simulation. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney slowly nodded. This signified that he agreed with the intent behind the elder's words. Seeing Milton Cheney nod, a glint of light flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes. "Within 100,000 years, you will certainly awaken," the white-haired elder said with a solemn expression. Although unaware of what was going through Milton Cheney's mind, the elder had his suspicions based on Milton Cheney's hesitation. It was undoubtedly doubt about his own identity as he had described. If Milton Cheney couldn't awaken, then he would also waste his time that could have been spent finding other cultivation methods. The white-robed elder was clear about this, but he wasn't worried. He believed his judgment could not be wrong. A chosen one was too rare and valuable. Every chosen one could be called a seed of great power, and what he needed to do now was to nurture this seed to grow into a vast heavenly tree. As for Milton Cheney's identity, he had no doubts. Milton Cheney might be uncertain, but he was sure. That is, the young man before him was undoubtedly a member of the chosen ones. "I understand," Milton Cheney said, nodding. Whether or not he truly was a chosen one wasn't something Milton Cheney cared too much about. He had undergone many reincarnation simulations. Many of these had been of immense help, while many resulted in no gains at all. Therefore, Milton Cheney was accustomed to this. Whether this reincarnation simulation would bring significant aid to his actual self mattered to him, but not overly so. After all, if not this time, then there would be a next time, and if that failed, there would be another after that. As long as his simulator remained and his real self did not die, there would be many more simulations in the long years ahead. Milton Cheney never put all his hopes into a single simulation. He understood the adage that one can't expect to become fat with just one mouthful. Time slowly passed, and in a blink, millennia had faded away. Dayrealm, Tri-Saint County, Burning Domain. Inside the Gathering Spirit Pool. Milton Cheney's body was soaked in the waters of the Gathering Spirit Pool. At this moment, Milton Cheney's eyes were tightly closed, surrounded by a faint white vapor. The Gathering Spirit Pool could be regarded as the most precious place in the Burning Domain, but the white-robed elder still freely provided it to him. Soaking in the Spirit Pool, Milton Cheney could clearly feel his body growing steadily stronger. This had nothing to do with whether he had practiced any cultivation method. This was the strength of the body alone. In this world, even without practicing any cultivation method, certain natural treasures could still enhance one's physical strength. Of course, the strengthening of the physique and the practice of cultivation methods were different. They could be seen as one being internal, the other external. Milton Cheney had been in the Gathering Spirit Pool for 300 years. Since he entered, he could distinctly feel his body drawing a ceaseless stream of energy from the pool. This energy flow was incredibly vast. Moreover, this was not Milton Cheney actively drawing from the pool's energy. It was the energy in the pool that was continuously rushing towards him. This sensation was very comfortable. It was as if an exhausted body was soaking in a hot spring. In fact, this pronounced sensation was only felt when Milton Cheney initially entered the spirit pool. After a long time, he would no longer experience it. After all, even the Gathering Spirit Pool had its limits. Merely relying on it for substantial improvement was almost impossible. Time slowly elapsed, and Milton Cheney's physical strength continued to rise steadily. Milton Cheney's body began to visibly increase in size at an observable rate. The energy flow in the Gathering Spirit Pool surged into his body even faster. Chapter 837. At this moment, although he had no cultivation method, he was already no longer considered weak. At least, that was the case in this world. Of course, the strength of his body was somewhat irrelevant to Milton Cheney. After all, the realm he retained from reality was that of a ninth stage witch immortal, which, even in this world, was extremely powerful. Time flowed neither too quickly nor too slowly. Within the Gathering Spirit Pool, Milton Cheney could not sense the changes in the outside world. The Gathering Spirit Pool had isolated his perceptual abilities. Of course, if he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. However, as there were no accidents likely to occur here, Milton Cheney had no plans to leave just yet. After all, the white-robed elder was protecting him from the outside. He could safely become stronger without worrying about safety issues. Milton Cheney was clearly aware of the changes in his body. The speed of time here remained unchanged. Milton Cheney could also clearly perceive the passage of time, and he was well aware that he had spent several hundred years here already. Fortunately, this amount of time had no impact on him. Not even the slightest. Compared to the eons Milton Cheney had experienced before, several hundred years were truly but the blink of an eye to him. It seems my body is about to reach its limit in terms of enhancement. In a few hundred years, the Gathering Spirit Pool will have taken my body to its ultimate limit, Milton Cheney mused to himself after sensing the transformations in his body. It had to be said that entering the Gathering Spirit Pool this time was quite beneficial for him. If he hadn't retained the realm from reality, just the physical enhancement this time would have given Milton Cheney considerable strength. Time passed quietly, and 1,000 years flew by in an instant. In the Burning Domain, inside the Gathering Spirit Pool, Milton Cheney's body continued to soak within the spirit pool. The white mist swirling around him had grown thicker, threatening to completely envelop his body. Over these 1,000 years, Milton Cheney had remained within the spirit pool. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the Gathering Spirit Pool. But staying here was the best choice. However, it seemed that the time for him to leave was approaching. Although the Gathering Spirit Pool could still help him, the benefits it could offer were dwindling. Yet, to Milton Cheney, a millennium wasn't considered a long time. It could only be described as fleeting. The spiritual power accumulated by the Gathering Spirit Pool seems to have reached a critical point. After completely absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, there should be no more help it can offer me, Milton Cheney mused to himself. The next instant, he made a decision. His body moved ever so slightly. The white mist that enveloped him began to seep into Milton Cheney's flesh. Milton Cheney could feel very clearly that his body was growing stronger. This sensation was much clearer than before. After all, his previous advancements were gradual, while the current enhancement was substantial. The two were quite different. This final step of enhancement could be said to be a transformation of Milton Cheney's body. This transformation was completely different from the cultivation of magic. Because it wasn't about making him incredibly powerful, it only made his physical endurance much stronger. Once the transformation of the body started, it could not be interrupted. Of course, Milton Cheney would not actively interrupt the transformation. After all, the reason he had stayed in the gathering spirit pool for 1,000 years was specifically for this moment. After the body completed its transformation, he could leave the gathering spirit pool. At that point, the pool would no longer be able to offer him any benefit. Of course, how strong his body became had no relation to whether he could awaken or not. Milton Cheney knew if he wanted to awaken, it would be simple. If he truly was the chosen one, then he could awaken naturally. It's just that he didn't know when the awakening would happen. At this moment, what Milton Cheney was doing was like paving the way for his future. Here, the future worth considering was within this reincarnation simulation. Of course, if he couldn't awaken, then all that he was doing now would be in vain. Time slowly trickled by. Milton Cheney did not actively sense the passage of time, but time still flowed on slowly. Before he knew it, about less than a century had passed. After all the changes had settled, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The transformation of his body was complete. Throughout the entire process, Milton Cheney did not have any particular sensations. The most obvious feeling was that he could clearly perceive that his physical strength had improved by an unknown margin compared to before. At least, it was much stronger than when he had just reincarnated into this world. To say whether this was useful, naturally it was. But just for now, the strength of his body could not bring any significant help to Milton Cheney. After all, even if his physical strength were weaker, he still had his cultivation realm from reality as a safety net. There was absolutely no need to worry about his safety. If the strength of his body could extend his longevity limit, then perhaps this transformation would have been of great help to him. But the fact was that this was impossible. The strength of the body was just external. To extend the limit of one's lifespan, one needed to follow a cultivation method. And if Milton Cheney wanted to practice a cultivation method, he could only wait until after his awakening. As time continued to drift by slowly, Milton Cheney waited in silence. Finally, at a certain moment, Milton Cheney had a thought. The man in a white robe suddenly appeared in front of him. "How is it, have you reached the limit?" the man in the white robe asked. What he referred to as the limit was actually the limit that the gathering spirit pool could help one achieve. Correct, even within the gathering spirit pool, not everyone could assimilate all the spiritual power. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. Seeing Milton Cheney nod, the old man did not say much more. With a move of his figure, he took Milton Cheney away from there. "I recently inquired about some information for you that you might find interesting." After stopping in the core area of the burning domain, the old man said. Hearing this, Milton Cheney's heart stirred. He could not deny that he did indeed feel a touch of curiosity. After all, he had not asked the old man to seek out any information for him. This was entirely something the old man wanted to tell him of his own volition. In such a case, he might truly be interested in the information mentioned by the old man. What information? Milton Cheney asked with some curiosity, not making any effort to hide his emotion. The way he interacted with the old man before him was still quite casual. After all, Milton Cheney was fearless. His realm retained from reality was stronger than that of the old man before him. If converted, the realm of the man in the white robe in front of him would at most be equivalent to the realm of a freshly minted 8th stage wizard immortal. 430 billion years ago, the light region saw the birth of two chosen ones simultaneously. Both chosen ones successfully awakened new methods. However, they did not establish tribes in this world. But they did leave behind a token in the light region, known as the Light and Dark Order. I recently came across a theory when looking up this information. It is said that when the light region births a new chosen one, after the awakening, they will inherit that light and dark order. The man in the white robe shared. Hearing this, Milton Cheney slightly furrowed his brows, a hint of contemplation appearing on his face. Does this have anything to do with me? Could it be that I am the only chosen one born within these 430 billion years? Milton Cheney pondered for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, the man in the white robe nodded. What is the light and dark order? You can understand it as a kind of inheritance token, usually left by tribal ancestors to their descendants. The man in the white robe said. Milton Cheney nodded slightly. Was this information useful to him? It was to a certain extent. But it was not of much help to the present him. After all, Even now, Milton Cheney could not be sure that he truly was the chosen one. Of course, if he were, this information would indeed be helpful to him. P.S. Thank you for following along, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you, mwah. Chapter 838. Time always seems to slip away when one least expects it. In the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney had already spent 50,000 years in this world since his reincarnation. Although this period was not particularly lengthy for Milton Cheney, it was indeed an extensive span for his current body. After all, this body had not undergone any cultivation. The limit of its lifespan was a mere 100,000 years. At this moment, it could be said that Milton Cheney had already completed half of his long journey through life. Within the burning domain. Over the years, Milton Cheney had always been in the core area of the burning domain. Nobody would disturb him here, he just needed to quietly wait for his awakening. Unfortunately, despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, Milton Cheney had still not awoken. However, Milton Cheney was in no rush. In fact, since he had learned of the existence of the Chosen One, he had treated this incarnation simulation as an opportunity to experiment and test. Whether he was the Chosen One would also determine the choices he made in future reincarnation simulations. Now, there are only another 50,000 years left until the longevity limit. In the core region, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself. He still had a clear concept of time. 50,000 years was not an excessively long time, and Milton Cheney still had the patience to wait. He truly hoped that he was the chosen one the white-robed elder had spoken of. Milton Cheney pondered to himself. Just as Milton Cheney was preparing to banish the distracting thoughts from his mind, a strange force suddenly emerged within his body. Milton Cheney could distinctly sense this force. At that moment, his consciousness also entered an unnamed place. It seemed he had entered an independent space. Upon appearing in this space, Milton Cheney instinctively began to perceive his surroundings. In that instant, Milton Cheney almost reflexively called upon the ninth stage realm of the witch immortal that he had retained from the real world. Fortunately, the power that had swept his consciousness into this space vanished soon after. Milton Cheney encountered no dangers. Could this be the awakening of a chosen one? A thought flashed across Milton Cheney's mind, an idea emerging in his consciousness. What he was experiencing could be the awakening. But whether it was truly so remained unknown to Milton Cheney. There was nothing special about the environment around him as far as he could perceive. His body had transformed from a physical form to a consciousness, meaning his consciousness, or rather his soul, had entered this space. Milton Cheney was experiencing this situation for the first time. Nevertheless, he was not panicked. If this really was an awakening, then it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental. From the high esteem in which the white-robed elder held the Chosen One, Milton Cheney could easily deduce that being the Chosen One was definitely a positive state. Time lazily passed by. In this independent space, there also seemed to be no concept of time. As only his consciousness had entered this space, he could not normally perceive the passing of time. This also meant that Milton Cheney had no clue about the amount of time that had elapsed in the outside world. However, even so, Milton Cheney could easily discern certain things. Quite a while had passed since his consciousness had entered this space. Yet he had not inherited any new memories. As for awakening to a cultivation method, that had not occurred either. After an indeterminate amount of time, at a certain moment, Milton Cheney suddenly felt the power that had disappeared before reappear above his consciousness. At the same time, in reality, he opened his eyes. His consciousness emerged from the independent space. Have I awakened? It doesn't seem like it. As his consciousness returned, Milton Cheney's brow furrowed slightly. The fact that his consciousness had entered that space was definitely not normal. But he had not, as expected, awakened to any cultivation methods. If this was normal, then why would his consciousness inexplicably find itself in a space that was entirely unfamiliar? Milton Cheney was certain this was not an effect of the simulator. In the next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering and began to carefully sense whether there had been any changes in his body. Time kept slipping away. And Milton Cheney started to closely sense any changes in his body. After sensing, he found that his body had not changed at all, the strength of his physical form was no different from before. His soul remained unchanged as well. There were neither more nor fewer memories in his mind. It seemed he had simply, purely been a consciousness in an independent space. This situation left Milton Cheney somewhat puzzled. Perhaps his understanding of the Chosen One was too limited. Over these years, Milton Cheney had gained quite a bit of knowledge about this world from what the white-robed elder had told him. While his understanding of this world was not particularly profound, he certainly knew quite a lot. But even so, Milton Cheney had no clue about the sudden occurrence that had just happened. In the next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking on his own. Instead, he summoned the white-robed elder. For years, the white-robed elder had been acting as his guardian. This was why he had remained in the core area, as it could be considered the safest region of the entire burning domain. Here, Milton Cheney did not have to worry about his own safety. Chapter 839. Although the burning domain was not the strongest in the realm of daylight, it was a power that had been inherited for countless eons. The existence of its time spans multiple eras. Staying here naturally would not entail any safety concerns. The white-robed elder received Milton Cheney's message and appeared in front of him shortly after. After seeing the white-robed elder, Milton Cheney's expression did not change at all. Instead, he recounted the events he had just experienced. There was nothing worth concealing, and Milton Cheney had no intention of deliberately hiding his circumstances. After all, the white-robed elder had no reason to act against him. Moreover, even if the white-robed elder really did act against him, Milton Cheney would not be afraid, since the realm he retained from reality was higher than that of this white-robed elder. The length of an inherited power does not necessarily equate to an individual's strength of realm. Perhaps because chosen ones are extremely rare in this world, wars seldom occurred. This was also the reason why countless powers in this world could continue their long legacies. Upon hearing what Milton Cheney said, the white-robed elder closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. A moment later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. "I do not know what this situation signifies, after all, I am not a chosen one," said the elder. "But what I can be sure of is that a chosen one's awakening will not fail," the white-robed elder stated. To Milton Cheney's circumstances, he too was puzzled and unclear. He understood Milton Cheney was unlikely to deceive him in such a situation, as there was no need to. So he spoke frankly, acknowledging his ignorance. There was no need to feign knowledge. Hearing this, Milton Cheney did not continue to inquire but merely nodded faintly. The one thing that he could be certain of at this moment was that the recent event was definitely not normal. Could this mean that he was also very special? If that was indeed the case, then the likelihood of him being a chosen one was even greater. Since Milton Cheney had thought of this, so could the white-robed elder. But unlike Milton Cheney's uncertainty, the white-robed elder had already been certain of Milton Cheney's identity from the beginning. After speaking a few more words with the white-robed elder, Milton Cheney did not say much more. And the white-robed elder left thereafter. As the lord of the burning domain, the white-robed elder had many affairs to attend to and naturally could not stay here all the time. Time slowly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, another 30,000 years had elapsed. 30,000 years was not a lengthy period. At least for Milton Cheney, it was so. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney, who sat cross-legged in meditation, felt a slight stir in his heart. That familiar power appeared once again. Without giving Milton Cheney time to think, almost as soon as this thought came to him, his consciousness once again found itself in an unfamiliar space. It could not be said to be unfamiliar. After all, Milton Cheney's consciousness had been here 30,000 years ago. Again? Could this be the awakening? Milton Cheney murmured to himself. He was not surprised by the reappearance of his consciousness in this space. After all, where there was a first, there could be a second, and Milton Cheney had anticipated this. At this moment, Milton Cheney sensed the environment of this independent space. Compared to the previous time, there was no difference. However, the next moment, a change occurred. This was a completely different change from the last time his consciousness had entered this space. He suddenly felt something merging into his consciousness. What it was, exactly, Milton Cheney could not clearly perceive. Before Milton Cheney could fully sense what had merged into his consciousness, a stretch of unfamiliar memory suddenly began to surface within his mind. The emergence of the memory was abrupt. Fortunately, this kind of memory inheritance experience was not new to Milton Cheney. During numerous reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney had experienced many instances of inheriting memories. So he quickly digested these memories completely. Fully perceiving the inherited memory that had emerged in his mind, Milton Cheney was shocked. This memory might indeed signify an awakening. Because within this segment of memory, were memories related to a cultivation method. Jade Spirit Technique. A new cultivation method has emerged in my memory. It seems my physical body truly is that of a chosen one, Milton Cheney thought to himself. At this moment, Milton Cheney had fully confirmed the identity of his body as a chosen one. Previously, he couldn't be sure because he had not awakened. Now that the memories of his awakening had appeared, he was inevitably certain. With the cultivation method, it's still unknown to what realm I could reach in this cycle of reincarnation simulation. Moreover, the benefits are not just that, this might signify that as long as I reincarnate in this world, I am innately bestowed with the status of the chosen one. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He, however, was not overwhelmed by emotions. After all, he had foreseen this to some extent. At this moment, it was merely a confirmation of his predictions. Plus, compared to the memories bestowed by the simulator, the content of his inherited memory this time was actually very limited. Even with the addition of these inherited memories, his understanding of this world was still not very substantial. The only important thing was the memory of the cultivation method. Yet having a cultivation method didn't mean he could indeed cultivate to a very high realm. But Milton Cheney was certain that, as time went on, he had great hope of cultivating to a very high realm. Time was what Milton Cheney had in abundance in the reincarnation simulation. Especially after having a cultivation method. Patience was also one of Milton Cheney's most valuable qualities. After the awakening of his memory, Milton Cheney's consciousness did not remain in that space. Almost instantly, his consciousness recovered. In reality, he also opened his eyes. With his consciousness returned to reality, Milton Cheney carefully sensed the changes in his body. Just a moment in that space, Milton Cheney did not only awaken the memory. He distinctly sensed something merging into his consciousness. The next moment, Milton Cheney indeed sensed an anomaly in his consciousness. A pale purple token was suspended within his consciousness, existing there as if it had become a part of his soul. Milton Cheney could not detect anything extraordinary about this token. As if the token didn't exist at all. It was utterly unmanipulable. After wasting some time, Milton Cheney stopped probing any further. Instead, he carefully began to consult the detailed memory of the Jade Spirit technique. A moment later, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. He now completely understood the Jade Spirit technique. Undoubtedly, it was a very powerful cultivation method. It could lead directly to the 14th stage. Yes, it was a complete path of cultivation leading to the 14th stage. And it wasn't just that. This path of cultivation was also extremely comfortable to follow. For it required no active cultivation efforts at all. As long as the Jade Spirit was constructed deep within the soul, the Jade Spirit itself would aid in cultivation. In reality, there was no need for him to actively cultivate at all. The more Jade Spirits he constructed, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Even in the beginning, his realm would still be slowly improving. And the longer time went on, the greater his improvements would become. However, this path of cultivation was not without its drawbacks. Namely that the initial speed of cultivation would be slow, and due to realm limitations, it would still be slow in the later stages. If one's talent was poor, the time consumed to raise one's realm would definitely be exorbitantly long. This could be tormenting for others. But for Milton Cheney, it was precisely the opposite, having no effect whatsoever. The reason was simple, Milton Cheney was not at all concerned with the speed of cultivation, as long as his realm could improve, then even if he edged out each breakthrough, that was fine. Time did not torment him. For he had experienced too much of it. Countless cycles of reincarnation simulation had already forged Milton Cheney's unwavering Deo heart. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. He began constructing the first Jade Spirit in his consciousness. P.S. Thank you for following along, thanks for the monthly ticket, love you all, mwah. Chapter 840. The Jade Spirit created through the Jade Spirit technique is like a seed. This seed takes root deep within Milton Cheney's consciousness, that is, within the soul of Milton Cheney. As the seed became robust, the speed of Milton Cheney's cultivation also increased rapidly. Time slowly passed by. Milton Cheney could clearly sense an inexplicable power emerging deep within his soul. Although this was Milton Cheney's first time cultivating the Jade Spirit technique, he felt no unfamiliarity with it. After all, post-awakening, the essence of the Jade Spirit technique was as if inscribed within his soul. This cultivation method was the most compatible path for his body, so naturally, Milton Cheney felt no unfamiliarity. Constructing the Jade Spirit within consciousness for the first time required a considerable amount of time. However, this duration didn't seem too long for Milton Cheney. It was roughly a few hundred years. A few hundred years almost passed in the blink of an eye. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly perceive that his entire soul felt somewhat different than before. Although the strength of his soul hadn't changed in the slightest, his path of cultivation had indeed begun. After tens of thousands of years in this reincarnation, Milton Cheney had finally stepped onto the path of cultivation. Milton Cheney was well aware that the beginning is the hardest part. The first jade spirit has been inscribed, as time passes, my body will only get stronger. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Indeed, a few hundred years had allowed him to successfully inscribe the first jade spirit. A single jade spirit could provide only a minimal boost, but with time, he could still make significant progress. Milton Cheney understood this well. After all, although the memories of his inheritance post-awakening were not abundant, they included more than just the cultivation method. The next moment, before Milton Cheney had time to ponder further, a white-robed elder suddenly appeared before him. He seemed to have sensed something, his gaze towards Milton Cheney now sparkling with sharpness. Have you succeeded in your awakening? The white-robed elder spoke. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney smiled lightly and nodded. There was nothing to hide. After all, Milton Cheney hadn't consciously concealed his cultivation realm. Although he hadn't been cultivating the jade spirit technique for long, he had already entered the path of cultivation. Now, he possessed a cultivation realm. A first-level jade spirit cultivator was the realm Milton Cheney was currently in. As he made no effort to hide it, the white-robed elder could naturally sense it clearly. Although the white-robed elder's tone was inquiring, it was one of certainty. What cultivation method have you awakened? The white-robed elder asked out of curiosity, with no other intent but simple curiosity. He wasn't envious of the cultivation method Milton Cheney had awakened. After all, having cultivated the burning technique for hundreds of millions of years, it was impossible for him to switch to a new cultivation method. Milton Cheney also detected no malice in the white-robed elder's words. Therefore, Milton Cheney didn't hide anything and shared his awakened cultivation method. Of course, he only gave a brief description and didn't fully disclose it. After all, it was unlikely for Milton Cheney to reveal all his cards at once, even if he was much stronger than the white-robed elder. After hearing Milton Cheney's words, the white-robed elder pondered for a moment. He was sure that there was no cultivation method similar to what Milton Cheney described in his memory. This meant his guess was correct, Milton Cheney truly had awakened the memories of a technique. His previous judgment was indeed not mistaken. For the time being, focus on your cultivation method, you needn't consider anything else until you reach the 9th stage. The white-robed elder spoke after a moment's thought. This indeed was the most suitable path for Milton Cheney at this time. The cultivation speed of a chosen one is extremely fast, something the elder was certain of. This was a consensus formed through the experience of all the chosen ones that had emerged in this world before. Hearing this, Milton Cheney didn't argue. He thought the same. In fact, he had no interest in conquering this world. Ultimately, Milton Cheney was merely a transient entity in this world, and whether he was a chosen one or not couldn't change that fact. The reincarnation simulation was, to Milton Cheney, simply an opportunity to provide help to his real self. Therefore, he never cared about the process of the reincarnation simulation. What mattered to him was the gains he could retain after the reincarnation simulation ended. Advancing to a higher realm during the reincarnation simulation was indeed what Milton Cheney needed to do. Even if he could conquer this world, what of it? After the simulation ends, he would return to reality. When he reincarnated into this world again, everything from the previous reincarnation simulation would be wiped out. So for Milton Cheney, the most important thing during the reincarnation simulation was cultivation. Only if his simulated self reached a higher realm would the reincarnation simulation prove beneficial to his real self. Otherwise, the simulation would not aid his real-life self. If he managed to cultivate to the 10th stage realm during this simulation, then after the simulation ends, Milton Cheney, returning to reality, would also retain the 10th stage realm. Chapter 841. This meant that he had also gained the experience of becoming a 10th stage cultivator in reality. Not only had he become stronger in reality, but it also meant that it would be somewhat easier for him to continue extrapolating the wizard immortal cultivation path in reality. This was definitely a time saver for him. While the saying grasping one principle makes all others easy to understand might be an exaggeration, there was some truth to it, at least Milton Cheney thought so. Of course, to cultivate to the 10th stage realm in this reincarnation simulation was by no means an easy task. It could even be said to be extremely difficult. After all, he was only a 9th stage at the limit cultivator in reality, still far from touching the 10th stage realm. However difficult it might be, it was not impossible. By now, Milton Cheney already had a cultivation method and had taken his first steps on the path of cultivation. It could be said that the most difficult problem had already been solved. Moreover, Milton Cheney had an advantage that other cultivators did not: he retained the realm of his real self. This meant that his safety was not a concern until the limits of the 9th stage. As long as he did not provoke those extremely powerful cultivators, there was a good chance he could step by step reach the limit of a 9th stage cultivator. What could entrap him was only the threshold between the limit of the 9th stage and the 10th stage cultivators. This even depended on the limits of the simulator. Although Milton Cheney had entered this world after stacking 5 reincarnation simulations, he was still unclear about the ultimate limit of cultivation realm his body could achieve. If his limit could reach the 10th stage realm, then there was a considerable chance he could cultivate to become a 10th stage Jade Spirit cultivator in this round of reincarnation simulation. But if the limit of his body was the same as in reality, also up to the limit of the 9th stage, then no matter how hard Milton Cheney cultivated, his limit would be at the limit of the 9th stage. Of course, where his limit lay, Milton Cheney did not know at this time. After all, he had just begun walking the path of cultivation in this world. Whether it was the 9th stage realm or the 10th stage realm, both were still somewhat distant from him. The White Robe Elder did not interrupt Milton Cheney's contemplation. After giving his advice, he left directly. Milton Cheney did not dwell on it further. Now that he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, his lifespan had also increased significantly. He now had at least several 100,000 years of lifespan. This length of time was more than enough for him to cultivate to a higher realm. Even though he didn't need to actively cultivate to improve, Milton Cheney would not choose inaction. After all, if he actively stimulated the Jade Spirit, the speed of cultivation could be faster. Since he had nothing else to do, cultivation was his course of action. If nothing unexpected happened, Milton Cheney would spend his time in bitter cultivation. Time passed unhurriedly, and 20,000 years vanished in a flash. Within the core region of the burning domain, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation session. Sensing the changes within himself, a slight movement arose in Milton Cheney's heart. The first realm breakthrough doesn't seem to be far off. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Now, his realm was clearly at the limit of the first stage. 20,000 years to reach this point was actually quite quick. This sensation was not just evident from physical changes, but he had also recently begun to sense an imminent limit. Of course, this limit was not the ultimate one. This limit denoted that his realm was on the cusp of a breakthrough. This breakthrough would surely be a transformation, of which Milton Cheney was utterly certain. In the next moment, Milton Cheney was startled. For he suddenly felt an abnormal movement from the light and dark token deep within his soul. This was the first time such a thing had happened. A flurry of thoughts surged in Milton Cheney's mind, but he temporarily pushed them aside. The core region of the burning domain was inhabited only by him. The White Robe Elder was not around him. However, Milton Cheney did not experience any particular emotions. A moment later, as the light and dark order ceased its movement, a strand of unfamiliar memory emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. Inheritance of life. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. This segment of memory was labeled as memory, but it really seemed more like a legacy. On the eve of his breakthrough, Milton had unlocked the legacy of the light and dark order. However, it was just the beginning, and at this time, Milton was still unclear about what exactly it represented. Milton suppressed the miscellaneous thoughts in his heart. Although he was unclear at this moment, it did not mean that he would not understand it later. There was still plenty of time, and now was not the moment to contemplate too much. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years had gone by. During this period, Milton had been engaged in cultivation. He could clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to his first breakthrough. Suddenly, something stirred in Milton's heart. The Jade Spirit deep within his soul seemed to come to life. The realm breakthrough began. At that moment, Milton felt an unprecedented sense of ease. After the realm breakthrough started, Milton could clearly feel his body growing stronger. Not only was his body getting stronger, the Jade Spirit within his soul seemed to become more vivid and animated as well. Time slowly elapsed, and the breakthrough of Milton's realm was still slowly progressing. At this point, he was in the core region of the burning domain. Therefore, naturally, no one would come to disturb his breakthrough. Of course, even if someone did come to disturb him at this moment, Milton would not panic. After all, a realm breakthrough didn't mean that he was completely defenseless. During this process, Milton could unleash the power he had retained from reality. As time went by, the realm breakthrough gradually came to an end, and Milton's body began to visibly grow stronger at an astonishing speed. Time flowed neither too fast nor too slow. In the moment of the realm breakthrough, Milton could sense all the changes outside. Not just the changes in his body. He could clearly sense the changes in his soul as well. Milton could also distinctly perceive the flow of time. In an instant, 3 months had passed. Milton could sense that the jade spirit born from his soul had once again calmed down, and his body was no longer growing in strength. This also meant that his realm breakthrough had come to an end at this moment. Now, Milton was a genuine second-stage jade spirit cultivator. After everything settled, there was a slight stir within Milton's heart. The next moment, Milton sensed the changes in his jade spirit after the breakthrough. After the realm breakthrough, the jade spirit that I've built seems to have become even stronger. After the second stage, I can construct a second jade spirit within my consciousness. Indeed, this method of cultivation seems to offer faster improvements as one reaches the later stages. After perceiving the changes, Milton felt a slight sense of wonder. It had to be said that this realm breakthrough had made Milton understand a lot of things. Due to the differences in cultivation methods, the enhancements between different realms were also different. Now, he was much stronger than before he had broken through. The next moment, Milton began to mobilize the power that symbolized the second stage jade spirit. But before Milton could mobilize the power, the light and dark order deep within his consciousness moved slightly again. Just then, a strange new memory suddenly emerged within Milton's consciousness. This memory appeared very abruptly. However, after the slight stir from the light and dark order, Milton was already prepared for inheriting new memories. Indeed, just as he had anticipated earlier. After this strange memory emerged, Milton digested the memory. In an instant, Milton came to understand a lot. This time, the memory brought by the light and dark order was once again related to the inheritance of life. But compared to the previous fragmented memories, this time the memory was very detailed. The detailed content of the memory was somewhat beyond Milton's expectations. P.S. Thank you for following, thank you for your monthly tickets, love you guys mwah. Chapter 842. This memory allowed Milton Cheney to clearly understand the significance of the Chosen One. However, at this moment, he had no use for this memory. After all, his current realm was too low. A second stage realm was not considered strong in this world. At this time, Milton Cheney, who was only at the second stage realm, could not use the light and dark order. Of course, the fact that he was now at the second stage realm did not mean he would always remain at this level. That was impossible. After all, Milton Cheney was very familiar with cultivating in this world. The second stage realm was definitely not the limit he could reach in this world. It was just the beginning. In Milton Cheney's calculations, he even had the chance to cultivate to a realm in this reincarnation simulation that he had never reached in reality, which was the 10th stage realm. The premise was that no accidents could occur in the process. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking further. With a slight intent in his mind, he began to attempt constructing the second stage jade spirit in his consciousness. After the realm breakthrough, Milton Cheney could construct the second jade spirit within his consciousness, which would make his future cultivation speed faster. Of course, compared to when he had first constructed the jade spirit in his consciousness. Constructing the second jade spirit was more difficult and time-consuming. But for Milton Cheney, this was not particularly difficult, and the time spent was not particularly long. After all, he had been through many experiences that were much more difficult than this. In comparison, this was nothing. Time slowly passed. In the depths of Milton Cheney's consciousness, the second jade spirit was successfully constructed by him. In total, it took him thousands of years, which was not a very long time, but one must know that this was only the time to construct the jade spirit, not the time for Milton Cheney's cultivation. During this time, Milton Cheney was not cultivating. This also meant that his realm had not improved at all. Of course, spending thousands of years was not a big deal for Milton Cheney. After his breakthrough to the second stage realm, his longevity also increased a lot. At this point, he had at least 300,000 years of longevity. Although he could not compare to his real self, one must know that his real self was at the 9th stage limit of his realm. And in this reincarnation simulation, he was merely at the 2nd stage realm. When Milton Cheney had been at the 2nd stage realm in reality, his longevity was not even 1,000 years. This comparison sufficed to show the lengthy longevity of his current state. The lengthy limit of longevity allowed Milton Cheney to easily cultivate to a higher realm before his ultimate demise. "I can continue to cultivate," Milton Cheney muttered to himself. At this point, his preparations were all ready. What he needed to do next was to continue cultivating. The 2 jade spirits deep within his soul would make his cultivation speed very fast. In Milton Cheney's calculations, he might need only 500 million years to easily reach the 3rd stage jade spirit cultivator's realm. Of course, this was just Milton Cheney's speculation. Whether it was really the case would only be confirmed when he actually cultivated to the 3rd stage realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney decisively entered the state of cultivation. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had swiftly flown by. Within the core region of the burning domain, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. He voluntarily stopped this round of cultivation. 30,000 years was not a very long time for Milton Cheney, but it was a lengthy time for his body. Continuously cultivating for 30,000 years was already the limit for this body. Cultivation requires alternating tension and relaxation, especially since Milton Cheney was cultivating the Jade Spirit technique. At this moment, Milton Cheney no longer actively cultivated. His realm was still some distance away from the 2nd stage limit, and the remaining distance did not require his active cultivation. As time passed, at the slowest, he would reach the 2nd stage limit within 40,000 years. Milton Cheney, sensing the improvement in his realm, had a slight stirring in his heart. 40,000 years is not a long time. Next, I will focus on deciphering the light and dark order, Milton Cheney said to himself. Now, it had been just 30,000 years since his realm breakthrough. His cultivation speed, which was already quite fast, he thought. After all, cultivating a realm was not just about strengthening the body, but strengthening in many aspects. At this point, Milton Cheney was not far from the 2nd stage limit. Therefore, he did not need to spend more time actively entering the state of cultivation. The 2 jade spirits deep within his soul would take care of everything. In the time that followed, Milton Cheney only needed to decipher the light and dark order while his realm improved. After all, once his realm became strong in the future, the light and dark order would provide him with a lot of help. Currently the light and dark order had no use, but that didn't mean it would be the same in the future. At this time, Milton Cheney was already considering the future. Time slowly passed, and in an instant, another 30,000 years went by. Even without actively entering the state of cultivation, Milton Cheney could clearly sense that his realm had once again reached its limit. Breaking through to the 3rd stage realm is now within reach, Milton Cheney said to himself, sensing the 2 jade spirits in his consciousness becoming more active. Currently, his realm had reached the limit of a 2nd stage jade spirit cultivator. Chapter 843. Milton Cheney had only spent a total of 60,000 years to cultivate to this extent. It could absolutely be considered a very fast cultivation speed. At this moment, Milton felt a very comfortable sensation. This breakthrough was undoubtedly going to be far more helpful to Milton than the last one. This also meant that after the breakthrough, Milton would become even stronger. However, Milton was not in a hurry to make the breakthrough at this time. After all, in the 30,000 years that had passed, he had not only reached the limit of a 2nd stage jade spirit cultivator. In the deduction of the light and dark order, he had also made impressive gains. Although it wasn't of much use to him at the moment, the simultaneous progress meant the future him would have an easier time. At this moment, Milton perceived a disturbance in the light and dark token deep within his soul. This was not the first occurrence in the past 30,000 years. Therefore, Milton did not feel the slightest bit of surprise. At this moment, many thoughts were born in Milton's mind, but he temporarily suppressed them all. A moment later, the light and dark order ceased moving, and a segment of unfamiliar memory appeared in Milton's mind. Indeed, it's another memory about inheritance, Milton muttered to himself. Compared to before, the memories that emerged in his mind this time were similar, yet entirely different. Since these memories were of no help to him at the time, Milton simply digested the memories and stopped thinking about them. Milton could clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to his first breakthrough. What was most important to him now was the breakthrough of his realm, not the memories inherited from the light and dark order. Those would only be of help to him after his realm had advanced. Time slowly passed, and although not much time had elapsed, at one point, Milton's heart stirred. At that moment, the two jade spirits within the depths of his soul quieted down from their active state. But after a short while, the two jade spirits became lively once again. This signified the start of Milton's second realm breakthrough since his reincarnation into this world. With the onset of the realm breakthrough, Milton could distinctly feel his body gradually becoming stronger. It wasn't just his body that was becoming more powerful, the advancement of his realm came with an all-round enhancement. At this time, the two jade spirits within his soul also completely revived. The ascent of his realm greatly benefited the jade spirits. After all, the core of the jade spirit technique was the jade spirits constructed by Milton. Time slowly flowed, and Milton's realm breakthrough was still slowly progressing. At this moment, he was in the core area of the burning domain and would not be disturbed by others during his breakthrough. The breakthrough of a realm also required time. But when compared to the lengthy time consumed by cultivation, this period hardly counted for anything. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Milton could sense that the jade spirits deep within his soul had quieted down. His body was no longer continuing to grow stronger. The jade spirits no longer bustled about. This meant that his realm breakthrough had come to an end at this moment. Milton was now a genuine third-stage jade spirit cultivator. After everything had settled down, Milton's heart moved slightly. In the next moment, Milton began to perceive the changes in his jade spirits after the breakthrough. The third-stage realm is indeed much stronger than the second-stage realm. After this breakthrough, continuing to advance won't be so simple. Constructing the third jade spirit in consciousness will take an extremely long time. Milton muttered to himself. This realm breakthrough was indeed very helpful to Milton. Cultivating the jade spirit technique might be effortless, but that doesn't mean that the realm cultivated by the jade spirit technique is weak. It's not like that at all. On the contrary, this cultivation method is very powerful. Milton now was much stronger compared to before the breakthrough. In the next moment, Milton began to mobilize the power that represented the third stage jade spirit. Just as he had anticipated, the third stage jade spirit realm signified a significant increase in his strength. However, this is true for him inside the reincarnation simulation. Of course, if he could carry the third stage realm back to reality, then it wouldn't be of much help to Milton. In reality, his realm was much higher than just the third stage. Of course, the fact that he was at the third stage now did not mean he would remain there forever. After this breakthrough, Milton Cheney's longevity limit was once again raised a bit. Previously, his longevity limit was only 300,000 years, but now it had reached 1,000,000 years. For Milton Cheney, this period was no longer considered short. Without a doubt, within these 1,000,000 years, Milton Cheney would undoubtedly continue his cultivation. The third stage realm was only a beginning, as his goal in this reincarnation simulation was to reach the 9th or even the 10th stage realm. Thus, there would be not a hint of slackness in Milton Cheney. In the next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he began to construct the third jade spirit in his consciousness. After this realm breakthrough, Milton Cheney could now construct the third jade spirit in his consciousness. This would make his subsequent cultivation speed a bit faster. Similarly, compared to constructing the first two jade spirits in his consciousness, constructing the third jade spirit would take a bit longer. It might even take tens of thousands of years. This period already constituted 1% of Milton Cheney's longevity limit. Not constructing it was not an option, so naturally, Milton Cheney would not hesitate. After all, spending tens of thousands of years would save him hundreds of thousands of years later, which was certainly worthwhile. Time slowly passed. Once he began constructing the jade spirit, Milton Cheney no longer perceived the outside world. As time went by, the third jade spirit was successfully constructed by Milton Cheney. Just as he had predicted. This had taken him 12,000 years. During this time, Milton Cheney was focused on constructing the third jade spirit, as it was extremely important to him. His realm had not improved. But Milton Cheney was not concerned, for he had plenty of time to cultivate later on. Just 10,000 years, Milton Cheney could afford it. Time to continue entering the state of cultivation. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Now that the third jade spirit was constructed, Milton Cheney would undoubtedly continue his cultivation. With the aid of 3 jade spirits, the speed of active cultivation would be quite fast. However, by this time, he was already at the third stage realm. So even if his cultivation speed was not slow, he still could not break through again in a short period of time. After all, he had only just broken through to the third stage not long ago. Fortunately, Milton Cheney was patient. It did not matter that he was currently at the third stage realm, even if he were at the ninth stage realm, as long as he had not reached the limit of his realm, Milton Cheney would not slacken his cultivation. After all, the realm in the reincarnation simulation would be perfectly carried over to reality. Even though Milton Cheney was cultivating in the reincarnation simulation at the moment, it was no different from cultivating in reality. With that in mind, Milton Cheney stopped thinking further and once again entered the state of cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed in the reincarnation world. This was also the first time Milton Cheney had cultivated uninterrupted for such a long time in this world. Although 20,000 years was not considered long for Milton Cheney, his current realm was after all that of just a third-stage cultivator. As Milton Cheney's realm advanced, the duration of his continuous cultivation would also become longer. 20,000 years had passed. But Milton Cheney was still far from the limit of the third stage. There was still about half the distance to go. If he did not actively cultivate, he might even reach the breakthrough on the verge of his longevity limit, leaving no margin for error at all. Milton Cheney would not allow such a situation to happen. After sensing for a moment, Milton Cheney once again entered the state of cultivation. P.S. Thank you for the follow, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you, mwah. Chapter 844. Cultivation knows no years. After Milton Cheney entered the state of cultivation, he would not actively perceive the passage of time. He also did not care about how much time had actually passed. But time did not stop flowing just because he did not perceive it. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years went by. During these 300,000 years, Milton Cheney had always been cultivating in the core area of the burning domain using the Jade Spirit cultivation method. Actively cultivating the Jade Spirit technique meant that Milton Cheney's progress was very rapid. After all, this cultivation method could improve one's realm passively, so actively cultivating it would naturally lead to an even faster improvement. To Milton Cheney, 300,000 years was not considered a very long period of time. But this period was enough for him to cultivate to the limit of the third stage Jade Spirit. Indeed, at this point, Milton Cheney's realm was already on the verge of breakthrough. However, Cheney did not attempt a breakthrough at that moment. After all, he still had an abundance of remaining lifespan, and solidifying his foundation was undoubtedly vital to him. In his previous breakthroughs, Cheney had never been in a hurry. So, he remained unhurried now. Only by perfecting my foundation can I truly advance to the fourth level realm, Cheney murmured to himself at that moment. Although his cultivation had reached the limit realm, this was only the conventional limit. He was still able to continue improving. It was only when he perfected the third stage Jade Spirit realm that Cheney would choose to break through. This was in fact preparation for the higher levels of cultivation he would face in the future. The stronger his foundation now, the easier it would be to overcome the bottlenecks of future realms. Next, what Cheney needed to do was refine his foundation. The three Jade Spirits deep within his soul not only made his cultivation speed very fast but also made it easy for him to work on his foundation. This was why Cheney had made such a choice. If refining his foundation took time disproportionate to the gains, then he would not have made this choice. Milton Cheney had a clear plan for his path of cultivation in this reincarnation simulation. It was a habit developed from his countless previous reincarnation simulation experiences. Because only if he became stronger in the reincarnation simulation, could his real self inherit even more powerful strength. According to Cheney's estimations, it would take a minimum of 50,000 years to perfect the third stage foundation. For Cheney at that time, 50,000 years was not significant. However, if he wished to go back and refine his foundation in the future, the time required would be far more than 50,000 years. The next moment, without hesitation, Cheney decisively began to refine his foundation. Time slowly slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 60,000 years had passed. In the core area of the burning domain, Milton Cheney, who sat cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. 60,000 years had passed, and by then he had refined his realm to perfection. One could say that he had reached the true limit of the third stage. To advance further, there was only one method to break through the third stage realm. It had taken nearly 600,000 years for Cheney to progress from the initial breakthrough of the third stage to the perfect limit of the third stage. This time was not very long for Cheney. But for his current body, it was an extensive period of time. After all, the longevity limit of his body was only 1 million years. At that moment, Cheney stopped further refining the Jade Spirit technique. He was ready for his third breakthrough since reincarnating into this world. He was now very close to the fourth stage realm, and as soon as he completed the breakthrough, he would become a fourth stage Jade Spirit cultivator. The transition from the third stage to the fourth stage could be described as a significant leap for any cultivation method. However, before making the leap from the third stage to the fourth stage, Cheney still had to complete the analysis of the light and dark order. Fortunately, this would not take much time. Analyzing the light and dark order will take only 20,000 years, my lifespan is more than enough to synchronize the deduction of the order with my realm, Cheney thought to himself. This was also a decision he had made after reflection. After all, his cultivation speed was not slow, and the consumption of these 20,000 years was bearable for him. Of course, this was also true because the benefits outweighed the costs. The light and dark order would provide great assistance once his realm became more powerful in the future. If the light and dark order were useless, then Cheney would certainly not waste any time on it. The next moment, with resolve, Cheney began deciphering the light and dark order within his consciousness. Time slowly slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed. At a certain moment, Cheney suddenly opened his eyes. Because at that moment, a strange memory was born in his mind. Undoubtedly, this memory was the legacy transmitted to him by the light and dark order. The light and dark order has been fully analyzed, now I can prepare for my realm's breakthrough. As someone who has reached the limit of the third stage, my breakthrough will surely proceed smoothly. Cheney spoke to himself, deciding what to do next. The next moment, he began to perceive the three jade spirits within his consciousness. At this time, these three jade spirits were starting to move from a static state to an active one. Chapter 845. For Milton Cheney, this was the indication that his realm was about to break through. This breakthrough would no doubt be of tremendous help to Milton Cheney. Although Milton had not yet broken through, he was certain of this. After all, sometimes outcomes can be known without actually occurring. On the eve of the breakthrough, Milton could clearly sense the light and dark order within the depths of his soul stirring once again. But this was all too normal. Because every time he was about to make a realm breakthrough, the light and dark order would react. Fortunately, this would not have any negative effects on him. Therefore, there was not the slightest hint of surprise in Milton's heart. The next moment, Milton began to mobilize the three jade spirits within his consciousness. As the jade spirits became active, Milton could also clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to this breakthrough. The realm breakthrough was the most important thing for Milton Cheney. Even though after the successful breakthrough, he would only be at the fourth level realm. Although not high, this was still a genuine advancement in realm, a real increase in strength. Time slowly passed by. Several days almost blinked away in an instant. The three jade spirits deep within his soul were active during this period. This meant that since Milton's reincarnation to this world, he was about to complete the third realm breakthrough. The realm of a fourth stage jade spirit cultivator was now within reach. The realm breakthrough began. The process was smooth, without any unexpected events. After all, Milton was in the core region of the burning domain. In this not-so-competitive world, this was a very safe place. So naturally, there wouldn't be any unforeseen events. Furthermore, even if something unexpected did occur, Milton would have nothing to fear. As time passed, the three jade spirits in Milton's consciousness became stronger and stronger. It wasn't just his jade spirits that got stronger. The advancement in realm came with an all-round improvement. However, since the core of the jade spirit cultivation method was the jade spirits, the most evident change during the realm breakthrough was also related to the jade spirits. Several months passed by in the blink of an eye. Milton's realm breakthrough continued to be steady. During these months, Milton could clearly sense his strength continuously increasing. The form of becoming stronger was progressive, not instantly becoming extremely powerful. Of course, this was because Milton had not yet completed the realm breakthrough. When he ultimately completed the realm breakthrough, his power would also instantly make a leap in strength. But the realm breakthrough also required time. Several months were not enough for Milton to complete the breakthrough. From third stage to fourth stage. At the fastest, it would also take decades of time. During this time, Milton had to ensure no accidents occurred. Otherwise, his efforts might be in vain. Fortunately, Milton was not worried about this. Next, Milton cast aside the stray thoughts in his heart and began to focus on the realm breakthrough. Once focused on the breakthrough, time flew by quickly. Of course, Milton did not deliberately sense the passage of time. Even though he did not sense it, Milton still knew how much time had elapsed. 30 years. He had continually been in a state of breakthrough during this time. However, at this moment, Milton deliberately paused. After all, at this moment, he had clearly sensed that the breakthrough was about to end. His body was no longer getting stronger. This meant that his realm breakthrough was about to be successful. Once he completed the final leap, Milton would become a genuine fourth-stage Jade Spirit cultivator. This step could not hold back Milton. A moment later, Milton clearly sensed that the Jade Spirits within his consciousness stopped being active. He had completed the final leap in his realm. After everything settled, a slight movement went through Milton's heart. The next moment, Milton began to perceive the changes in his Jade Spirit after the breakthrough. The fourth-level realm is much stronger than the third-stage realm, just as I had expected, Milton thought. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This was actually the experience he gained from practicing many cultivation methods before. Although in reality, he only practiced wizard immortal cultivation. He had cultivated various methods during different reincarnation simulations. This breakthrough in his realm was a great help to Milton. After all, it was a leap across a great realm. Milton tried to mobilize the power represented by the fourth-stage Jade Spirit. After reaching the fourth-stage Jade Spirit realm, his strength had greatly increased. Not only that, but with this breakthrough, Milton's longevity limit had also been raised once again. Previously, his limit had been a mere 1 million years. But now, his limit had reached 7 million years. This was nearly 10 million years worth of longevity. For Milton, it was a vast expanse of time indeed. Bear in mind, at this time, he was only at the fourth-stage realm. He would continue to ascend after this. The fourth-stage realm was just the beginning. It was not impossible for him to reach the 10th-stage realm in this reincarnation simulation. Of course, that would probably take a very long time. At this moment, thinking these things didn't mean much to Milton, it was merely wishful thinking. The next moment, Milton stopped pondering. After completing the realm breakthrough, Milton could now build the fourth Jade Spirit in his consciousness. This would make his cultivation speed even faster in the future. Similarly, compared to building the first 3 Jade Spirits in his consciousness, building the fourth Jade Spirit would take even longer. Tens of thousands of years might not be sufficient. To construct the fourth Jade Spirit, Milton estimated that it would take at least 300,000 years. Yes, 10 times more time than before. The next moment, Milton stopped wasting time. He began to construct the fourth Jade Spirit within his consciousness. At this time, Milton no longer perceived the changes in the outside world but focused on constructing the Jade Spirit. After all, this could save some time. Time slips away like sand, as time flies. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years passed. With the passage of time, Milton had successfully constructed the fourth Jade Spirit. The 300,000 years were spent purely on constructing the Jade Spirit. Milton hadn't yet started his cultivation after the fourth stage. Fortunately, it was a success now. He could also continue entering the state of cultivation. With the 4 Jade Spirits bolstering him, Milton's speed of cultivation was undoubtedly very fast. This is where the advantage of the Jade Spirit technique lies, becoming more apparent as one progresses. Thinking this, Milton no longer dwelled on it. Milton once again willingly entered the state of cultivation. At the same time, the 4 Jade Spirits within the depths of his consciousness also entered the state of cultivation. Time doesn't stop for any reason. It was no surprise to Milton. Even though he was the chosen one, time would not yield for him. A million years passed by. During this time, Milton's consciousness was in an active state of cultivation. To Milton, a million years of cultivation was nothing. After all, in his many reincarnation simulations, he had experiences of cultivating for hundreds of millions of years at a time. The speed of realm enhancement has gradually slowed down. This also means that I am getting closer to the 5th stage Jade Spirit realm. At this moment, Milton, who had voluntarily stopped his cultivation, spoke to himself. If the road from 4th to the 5th stage was to be visualized, then at this point, Milton had already traveled 60% of the distance. This was an extremely fast pace of cultivation. Fortunately, Milton had anticipated this, so he wasn't surprised. After sensing the progress of his cultivation, Milton once again voluntarily resumed. At this time, he didn't want to waste a single moment, bitter cultivation was his best choice now. P.S. Thank you for following the story, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 846. Time slowly trickled by, as Milton Cheney, immersed in his bitter cultivation state, disregarded the passage of time. After all, how much time had elapsed had become of little significance to him by now. As long as he hadn't reached the limit of the fourth stage realm, he would remain in the state of cultivation. The passing of time precisely confirmed this. Since Milton entered the state of cultivation, a lengthy period had already passed. Even without deliberately sensing the passage of time, he could clearly know just how many years had slipped by. Another 1,000,000 years had gone by. During these 1,000,000 years, Milton had been diligently cultivating in the core region of the burning domain. After all, for Milton at this time, advancing his realm was of utmost importance, and bitter cultivation of the jade spirit cultivation method could be said to be the best means to enhance his realm. Although he could slowly improve his realm even without bitter cultivation, the pace would be somewhat too slow. Active cultivation would increase the speed of realm advancement by a bit more. This was also the reason why Milton chose to do so. From his initial entry as a fourth stage jade spirit cultivator to now, 2,000,000 years had passed. This duration was not considered extremely long for Milton. But it wasn't short either. The enhancement from bitter cultivation was remarkably substantial. Now that Milton had awakened from the bitter cultivation state, it meant that he had cultivated to the limit of a fourth stage jade spirit cultivator. Indeed, Milton's realm was now at the brink of a breakthrough. As before, Milton did not choose to break through at this moment. After all, although his realm had reached its limit, his foundation was not yet perfectly polished. In the phase of a fourth stage jade spirit cultivator, polishing the foundation remained crucial. After the breakthrough to the fourth level realm, Milton's longevity limit had greatly increased. So, at this time, Milton still had an abundance of remaining longevity. The time needed to polish the foundation was more than manageable with Milton's longevity. So he was not in a hurry. After all, he had never hurried with his previous breakthroughs, so Milton was not anxious now either. To polish the foundation to perfection within the fourth level realm might also require hundreds of thousands of years. Fortunately, after the enhancement of the longevity limit, this duration is not considered long for me. Milton mused to himself. Although he had now cultivated to the limit of the realm, this was only the conventional sense of the limit. Just like the situation he faced at the third stage, Milton's choice was to polish his foundation after reaching the limit of the realm. Whether or not this was necessary for others, Milton was not sure, but for himself, it was very necessary. After all, his pursuit was not merely the lower realms but the 9th and even 10th stage realms. If he could continue to improve, then he would do so. Milton would not make any other choice. Unless doing so held no benefits for his future self. After perfectly polishing the foundation of the fourth stage jade spirit realm, Milton would then choose to break through to the fifth stage realm. After all, Milton also had to make ample preparations for his future self. The stronger the foundation in the lower realms, the greater the benefits for his future self in the higher realms. So, the next thing Milton needed to do was to continue polishing the foundation. The 4 jade spirits deep within his soul not only made his cultivation speed very fast, but also enabled him to polish his foundation without taking an especially long time. During his third stage realm, polishing the foundation had taken tens of thousands of years. But now that he was at the fourth stage realm, even with the help of the 4 jade spirits, perfecting the foundation would still require hundreds of thousands of years. This duration wasn't considered long, and it was extremely worthwhile. If the time consumed in polishing the foundation was disproportionate to his gains, then Milton would not choose to continue polishing his foundation at this moment. The next moment, Milton, no longer hesitating, began the foundation polishing of the fourth level realm. Time slowly flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 200,000 years passed. Milton slowly opened his eyes. By now, he had voluntarily ended the polishing of the foundation. The reason was simple, he had already polished his realm to perfection. At this point, he was truly at the limit of the fourth stage realm. To continue to advance, Milton needed to break through the bottleneck. This was not difficult for him. After all, his foundation was now perfectly polished. With this as a premise, he could certainly complete the final breakthrough step with ease. The path from a 4th stage Jade Spirit cultivator to a 5th stage Jade Spirit cultivator was not a particularly difficult bottleneck for Milton to break through. He had reincarnated into this world and cultivated up to this point, using only a few million years of longevity. This reincarnation simulation, compared to previous simulations, was not considered a particularly lengthy experience. So it was just the beginning. Milton was no longer continuing to polish the foundation, as further polishing would not yield any more improvement. He was already in a perfect 4th stage state. He could fully prepare to break through to the 5th stage realm. At this time, he was very close to the 5th stage realm. Compared to the breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th stage, the leap from the 4th to the 5th stage was undeniably more significant. Of course, before completing the breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th stage, Milton still wanted to finish deciphering the light and dark order in parallel. Chapter 847. This was something he would always do before each breakthrough. After all, the analysis of the light and dark order would provide plenty of help for his future self. Analyzing the light and dark order did not take Milton Cheney too much time. Even hundreds of thousands of years were not needed. Tens of thousands of years were more than enough. For Milton Cheney, such a length of time was but the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was still far from reaching his longevity limit. Therefore, he could confidently analyze the light and dark order within his soul. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to analyze the light and dark order within his consciousness. The passage of time had become insignificant. 80,000 years passed in almost an instant. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Strange memories emerged in his mind. The memory legacy brought by the light and dark order surged like a torrent into the river of his memories. Compared to the memories he had obtained from analyzing the light and dark order before, this time the memories were quite substantial. However, to him, they still were not of much use. After all, his realm was still too low. There were some memories within the memory legacy that he could not truly understand yet. Fortunately, the light and dark order was now fully analyzed. At this time, Milton Cheney could begin his realm breakthrough. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred, and he mobilized the 4 strands of Jade Spirit within his consciousness. These 4 strands of Jade Spirit, drawn by Milton Cheney, became active from their static state. For Milton Cheney, this was a sign that his realm was about to break through. This breakthrough would undoubtedly bring tremendous help to Milton Cheney. After all, it was a leap across a great realm. Time slowly slipped by. Milton Cheney could clearly sense that the light and dark order deep within his soul had started to stir once again. This would occur every time he was on the verge of a realm breakthrough. So, Milton Cheney was not concerned. As time flowed on, Milton Cheney no longer actively mobilized the Jade Spirit within his consciousness. Yet even so, the Jade Spirits within his consciousness remained in an active state. After all, the realm breakthrough could not be interrupted. At this moment, Milton Cheney was in the midst of this process. The realm breakthrough was the most important for Milton Cheney. As years passed, Milton Cheney was about to complete this breakthrough. The 5th stage realm of a Jade Spirit cultivator was now within close reach. The 4 strands of Jade Spirit within Milton Cheney's consciousness grew stronger. This also meant that the breakthrough was progressing smoothly. Milton Cheney was not worried about any unexpected occurrences. This was not his first time achieving a realm breakthrough in this world. If there were any unexpected occurrences, they would have happened before, not wait until now. Advancement in realm came with an all-around enhancement. So it wasn't just that the Jade Spirit became stronger. During the breakthrough process, Milton Cheney could sense that his physical body had also grown much stronger. As time went on, Milton Cheney's breakthrough gradually came to an end. However, reaching the final step of the breakthrough did require a substantial amount of time. Of course, this was not a concern for Milton Cheney. After all, it was only a matter of a few hundred years. The next moment, Milton Cheney cast aside all distractions in his mind. Milton Cheney did not deliberately sense the passage of time. But even so, time still passed slowly. Time flew by, and several hundred years vanished in a flash. During these 100 years, Milton Cheney was in a continual state of breakthrough. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney suddenly came to a halt. Because at this moment, Milton Cheney sensed that his breakthrough was about to come to an end. The reason was simple. It was that he was no longer advancing. If he was in the midst of a breakthrough, such a situation would not occur. The only reason for this situation was that his realm breakthrough was about to conclude. As long as he could complete the final leap, then, he could become a genuine 5th stage Jade Spirit cultivator. This final leap posed no difficulty for Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney easily completed the final leap. Once everything had settled, a slight movement stirred in Milton's heart. At this moment, he had already made a breakthrough to the 5th stage realm. The next instant, Milton began to sense the changes in his Jade Spirit after the breakthrough. The 5th stage realm is indeed different from the 4th stage realm. The leap across a great realm has brought me tremendous help. Milton felt a slight sense of amazement in his heart. No matter what he had experienced before, he always felt a reassuring sense after each realm breakthrough. This realm breakthrough was of great help to Milton. It could be said that he was dozens of times stronger than before. It could be said that this was the greatest improvement since Milton's reincarnation into this world. Keep in mind that he was just at the 5th stage realm at this time. He was still far from reaching the limit of what he could cultivate in this world. In this world, he could at the very least cultivate to the 9th stage realm. Of course, if luck was on his side, the 10th stage was not impossible. So after feeling sentimental, Milton concealed the emotions in his heart. After the realm breakthrough, Milton had become much stronger, not just in a simple way. His longevity limit had also greatly increased. Before, his longevity limit was 7 million years. But now, his longevity limit had reached 30 million years. 30 million years was an extremely long time for Milton. After all, the real him hadn't even achieved the 9th stage realm before several 100 million years had passed. The next moment, Milton no longer dwelt on it. After completing his realm breakthrough, Milton could once again start constructing a new Jade Spirit within his consciousness. However, constructing the 5th Jade Spirit would inevitably take a very long time. A few 100,000 years might not be enough. Milton couldn't perceive exactly how long it would take. But it would take at least 1,000,000 years. Lucky for him, he had already made a breakthrough in his realm, or he wouldn't have been sure if his lifespan would suffice. Compared to his tens of millions of years of longevity, 1,000,000 years was nothing. The next instant, Milton began to attempt constructing a new Jade Spirit in his consciousness. Time, like sand slipping through one's fingers, cannot be grasped. 1,000,000 years feels long, yet also fleeting. At least for Milton, 1,000,000 years was not lengthy, even for him during the simulation. After this 1,000,000 years had passed, Milton had successfully constructed the 5th Jade Spirit. Of course, this was only the time spent purely on constructing the Jade Spirit. After breaking through to the 5th stage, Milton focused on constructing a new Jade Spirit within his consciousness. Even so, his realm had significantly improved. Throughout the process of constructing the Jade Spirit, Milton was also passively cultivating. It's just that the pace of cultivation was not as fast as when he was actively cultivating. But now that he had 5 Jade Spirits in his consciousness, if he were to actively cultivate again, his cultivation speed would be extremely fast. This is the advantage of the Jade Spirit technique. It might not have been obvious before, but after the 5th stage, it would become more and more apparent. Without any hesitation, after constructing the Jade Spirit, Milton entered into a state of cultivation. In cultivation, there are no years. This saying can be realized in any world. For Milton, each session of cultivation lasted millions of years at the least. The speed of realm improvement is indeed very fast. With the blessing of 5 Jade Spirits, the improvement in realm during active cultivation is too obvious. Perhaps I don't need tens of millions of years, just a few million years will suffice to prepare for the next breakthrough. Milton muttered to himself. At this point, only 1,300,000 years had passed since he entered the cultivation state. But his realm had already improved significantly. The speed of cultivation was fast, something Milton could clearly sense. This rate of improvement was surprising even to Milton. After all, he was already at the 5th stage realm, not at the 3rd or 4th stage realm. Theoretically, the higher the realm, the slower the speed of cultivation should be. P.S. Thank you for the follow, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 848. However, for the Jade Spirit cultivation method that Milton Cheney was practicing, the further he progressed, the faster his cultivation time became. Although one's realm tends to slow down substantially after reaching high levels, the 5 Jade Spirits within his consciousness would bridge these gaps. At this moment, Milton Cheney had once again entered into a state of bitter cultivation. After all, actively cultivating would accelerate his improvement, and the time saved could allow his future self to possibly cultivate to even higher realms. In the midst of bitter cultivation, time passed extremely quickly. Once he entered the cultivation state, Milton Cheney would not actively sense the passing of time. After all, he did not care how much time had actually passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 million years had gone by. During these 4 million years, Milton Cheney had been in a state of bitter cultivation, unconcerned with the affairs of the outside world. This period of time was not short. At least for Milton Cheney, the enhancements brought by these 400 years of bitter cultivation were extremely substantial. After this passage of time, Milton Cheney's realm had logically reached the limit of the fifth stage, which immortal. His realm was, once again, on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as before, Milton Cheney did not plan to break through at this very moment. After all, he still had plenty of longevity left. After breaking through to the fifth stage Jade Spirit realm, his longevity limit had skyrocketed to 30 million years. And from his time cultivating in the fifth stage realm to his current level, Milton Cheney had only spent 5 million years. The remaining longevity was more than enough to support him in polishing his foundation to the limit of the fifth stage realm. This was a step Milton Cheney was no stranger to. After all, he had already completed this step during his ascent through the third and fourth level realms. Before reaching the fifth stage realm, Milton Cheney's foundation had always been perfect. This was also because having a strong foundation was important. Otherwise, Milton Cheney would not take the time to polish his foundation. Because his longevity was abundant, he was in no hurry at this time. After the fifth stage realm, polishing the foundation to its limit will take much more time than before. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Fortunately, he had the 5 jade spirits within his consciousness. It was precisely because of these 5 jade spirits that his foundation polishing was not too difficult. Of course, even with the help of the jade spirits, perfecting the foundation during the fifth stage realm still required a significant amount of time. At least 1 million years were needed. Milton Cheney could completely withstand this period. After all, his longevity limit was as much as 30 million years at this time. Now was the best opportunity to perfect his foundation. His realm was only at the fifth stage after all. If in the future he were to break through to the ninth stage and his foundation was not perfect, trying to complete it then would take much more than just a few million years. Even tens of millions of years might not suffice. While polishing his foundation, Milton Cheney ignored the outside world. Of course, this did not mean he was unaware of the passing of time. He was very clear about how much time had passed. The step of polishing his foundation took a total of 1,600,000 years. At this moment, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. His realm had been polished to perfection. He had successfully stepped into the limit of the fifth stage realm. Next, Milton Cheney could choose to break through the fifth stage realm and glimpse the scenery of the sixth stage Jade Spirit realm. If he chose to break through this time, it would be the fifth breakthrough he had completed since his reincarnation in this world. It must be said that time passes quickly. It seems like just a moment ago he had just reincarnated into this world, and the next moment, he had reached such a realm. At this time, he was very close to the sixth stage realm. However, before completing the breakthrough from the fifth to the sixth stage, Milton Cheney still needed to continue deciphering the light and dark order. Fortunately, this would not take too much of his time. Deciphering the light and dark order is not difficult for me, especially after reaching the fifth stage, it's relatively easy. Perhaps 100,000 years will be enough. Milton Cheney guessed in his heart. He couldn't calculate exactly how long it would take, but if nothing unexpected happened, he shouldn't need too much time. At best, 100,000 years would suffice to finish the deciphering. At worst, it would not take more than 300,000 years. This span was entirely trivial for Milton Cheney. Let alone his current realm at the fifth stage, even if he was only at the fourth level realm, he would not care about such a passage of time. Deciphering the light and dark order, the gains were proportionate to the effort invested. With his strong realm, the light and dark order could provide him with a great deal of assistance. After the eighth stage, the light and dark order could offer him significant aid. Now that he was at the limit of the fifth stage, he was not too far from the eighth stage realm. After breaking through to the sixth stage, he just needed to break through twice more to reach the eighth stage realm. Moreover, Milton Cheney's goal was far beyond just reaching the eighth stage realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped his ruminations. He cleared the distractions from his mind. He began to decisively decipher the light and dark order within his consciousness. Time flies, the years are ruthless. 240,000 years almost passed in the blink of an eye. Milton Cheney, who was deciphering the light and dark order, also recovered from his special state. A segment of considerable memory emerged in his mind. Chapter 849. After this memory surfaced, Milton Cheney soon completely assimilated it. He had too much experience with inherited memories. Therefore, digesting these memories did not take much of his time. Indeed, inherited memories become more obscure each time. If I can't reach the 8th stage, perhaps I will never understand these memories. Milton Cheney mused to himself. The next moment, he stopped pondering about this set of memories. After all, he didn't need them at this time. His main task now was to achieve the breakthrough from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. His ascension in realm was extremely important to Milton Cheney. What's more, this was a leap across a great realm. After deciding to begin his realm breakthrough, the 5 jade spirits within his consciousness became active. Once Milton Cheney truly chose to start the breakthrough, the light and dark order would pass on another set of memories to him. This was the usual process. At this moment, Milton Cheney clearly sensed that the light and dark order deep within his soul stirred once more. After the inheritance of memories, the movement of the light and dark order also disappeared. No unexpected circumstances arose. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to mobilize the 5 jade spirits in his consciousness. As the jade spirits became active, Milton Cheney could clearly sense how close he was getting to this breakthrough. The breakthrough of his realm was the most important thing to Milton Cheney. After this successful breakthrough, he would truly become a 6th stage jade spirit cultivator. In this world, a 6th stage jade spirit cultivator certainly couldn't be considered a weakling. Take notice that the white robe elder who controlled the entire burning domain was merely at the limit of the 8th stage. In cultivation, there are no years. This is even truer in a state of breakthrough. Hundreds of years passed in what seemed like the blink of an eye. After Milton Cheney chose to begin his realm breakthrough, no unexpected situations occurred. The whole process of the breakthrough was very smooth. This was also normal. After all, he was cultivating in a very safe place, and external accidents were unlikely to occur. During these hundreds of years, Milton Cheney's realm breakthrough remained stable. He could clearly sense himself becoming stronger. This perception was very obvious. It was also because Milton Cheney had experience with multiple breakthroughs. By this time, he was no longer the neophyte who had just received the jade spirit cultivation method. Of course, hundreds of years weren't enough to complete the breakthrough. The breakthrough from the 5th stage to the 6th stage usually required tens of thousands of years at the fastest. During this period, Milton Cheney had to ensure that no accidents occurred. Otherwise, his efforts might be wasted at the last moment. Fortunately, Milton Cheney wasn't worried about this aspect. After all, if accidents could also happen while he was cultivating in the core region of the burning domain, it would truly be terrible luck. Moreover, although Milton Cheney appeared to be just a 5th stage cultivator on the surface, inwardly he had inherited the strength and limit of the 9th stage from the real world. Therefore, he was not afraid of any unforeseen accidents. It can be said that although he hadn't broken through successfully yet, his successful breakthrough was already inevitable. The next moment, Milton Cheney cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and started to focus on the realm breakthrough. Time passed quickly when he focused on the breakthrough. Of course, Milton Cheney did not deliberately sense the passage of time. Though he didn't sense it, Milton Cheney still knew clearly how much time had passed. 12,000 years went by. He had been in a state of breakthrough this entire time. However, at this moment, Milton Cheney intentionally paused. Because at this moment, Milton Cheney distinctly sensed that the breakthrough was about to end. His body was no longer getting stronger. This did not mean that his realm breakthrough was going to fail, on the contrary, it meant that his realm breakthrough was about to be successful. After overcoming the final bottleneck, Milton Cheney would become a legitimate 6th stage jade spirit cultivator. The last step could not confine Milton Cheney. When the jade spirit in his consciousness ceased to be active, it also signified that the realm breakthrough had been completed. Once everything calmed down, Milton Cheney felt a subtle movement in his heart. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to sense the changes in his jade spirit after the breakthrough. The 6th stage realm is indeed powerful, it seems to be comparable to the realm of a 6th stage wizard immortal. It's truly a very mature path of cultivation, capable of leading to the 14th stage. Milton Cheney mused to himself. He had anticipated a significant enhancement after the breakthrough. After all, the previous breakthroughs had brought considerable improvements. This wasn't the first time he had experienced a realm breakthrough in this world, his experience was quite rich. He only practiced the witch immortal cultivation method in reality, because that was the path of cultivation he had carved out for himself. That did not mean the wizard immortal cultivation path was invincible. That the jade spirit path of cultivation could rival the wizard immortal cultivation path was actually good news for Milton Cheney. After all, the stronger he was in the reincarnation simulation, the greater the realm he would be able to retain upon returning to reality. This realm breakthrough was immensely helpful to Milton Cheney. After all, it was a great realm crossover. At that moment, Milton Cheney tried to harness the power of the 6th stage Jade Spirit. After breaking through to the Jade Spirit 6th stage realm, his strength had increased significantly. Furthermore, this breakthrough had once again extended his longevity limit. Previously, his longevity limit was 30 million years, but now it had reached 100 million years. Indeed, he was only at the 6th stage realm, yet his lifespan was now 100 million years. It should be noted that the immortal cultivation path he was practicing, even at the 8th stage realm, only granted a lifespan of several 100 million years. 100 million years was also a long epoch for Milton Cheney. His realm would continue to advance thereafter. The 6th stage realm was just the beginning. It was hard to imagine how extensive his lifespan would be if he were to break through to the 10th stage realm. Of course, that was something for the distant future. At this moment, there was not much point for Milton Cheney to ponder the 10th stage realm. After all, he was still 4 great realms away from it. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking further. After completing the realm breakthrough, Milton Cheney could now begin constructing the 6th Jade Spirit in his consciousness. Constructing a new Jade Spirit would make his future cultivation much faster. Similarly, compared to the previous construction of the first 5 Jade Spirits in his consciousness, building the 6th Jade Spirit would take a bit longer. This was based on Milton Cheney's past experience. Even without performing simulations, he could roughly estimate how much time it would take. At the very least, it would require several million years. Perhaps even 5 million years. The next moment, Milton Cheney hesitated no longer and commenced the construction of the 6th Jade Spirit in his consciousness. Just as Milton Cheney had speculated, the time spent on constructing the 6th Jade Spirit was even longer than the time it took to progress from the 5th stage realm to the 6th stage realm. It took Milton Cheney 6,200,000 years. Remember, this was just the time spent constructing the Jade Spirit. Fortunately, the construction was now complete. He could continue to enter a state of cultivation. With the boost of 6 Jade Spirits, Milton Cheney's cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. Even though he was already at the 6th stage realm, there was no sense of his cultivation slowing down. This was the advantage of the Jade Spirit technique. With this in mind, Milton Cheney thought no further. Now that the Jade Spirit was successfully constructed, it was time for Milton Cheney to once again enter a state of bitter cultivation. Each realm breakthrough was, in fact, a repetition for Milton Cheney. At least until he could break through to the 8th stage realm, he was likely to spend all his time in bitter cultivation. That's provided no one in reality would interfere. If everything went smoothly, he could effortlessly cultivate to the 8th stage realm, reaching the same realm as the White Robe Elder. P.S. Thank you for following along, thanks for the monthly ticket, love you all, mwah. Chapter 850. Amidst bitter cultivation, the passage of time was incredibly swift. At least, it was so for Milton Cheney. After breaking through to the 6th stage of the Jade Spirit realm, Milton Cheney began his cultivation anew. From his breakthrough to the 6th stage realm until now, tens of millions of years had already passed. These tens of millions of years naturally included the time spent constructing the Jade Spirit. Within these tens of millions of years, Milton Cheney was actively engaged in cultivation. With the boost from 6 Jade Spirits, Milton Cheney's active cultivation of the Jade Spirit technique made significant progress. Tens of millions of years are not short. It is just a pity that this period did not bring Milton Cheney to the limit of the 6th stage Jade Spirit. His progress was not slow, one might even say it was very fast. The key reason was because he had spent a great deal of time in cultivation. After halting his bitter cultivation, Milton Cheney organized his state of mind and began the next round of cultivation. Cultivation is dull, and it was the same for Milton Cheney. However, thanks to his rich experiences, the tedium of cultivation did not have a negative impact on him. On the contrary, the improvement in realm gave Milton Cheney a very comfortable feeling. Entering the bitter cultivation state once more, Milton Cheney no longer consciously perceived the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, another tens of millions of years had gone by. By this time, it had been 40 million years since his breakthrough to the sixth stage realm. Without a doubt, such a lengthy period of bitter cultivation brought Milton Cheney to the limit of the sixth stage. If he wanted, he could attempt the breakthrough to the seventh stage at this very moment. The success rate was also quite high. But Milton Cheney did not choose to attempt the breakthrough at this very moment. He still had plenty of longevity left. After breaking through the sixth stage, his longevity limit had been extended to 100 million years. A long lifespan allowed Milton Cheney to make better choices. That was to continue honing his foundation in this realm until it was perfect. That was precisely the choice Milton Cheney had made before. Honing the foundation is critically important at any stage, be it the third, fourth, fifth, or even the sixth stage. All are very important. The reasons Milton Cheney could cultivate so quickly were largely due to the jade spirit in his consciousness, but also because he had perfected his foundation at every previous realm. Honing the foundation at the sixth stage may take a very long time, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This time, honing his foundation would consume a significant amount of time. If compared to before, it would undoubtedly be many times longer. But even so, Milton Cheney still chose to hone his foundation. After all, he had not reached the true limit of cultivation. He could still continue to improve. When he had honed the sixth stage Jade Spirit Realm's foundation to true perfection, that would be the time for Milton Cheney to choose a breakthrough. Fortunately, after breaking through the sixth stage, Milton Cheney had constructed the sixth Jade Spirit in his consciousness. 6 Jade Spirits not only made his speed of cultivation very fast, but also saved considerable time when honing the foundation. This was also the reason behind Milton Cheney's choice. If the time required to perfect the foundation was disproportionately large compared to the gains, he would not have made this choice. According to Milton Cheney's deduction, to perfect the foundation of the sixth stage would require at least 5 million years. This was just the time required to hone the foundation. 5 million years accounted for 1/20th of Milton Cheney's entire lifespan. Of course, although this period was lengthy, it was not significant for Milton Cheney at that time. The next moment, without any hesitation, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred, and he began to hone the foundation. Time slowly drifted by. 5 million years was not overly long but was still not short. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years had passed. In the core region of the burning domain, Milton Cheney, who sat cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. After 5 million years had passed, Milton Cheney had perfected the foundation of the sixth stage realm. It could be said that he had reached the true limit of the sixth stage. To continue progressing, he would need to break through to the seventh stage realm. The leap from the sixth to the seventh stage is enormous. Even though Milton Cheney had not yet broken through, he could still clearly understand this. This was like the jump from the third to the fourth stage. It was not just a breakthrough to a great realm but also a leap in terms of rank. This was true for any cultivation method. It's not to say that all were like this, since Milton Cheney did not know all the cultivation methods. But those he had previously practiced were certainly so. Of course, Milton Cheney would not choose to break through just yet. After all, he had not yet deciphered the light and dark order. It would only be after he had fully interpreted the light and dark order and assimilated the new memory inheritance that he would truly choose to break through. Since he had reached the fifth stage, the time needed to interpret the light and dark order has dramatically increased. Even more so now that he was at the sixth stage realm. At the very least, it would take 500,000 years. Fortunately, his lifespan was ample enough, and he could bear this 500,000 years. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to decipher the light and dark order within his consciousness. Time continued to flow steadily. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 years had passed. At one instant, Milton Cheney suddenly opened his eyes. Because at that moment, a strand of unfamiliar memory was born within his mind. Without a doubt, this memory was the memory inheritance brought to him by the light and dark order. Chapter 851. The digestion of memories went very smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Milton Cheney's rich experience allowed him to perfectly digest the memories decoded from the light and dark order. By now, he had finished digesting the memories. Therefore, he was also ready to start a new round of realm breakthrough. From the sixth stage to the seventh stage, Milton Cheney could not afford the slightest slackness. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to sense the 6 jade spirits within his consciousness. By now, these 6 jade spirits had become active. For Milton Cheney, this was the beginning of an imminent realm breakthrough. After some activity from the light and dark order deep within his soul, this breakthrough also began smoothly. As the jade spirits became active, Milton Cheney could also clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to this breakthrough. For Milton Cheney, the breakthrough of realm was of utmost importance. All the more so because this realm breakthrough would determine whether he could become a 7th stage cultivator in this world. The 7th stage was already a very powerful realm. In any world, it was no longer considered weak. In the realm of daylight, a 7th stage cultivator was completely a powerful being that could dominate a region. And Milton Cheney, from starting cultivation from scratch to now, had only taken tens of millions of years. Once the breakthrough of realm begins, it will not be interrupted halfway through. Unless there is a cultivator stronger than Milton Cheney who forcibly breaks his realm breakthrough. However, such a scenario is almost impossible. At this moment, the 6 jade spirits deep within his soul were in an active state. As time went by, the realm of the 7th stage jade spirit cultivator was getting closer and closer to Milton Cheney. The breakthrough process was going very smoothly. And there were no unexpected incidents. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed by. The 6 jade spirits within Milton Cheney's consciousness became stronger and stronger. It wasn't just his jade spirits that were growing stronger. The enhancement of the realm often comes with an all-around enhancement. As the jade spirits grew stronger, his physical body also became increasingly robust. This kind of enhancement seemed as if there was no limit. But obviously, there couldn't really be no limit. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed by. Milton Cheney's realm breakthrough was still in a steady process of improvement. In these 100,000 years, Milton Cheney could clearly sense his power continuously becoming stronger. This strengthening was progressive. He didn't just become very strong all at once. If he could complete the final step of the breakthrough and become a true 7th stage cultivator, then he indeed could become very strong in an instant. Of course, that was not the case yet. After all, 100,000 years was not enough to complete a breakthrough. In Milton Cheney's calculations, he needed at least 1,000,000 years. In the following 1,000,000 years, Milton Cheney had to ensure that there would be no unexpected incidents in the outside world to disturb him, otherwise, it might affect the progress of his breakthrough. The next moment, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on it. He began to focus on the realm breakthrough. Time slowly passed. 1,000,000 years was not considered a very long time, especially during Milton Cheney's breakthrough process. Cultivation knows no years, and the same goes for breakthroughs. Milton Cheney barely felt the passage of time, and 1,000,000 years had already gone by. During this time, Milton Cheney had been in the process of his breakthrough. But at this moment, Milton Cheney took a deliberate pause. After all, at this moment, his breakthrough was about to end. His body was no longer continuing to strengthen, which also meant that his realm breakthrough was nearing its end. As long as he could make the final leap, then he would be able to reach the 7th stage realm in this world. The 7th stage realm was just the beginning. Milton Cheney's goal was not merely the 7th stage realm. The final step was not difficult for Milton Cheney, so he easily completed the realm transition. The 7th stage realm was achieved. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to sense just how much stronger he had become after the breakthrough. Just as he had anticipated. The enhancement Milton Cheney experienced after breaking through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage was tremendous. And very significant. After all, it wasn't just a leap across a great realm, but also a phased leap. Having truly experienced the power of the 7th stage realm, Milton Cheney's heart was filled with a slight sense of sentiment. In fact, before the reincarnation simulation began, Milton Cheney hadn't expected that he would cultivate to such a realm. This reincarnation simulation, his luck can be said to be extremely good. At this moment, he had successfully achieved a breakthrough to the 7th stage. And after reaching the 7th stage, he had become even more powerful. But it wasn't just that. Following this breakthrough, his longevity limit was also raised again. It went from being 100 million years to 700 million years. You must know that at this moment, he is merely at the realm of the 7th stage. Afterward, he will continue to improve. The realm of the 7th stage is just the beginning. In this reincarnation simulation, it's not impossible for him to reach the 10th stage realm. The 7th stage realm already comes with 700 million years of longevity. So, Perhaps, the 8th stage realm might have at least several billion years of longevity. It seems that his reincarnation simulation will not end prematurely. The next moment, Milton Cheney cleared his mind of all distractions. Now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. After his realm breakthrough, he still had very important tasks to undertake. Indeed, that was to construct a new jade spirit within his consciousness. Having successfully achieved a breakthrough to the 7th stage, it was time to begin constructing the 7th jade spirit. Constructing a new jade spirit is extremely crucial. Because for Milton Cheney, it has tremendous benefits. Compared to when he previously constructed the first 6 jade spirits within his consciousness. Constructing the 7th jade spirit would take a bit more time. Just the construction of the jade spirit might consume tens of millions of years. And that's the minimum required time. Actually, it may take even longer. But even so, Milton Cheney still needed to construct it. After all, it's enormously helpful for the jade spirit cultivation method he practices. If he doesn't construct a new jade spirit, his rate of cultivation will not keep up. What's more, what are tens of millions of years? Until now, Milton Cheney doesn't know how many such periods he has passed through. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already 12 million years later. This entire time, Milton Cheney has been constructing a new jade spirit within his consciousness. As you can imagine, the passage of tens of millions of years inevitably means that Milton Cheney has successfully constructed the 7th jade spirit. Indeed, the 7th jade spirit has now been successfully constructed. Milton Cheney can now choose to enter into the state of bitter cultivation once more. After the 7th stage, comes the 8th stage. And the realm of the 8th stage is one that can rival the lords of the burning domain. Milton Cheney cultivates at a swift pace. Therefore, the 8th stage realm is not a challenge for him. Even the 9th stage realm doesn't pose much difficulty. Now, the limit to his realm breakthrough is the limitation of the simulator itself. If the limit of the simulator is the 9th stage realm, then perhaps in this world, Milton Cheney could only cultivate up to the 9th stage realm. If the limit of the simulator is the 10th stage realm, then Milton Cheney is confident he could cultivate to an even higher realm in this reincarnation simulation than in reality. Thinking this, Milton Cheney thought no further. He could not control the simulator's limitations, and pondering over these matters was not particularly meaningful. At this moment, what he still had to do was to cultivate. Now, with the empowerment of 7 jade spirits, his speed of cultivation would be very fast. So, without hesitation, Milton Cheney once again entered into the state of bitter cultivation. Before contemplating the 9th stage and even the 10th stage realms, what he needed to do was to first achieve a breakthrough to the 8th stage realm. Because this was equally important. Once his realm breakthrough reached the 8th stage, he could truly utilize the power of the light and dark order. With the assistance of the light and dark order, it's highly probable that he could cultivate to the limit he could reach in this world. After entering the bitter cultivation state, Milton Cheney let go of all distractions in his heart. And time continued to slip by slowly. P.S. Thank you for following along, thank you for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 852. At this point, Milton Cheney had already reached the 7th stage realm. According to common sense, even if he entered a state of bitter cultivation, the speed of his cultivation wouldn't be particularly fast. After all, the 7th stage can already be considered a very high realm. But for Milton Cheney, this was not the case. Who let him awaken the Jade Spirit technique as the chosen one this time? The key reason why Milton Cheney chose to spend his time in bitter cultivation was the Jade Spirit technique. Indeed, the further he followed the path of cultivation, the faster his cultivation pace would become. It is true that cultivation speed tends to decline after a realm elevation. However, the 7 jade spirits within his consciousness would replenish the diminished cultivation speed. In the midst of bitter cultivation, time passes with startling rapidity. Once Milton Cheney entered the state of cultivation, he wouldn't actively sense the passing of time. Moreover, he didn't care how much time had passed. Even so, Milton Cheney could still precisely sense how much time had elapsed. Time slipped away. Years were ruthless. In the blink of an eye, 43 million years had passed. This could be said to be the longest single cultivation session in this world for Milton Cheney. Indeed, Milton Cheney had spent these tens of millions of years in a state of bitter cultivation. After all, there was nothing in the outside world that required his concern. He could cultivate bitterly with ease. To Milton Cheney, tens of millions of years certainly did not count as brief. After all, even among the countless simulations he experienced previously, only a small portion simulated time beyond 40 million years. Not to mention that this period was entirely spent in cultivation. It's true that the elevation gained from bitter cultivation was rapid. Yet bitter cultivation was also unspeakably monotonous and dull. Fortunately, these tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation brought tremendous improvement to Milton Cheney. After these years had elapsed, Milton Cheney's realm naturally reached the limit of a seventh stage witch immortal. At this point, Milton Cheney's realm once again stood on the verge of a breakthrough. Such a rate of cultivation was definitely incredibly fast. Especially since after his breakthrough to the seventh stage, Milton Cheney had a lifespan of a full 700 million years. Compared to his lengthy lifespan, the time he spent cultivating to this realm seemed insignificant. Milton Cheney did not plan to initiate a breakthrough at this moment. After all, he had plenty of remaining lifespan. He could totally continue to polish his foundation to the limit in the seventh stage realm before completing his breakthrough. This process was nothing unfamiliar to Milton Cheney. Indeed, after reaching the limit of each realm, he would always choose to solidify his foundation. Without perfecting his foundation to the utmost, Milton Cheney would not rashly opt for a realm breakthrough. Milton Cheney had done so before, and he would do the same now. However, compared to the past, this time, if he were to polish his foundation, it might require an exceedingly lengthy time. Tens of thousands, or even millions of years, would be far from sufficient to perfect his foundation. After all, he was already at the seventh stage realm. Perhaps the time needed to polish his foundation would be longer than the time it took to cultivate to the seventh stage limit. But even so, Milton Cheney was not worried. What did it matter if it took 100 million years? He was not devoid of patience. His lifespan could fully support him in perfecting his foundation. Furthermore, at this time, he was bolstered by the presence of 7 jade spirits within his consciousness. With the support of so many jade spirits, Milton Cheney could certainly save a lot of time. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to focus wholeheartedly on polishing his foundation. At this instant, Milton Cheney no longer paid attention to the passage of time in the outer world. Of course, this did not mean that Milton Cheney was unaware of how much time had passed. He was still acutely aware of the duration. As Milton Cheney had anticipated, perfecting the foundation required an extremely long time indeed. This step alone took 50 million years. From Milton Cheney's breakthrough to the seventh stage realm to the perfection of his foundation, 100 million years had elapsed altogether. At this moment, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. His realm had been honed to perfection. He had successfully stepped into the true limit of the seventh stage realm. Next, Milton Cheney could choose to break through the seventh stage realm and glimpse the sights of the eighth stage Jade Spirit realm. If he opted for a breakthrough this time, it would be the seventh breakthrough he had completed since his reincarnation into this world. It must be said, time does pass swiftly. 100 million years seemed like merely a moment. Now, Milton Cheney was but a step away from the eighth stage realm. He could complete this step of breakthrough at any time he wished. The possibility of failure was infinitesimal. Unless an unexpected event beyond Milton Cheney's foreknowledge occurred, it was almost impossible for the breakthrough to fail. However, before completing the breakthrough from the seventh to the eighth stage, Milton Cheney still had to continue deciphering the light and dark order. The analysis of the light and dark order was extremely crucial for Milton Cheney. Moreover, by now he had already reached the seventh stage realm. After reaching the eighth stage realm, the light and dark order could truly assist him. Not just by merely transferring memories to him. Chapter 853. The time consumed was also much more than before. Decoding the light and dark order was not difficult before, but this time it has proven to be challenging. This time, if I want to extract new inherited memories from the light and dark order, it will require at least 10 million years. Milton Cheney mused to himself. He could not deduce exactly how long it would take. But he was certain that it would not be a brief period. 10 million years was the minimum time required. Even for Milton Cheney, success in decoding the light and dark order was not guaranteed. Decoding the light and dark order and constructing a jade spirit were two entirely different things. After all, the jade spirit was cultivated through the jade spirit cultivation method, while the light and dark order was an external object. There was a great difference between the two. Constructing a jade spirit could not fail, but the decoding of the light and dark order was not guaranteed to succeed. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped contemplating further. He cleared his mind of all distractions. Whether he could succeed or not, Milton Cheney was not certain and would not dwell on it. What he needed to do was to give his all in decoding the light and dark order. So, after Milton Cheney cleared his mind of distractions, he decisively began to decode the light and dark order within his consciousness. Time flew by fleetingly, with eons passing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Milton Cheney, who was decoding the light and dark order, stopped his efforts. A sizable segment of memory surfaced within his mind. This memory had not appeared for long before Milton Cheney completely assimilated it. Without a doubt, the decoding of the light and dark order had ultimately been successful. This was within Milton Cheney's expectations and also made sense. After all, although there was a possibility of failure in decoding the light and dark order, the chances of success were fundamentally greater than those of failure. Therefore, it was not a great surprise that Milton Cheney successfully completed the decoding of the light and dark order. Assimilating these memories did not take Milton Cheney much time at all. He was, after all, quite experienced. This time, the inheritance of memories is starting to take shape. Without surprises, after I reach the 8th stage realm, I will truly be able to use the light and dark order. Milton Cheney thought to himself. The next moment, he did not ponder further on this set of memories. After all, he had no use for these memories at the moment. The 8th stage realm was indeed just within reach, but he had yet to make the actual breakthrough into the 8th stage realm. What was most important for him now was to break through to the 8th stage realm. Advancing in realm was of the utmost importance to Milton Cheney. Furthermore, after reaching the 8th stage, he would be able to use the light and dark order. After Milton Cheney decided to begin his realm breakthrough, the 7 jade spirits within his consciousness also began to stir. When Milton Cheney truly resolved to make the breakthrough, the light and dark order would once again pass on a segment of memory to him. This had occurred every time Milton Cheney broke through a realm in the past. So, when Milton Cheney clearly perceived that the light and dark order deep within his soul was stirring once again, he felt no surprise in his heart. Because he knew this was to be expected. After this round of memory inheritance, the activity of the light and dark order also disappeared. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to mobilize the 7 jade spirits within his consciousness. As the jade spirits became active, Milton Cheney could clearly sense that he was getting closer to the breakthrough. The realm breakthrough was most crucial for Milton Cheney. After the success of this breakthrough, he would become a bona fide 8th stage jade spirit cultivator. An 8th stage jade spirit cultivator was definitely a powerful existence in this world. After all, the elder in the white robe who controlled the entire burning domain was merely at the limit of the 8th stage realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney decisively began his realm breakthrough. In cultivation, there are no years, and this was especially true in the state of breakthrough. 3 million years almost passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he had always been in the state of breakthrough. However, Milton Cheney had voluntarily stopped at this moment. Because at this instant, he clearly sensed that his breakthrough was about to end. His body was no longer continuing to grow stronger. This did not mean that his realm breakthrough was going to fail. On the contrary, this meant his realm breakthrough was about to succeed. Once he finished overcoming the last bottleneck, Milton Cheney would become a genuine 8th stage jade spirit cultivator. This last step could not confine Milton Cheney. When the jade spirit within his consciousness ceased to be active, Milton Cheney also completed the final leap of his realm. After everything had settled down, a slight thought arose in Milton Cheney's heart. The next moment, he began to sense the changes in his jade spirit after the breakthrough. So this is the realm of an 8th stage jade spirit cultivator, indeed, it's powerful. Milton Cheney muttered to himself at this moment. A significant improvement after the breakthrough was actually within Milton Cheney's expectations. After all, each of his previous breakthroughs came with not insignificant enhancements. Even more so this time, as he had broken through to the 8th stage realm. In this world, the 8th stage realm could already be considered a very high realm. Because many cultivation methods in this world ultimately reach the limit at the 8th stage realm. At this moment, Milton Cheney began to attempt to harness the power that signified the 8th stage jade spirit realm. After breaking through to the 8th stage jade spirit realm, Milton Cheney's strength had greatly increased. Furthermore, after this breakthrough, his longevity limit had once again increased. Previously, his longevity limit was 7 years, but at this moment, it had reached a staggering 4 billion years. Now at the 8th stage realm, his longevity had already reached 4 billion years. One could imagine that if he could break through to the 9th stage realm, then his longevity would definitely surpass that of his real self. After all, the longevity of a wizard immortal cultivation at the 8th stage did not span 4 billion years. 4 billion years were a long expanse of time for Milton Cheney. After all, in reality, his own lifespan was merely 100 billion years. Not to mention that in the future, his realm would continue to rise. The 8th stage realm was far from the limit realm that Milton Cheney could reach in this reincarnation simulation world. At this point, Milton Cheney did not feel that he had reached the limit of his realm. This meant that he could continue to enhance and break through. It could be said that in this reincarnation simulation, he had a great hope of breaking through to the 9th stage realm. However, the 10th stage realm remained unknowable. It was hard to imagine how long his longevity would be if he could break through to the 10th stage realm. Of course, that was not something he needed to contemplate at the moment. Thinking about the 10th stage realm had little significance to Milton Cheney right now. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. After his realm had completed the breakthrough. At this point, Milton Cheney could begin to construct the 8th Jade Spirit within his consciousness. Constructing a new Jade Spirit would make his future cultivation speed become much faster. Similarly, compared to previously constructing the first 7 Jade Spirits in his consciousness, constructing the 8th Jade Spirit would take a longer time. Tens of millions of years might already be insufficient. Merely constructing a new Jade Spirit might even require more than 100 million years for Milton Cheney. Nevertheless, he would still choose to continue constructing the Jade Spirit. After all, once the new Jade Spirit was completely constructed, he could truly begin to harness light and dark order. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 97 million years had gone by. The time it took to construct the 8th Jade Spirit was precisely this number. Nearly 100 million years passed before Milton Cheney truly finished constructing the 8th Jade Spirit in his consciousness. This period could already be considered extremely lengthy. One must know that previously, his cultivation up to the 8th stage realm took just over 100 million years. But after reaching the 8th stage, it took him nearly 100 million years just to construct a new Jade Spirit. Fortunately, it was worth it. The next moment, with the thought from Milton Cheney, the light and dark order within his consciousness began to shimmer brilliantly. P.S. Thanks for the continued support and monthly tickets, love you guys mwah. Chapter 854. This power immediately merged with Milton Cheney's soul upon its emergence. Milton Cheney felt an incredibly comfortable sensation in an instant. It was as if his soul was being nourished. In fact, his feeling wasn't mistaken, because within the light and dark order was a power of inheritance left by its former master. This power would nourish Milton Cheney's soul. Simply put, it would make Milton Cheney's potential stronger. However, this power would only gradually appear after Milton Cheney reached the 8th stage realm. Before that, this power remained hidden within the light and dark order. That was why Milton Cheney had chosen to unravel the light and dark order step by step previously, all for this moment. Now that his soul had been nourished, he would have a greater chance of cultivating to higher realms. Reaching the 10th stage realm wasn't an impossibility. The potency of the 8th stage didn't seem particularly evident yet, but if his realm could reach the 9th stage realm, then he could completely assimilate all the inheritance power within the light and dark order. Only then would his talent truly reach its highest potential. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped perceiving the light and dark order. After all, the power of the light and dark order at his 8th stage realm had been exhausted. To continue inheriting this power, he could only wait until he made a breakthrough to the 9th stage realm. For Milton Cheney, making a breakthrough to the 9th stage realm still required slow and bitter cultivation. Compared to before, the difficulty of achieving a breakthrough to the 9th stage realm would be greater. The difficulty of reaching the 8th stage limit would be greater as well. But Milton Cheney wasn't concerned, as he had the assistance of the 8 Jade Spirits, and his cultivation speed wouldn't be slow. Perhaps several 100 million years would suffice for him to cultivate to the 8th stage limit. The next moment, Milton Cheney decisively entered the bitter cultivation state. In the bitter cultivation state, time passed extremely quickly. At least, that was the case for Milton Cheney. Time slowly passed, 240 million years went by. Throughout this period, Milton Cheney was always actively cultivating. With the aid of the 8 Jade Spirits, the improvement while actively cultivating the Jade Spirit technique was immense. For Milton Cheney, 200 million years was also a very long time. Fortunately, he spent that time in bitter cultivation, so the duration, though long, didn't affect him in any way. His state of mind remained very stable, unaffected in the slightest. It was just unfortunate that this period didn't enable Milton Cheney to cultivate to the limit of the 8th stage Jade Spirit. His progress wasn't slow, in fact, it was very fast. But even so, 200 million years still wasn't enough. In Milton Cheney's estimation, he would need at least another 50 million years to cultivate to the limit of the 8th stage Wizard Immortal. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on this thought. After perceiving the progress of his realm, Milton Cheney initiated another round of bitter cultivation. Cultivation is monotonous. Bitter cultivation even more so. But monotonous cultivation didn't have a negative impact on Milton Cheney. If the cultivation was extremely slow, or even without progress, perhaps monotonous cultivation could influence him slightly. But that was not the case. Milton Cheney could clearly perceive his achievements, which made it meaningful. So under these conditions, monotony wouldn't affect Milton Cheney's state of mind. Once again entering the bitter cultivation state, Milton Cheney no longer perceived the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 50 million years passed. By now, nearly 300 million years had elapsed since his breakthrough to the 8th stage realm. Undoubtedly, such prolonged bitter cultivation led Milton Cheney to reach the limit of the 8th stage. Milton Cheney could now choose to make a breakthrough to the 9th stage realm. If he chose to break through now, the likelihood of success could reach 90%, or even higher. Yet, Milton Cheney didn't attempt the breakthrough right at this moment. After all, he still had abundant longevity. After breaking through the 8th stage, his longevity limit spanned several billion years. This immense lifespan allowed him to complete all his preparations to the best possible extent. Undoubtedly, Milton Cheney would continue to perfect his foundation at this realm. Foundation solidification is of utmost importance at any realm. Even though Milton Cheney was already at the realm of an 8th stage Jade Spirit cultivator. After all, a major reason he was able to cultivate to his present realm so quickly was that he had perfected his foundation at every previous stage. However, the time it takes to perfect the foundation after the 8th stage realm is very lengthy. Even so, he would still choose to continue perfecting the foundation. In Milton Cheney's calculations, perfecting the foundation perfectly at the 8th stage realm would need at least hundreds of millions of years. This was just the time needed for foundation solidification alone. Luckily, although this period was lengthy, it didn't count for much to Milton Cheney at this point. The next moment, without hesitation, Milton Cheney began refining his foundation with a mere thought. Time continued to flow slowly. 170 million years is a very long span of years. It wasn't just so for Milton Cheney, but for other beings in this world as well. Since Milton Cheney's reincarnation in this world's structure had also seen significant changes. Chapter 855. The White Robe Elder, who controlled the burning domain, successfully broke through to the 9th stage cultivator realm 40 million years ago. The last time Milton Cheney met the White Robe Elder was also tens of millions of years ago. For Milton Cheney, this was a good thing. After all, the higher the realm of the White Robe Elder, the safer the burning domain would be, and the less likely any accidents would occur during his cultivation. At this moment in the core area of the burning domain, Milton Cheney stopped refining his foundation and slowly opened his eyes. Nearly 200 million years had passed, and by now, Milton Cheney had polished the foundation of the 8th stage realm to perfection. It could be said that by now, he had truly reached the limit of the 8th stage realm. If he wanted to continue to improve, he would need to break through to the 9th stage realm. The breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th stage was an enormous leap. Even though Milton Cheney had not broken through yet, he still could clearly understand this fact. After all, this was a leap across a great realm. Moreover, in this world, 9th stage cultivators could definitely be considered at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In this world, there had not been a 10th stage existence for countless years. The 9th stage was the strongest existence in this realm. And the only one who might break the limitation of the 10th stage was the chosen one born within this world. This was why the White Robe Elder made a promise to Milton Cheney back in the day. Over the years, no new chosen one had emerged in this world, and Milton Cheney remained the only chosen one that existed in it. Of course, it was also possible that other forces had their chosen ones, it's just that they had kept them concealed. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking about it any further and began to complete the analysis of the light and dark order at the limit of the 8th stage. Without a doubt, this might be his last time analyzing the light and dark order. Because as long as he could break through to the 9th stage realm smoothly, he would be able to fully master all the secrets of the light and dark order. By then, he naturally wouldn't need to continue analyzing the light and dark order. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 14 million years had gone by. A strand of unfamiliar memories was born in the depths of Milton Cheney's mind. This also meant that the analysis of the light and dark order for this cycle had been completed. The digestion of this strand of unfamiliar memories went very smoothly, with no accidents occurring. Milton Cheney's extensive experience allowed him to digest the memories revealed by the light and dark order perfectly. At this very moment, after he finished analyzing the light and dark order, he could prepare for his realm breakthrough. For Milton Cheney, the transition from the 8th to the 9th stage was the most crucial realm breakthrough. Therefore, he had to ensure that no accidents occurred. By now, he was fully prepared. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to sense the 8 jade spirits located within his consciousness. At this point, these 8 jade spirits had all become active. For Milton Cheney, this was the beginning of an imminent realm breakthrough. Once the breakthrough started, it wouldn't be interrupted halfway. Unless there was a cultivator more powerful than Milton Cheney who forcefully disrupted his realm breakthrough. However, such a scenario was almost impossible. At this point, the burning domain was one of the strongest forces in the entire Day region. In such a case, naturally, no one would come to the core area of the burning domain to trouble Milton Cheney. Therefore, Milton Cheney only needed to worry about himself and not about the outside world affecting him. As time elapsed, Milton Cheney could clearly sense the 9th stage Jade Spirit Cultivator realm drawing closer to him. From the start of the breakthrough to now, the entire process had gone smoothly. No unexpected incidents had occurred. In the blink of an eye, 124 million years had passed. This could be said to be the longest time consumed during any of Milton Cheney's breakthrough processes, but it was all worth it. At this point, the 8 jade spirits within Milton Cheney's consciousness had become even stronger. Not only had his jade spirits become more powerful. The ascent of the realm often accompanies an all-around enhancement. As the jade spirits grew stronger, his entirety also grew more robust. His consciousness had grown stronger, and his body had become more formidable. Time continued to flow slowly, and Milton Cheney's breakthrough continued. However, compared to when he first started, his breakthrough was now nearing its end. Cultivation is timeless, and so is the process of breakthrough. Milton Cheney hardly felt the passage of time. But time still flowed on. In the blink of an eye, another 20 million years had passed. During this period, Milton had always been in the process of making a breakthrough. However, he purposely stopped at this moment. Because he felt that the 8 jade spirits within his consciousness were no longer active. This meant that the breakthrough was truly coming to an end. The final step was not difficult for Milton. After all, this was not his first time cultivating to the 9th stage realm. Although the cultivation methods were not the same, the principle of Master 1, Understand All still held its unique truth. The 9th stage realm was the realm Milton resided in at present. The next moment, Milton began to sense the changes following the breakthrough. Just as he had anticipated. Breaking from the 8th stage to the 9th stage had brought about an immense improvement for Milton. Milton even felt that at this moment, he was stronger than he was in reality, although this was an illusion. But it precisely indicated how massive the improvement was. It had been nearly 1 billion years since his reincarnation into this world. Now, Milton had finally caught up with his realm in reality during this reincarnation simulation. In reality, he was a 9th stage cultivator, and within this simulation, he had also reached the realm of a 9th stage cultivator. Milton was in very good spirits at this moment. Not solely because he had broken through to the 9th stage realm. Rather, after breaking through to the 9th stage realm, Milton did not feel as though he had reached his limit. This meant that he had yet to reach the limit of what he could cultivate in this world. The 10th stage realm, which had seemed out of reach before, didn't seem so distant now. And that wasn't all. After this breakthrough, his longevity limit had been elevated again. From a lifespan of 4 billion years to 20 billion years. This lifespan had already surpassed the longevity limit he had in reality. Keep in mind that in reality, he only had a lifespan of 10 billion years. Being at the same 9th stage realm, but the lifespan of the Jade Spirit path of cultivation was a bit higher. The next moment, Milton dispelled the distractions from his mind. Now was not the time to entertain many thoughts, there was an important task to attend to following the realm breakthrough. Indeed, that was to construct a new Jade Spirit within his consciousness. Having successfully broken through to the 9th stage, the construction of the 9th Jade Spirit could begin. Constructing a new jade spirit was extremely important, as it brought great benefits for Milton. However, compared to the time spent constructing the first 8 jade spirits within his consciousness, constructing the 9th would take longer. Just the construction of the jade spirit alone might consume several hundred million years. But this might be the last time Milton constructed a new jade spirit within his consciousness. So even if it took a longer time, Milton would still do it. Time flies, and years are ruthless. In the blink of an eye, 350 million years had passed. During this time, Milton had been constructing the new jade spirit within his consciousness. The span of 300 million years was very long. Under the passage of this prolonged period, Milton had also successfully constructed the new jade spirit. The next moment, Milton did not immediately enter into a state of bitter cultivation. Bitter cultivation was indeed important for Milton, but at this instant, there was something even more crucial that he needed to do. Indeed, that was to completely master the power of the light and dark order. Completely mastering the power of the light and dark order was greatly beneficial for Milton. It could be said to lay a foundation for whether he could later break through to the 10th stage realm. At this moment, within Milton's consciousness, the light and dark order shattered into specks of light, with the dispersed particles ultimately merging into Milton's soul. P.S. Thank you for following along, thanks for the monthly tickets, love you all, mwah. Chapter 856. At this moment, the light and dark order was completely integrated into Milton Cheney's soul. All of the light and dark order's power, Milton Cheney could now fully mobilize. This brought him immense benefits. Not to mention anything else, after the integration of the light and dark order into Milton Cheney's soul, it made his soul's strength grow even stronger. It could even be said that his soul had undergone a brand new transformation. At this moment, Milton Cheney felt that the possibility of his cultivation reaching the 10th stage had grown larger. If previously he had only hoped to break through to the 10th stage realm in this world, now he had great hope of making that breakthrough here. One was merely hope, the other a great hope. The difference between the two was significant. Now Milton Cheney's only worry was the limit of the simulator. If the simulator's limit was the 10th stage realm, then, barring any accidents, Milton Cheney could fully expect to glimpse the scenery of the 10th stage in this world. After all, he was already at the 9th stage Jade Spirit Cultivator's realm. The complete integration of the light and dark order into his soul not only made his soul's strength stronger, it also provided him with many more techniques. Milton Cheney would not reveal these techniques prematurely but kept them hidden as his trump cards. Now Milton Cheney had a clear understanding of what the light and dark order truly was. It could be said that the light and dark order was comparable to the protective treasure of his identity as the chosen one. In the next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. The light and dark order had truly acknowledged him, and he could continue his cultivation. To Milton Cheney, although the light and dark order was important, it was not the most important thing. To him, the most critical aspects were still his realm and his cultivation in this world. After all, if he could truly make a breakthrough to the 10th stage realm in this world, then the realm retained in reality after the reincarnation simulation ended would also be of great help to the real him. That was what mattered most to Milton Cheney. No matter how real the simulated world seemed, to Milton Cheney, it was still a fictitious world. Only the events in reality were truly real to Milton Cheney. After all, the reincarnation simulation would eventually end, and his death in the reincarnation simulation did not equate to real death. This was true for Milton Cheney, and it was the same for this world as well. Eventually, he would leave this place, he was merely a passerby. After setting aside his distracting thoughts, Milton Cheney decisively entered into a state of bitter cultivation once more. Even though he was now at the 9th stage realm, Milton Cheney still chose to continue cultivating in silence in this world. Because the 9th stage was not his final goal, the realm of a 10th stage Jade Spirit Cultivator was. Time slowly trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 30 billion years had passed. In this lengthy period, Milton Cheney's realm gradually improved. At this time, Milton Cheney was at the 9th stage realm. This realm was already the highest in this world. This also meant that Milton Cheney's cultivation speed had become very slow. Fortunately, he practiced the Jade Spirit technique. With the blessing of 9 Jade Spirits, even at the 9th stage realm, his cultivation speed remained fast. These past 30 billion years, Milton Cheney had spent entirely in bitter cultivation. This could be said to be the longest period of bitter cultivation that Milton Cheney had experienced in this world. Nothing in the outside world required his attention. He could remain in the core region of the burning domain to cultivate. After all, the White Robe Elder who controlled the burning domain was also at the 9th stage realm, with a lifespan of over 100 billion years. To Milton Cheney, 30 billion years was undoubtedly a very long time. After all, even among his many previous simulations, the experiences exceeding 30 billion years only made up a tiny fraction. Moreover, during this period, Milton Cheney had continued to cultivate. The progress from bitter cultivation was quick, indeed. However, bitter cultivation was also unspeakably monotonous. Milton Cheney had not felt it too much before, one reason being the long years he had previously experienced, and another being that the duration of bitter cultivation wasn't very long. But this time was different. He had undergone a full 30 billion years of bitter cultivation. After this expanse of time had elapsed, even Milton Cheney's state of mind was slightly affected, but fortunately, he adjusted quickly, and no other emotions arose within him. At this point, Milton Cheney's realm had reached the limit of a 9th stage wizard immortal. Now, Milton Cheney's realm was once again on the cusp of a breakthrough. 30 billion years to reach the limit of the 9th stage might not be the fastest pace in this world. But thankfully, Milton Cheney had an ample lifespan. Compared to his extended lifespan, the time he spent to reach the limit of the 9th stage was insignificant. As before, Milton Cheney did not plan to break through right then and there. He still had a lifespan of several hundred billion years. And this breakthrough would determine whether he could become a 10th stage cultivator. Milton Cheney couldn't afford to be the least bit careless. He had to hone the foundation of the 9th stage realm to the limit before attempting the breakthrough. Milton Cheney was familiar with this process. After reaching the limit of his past realms, he always chose to refine his foundation. Chapter 857. That's what he had done before, and now he would do the same. However, this time there would be some differences. Because before, laying a solid foundation was to pave his way for the future, but now the future had already arrived. This time, perfecting his foundation was the last time he would do so. This would determine whether he could break through to the 10th stage realm. It was crucial. Therefore, Milton Cheney couldn't afford the slightest slackness. Even if perfecting the foundation this time would consume more time, Milton Cheney would still choose to do so. Even if it required 100 million years, or even tens of billions of years, Milton Cheney would still choose to perfect his foundation at this moment. Without perfecting the foundation to perfection, he would absolutely not choose to break through to the next realm. Fortunately, his lifespan was entirely capable of allowing him to perfect his foundation to perfection. Moreover, at this moment, his consciousness was blessed with the power of 9 jade spirits. With the blessing of so many jade spirits, Milton Cheney could save a lot of time. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to focus wholeheartedly on perfecting his foundation. As he devoted himself entirely to perfecting his foundation, time slowly passed by. Time waits for no one and continues to pass no matter what. Years are ruthless, and in the blink of an eye, 12 billion years had passed. Many things had happened in the world during these years, but none of them were of much relevance to Milton Cheney. During this period, he had been wholeheartedly perfecting his foundation. At this moment, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. 12 billion years had passed, and Milton Cheney's 9th stage realm foundation had been perfected. He had successfully reached the limit of the 9th stage realm. Now, Milton Cheney could choose to break through to the 10th stage realm. At this moment, Milton Cheney was only a step away from the 10th stage realm. Whenever he wanted, he could make this breakthrough happen. As to whether the final outcome would be a failure or a success, Milton Cheney was now unable to predict. The Milton Cheney of the past might have been able to foresee something, but now he could not. Because whether in reality or in any simulation, he had never experienced breaking through to the 10th stage. It could be said that the breakthrough in this reincarnation simulation was his first experience of advancing to the 10th stage. However, at this moment, Milton Cheney was in a very stable state of mind. If Milton Cheney's goal was to take 100 steps in this world, he had already taken 99 of them. At this final moment, Milton Cheney's state of mind was actually quite relaxed. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking further. The light and dark order had already recognized its master, so Milton Cheney no longer needed to continue analyzing the light and dark order at this moment. What he needed to do now was to adjust his state to the best condition possible, and then face the final leap. Whether the path to the 10th stage realm was within reach or an endless distance away, everything would be known after the breakthrough was complete. Time flies quickly, and even tens of millions of years pass in an instant. At this moment, Milton Cheney had already adjusted his state to perfection. Although he was at the limit of the 9th stage realm, he had not yet truly begun to break through to the 10th stage. But now, Milton Cheney was ready to start his breakthrough. After all, he had done everything he could. He had perfected the foundation of every realm to the limit, his consciousness was blessed with 9 jade spirits, and the light and dark order had recognized its master. If he still failed to break through under these circumstances, then there was nothing else Milton Cheney could do. After Milton Cheney decided to begin his realm breakthrough, the 9 jade spirits within his consciousness also began to stir. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to mobilize the 7 jade spirits within his consciousness. As the jade spirits became active, Milton Cheney could clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to this breakthrough. The realm breakthrough was the most important thing for Milton Cheney. Moreover, this breakthrough was the last one he aimed to complete in this world. Milton Cheney had already disregarded the 11th stage realm, because that was impossible. The simulator's limit could not reach the 11th stage realm. After all, the reality was that he was only at the limit of a 9th stage which immortal. If this breakthrough were successful, then Milton Cheney would become a genuine 10th stage jade spirit cultivator, exceeding his realm in the real world. In this world, being at the 10th stage realm is absolutely invincible, and even leaving this world wouldn't be impossible. The next moment, Milton Cheney decisively began his realm breakthrough. Time loses meaning in cultivation, and this was even truer during a breakthrough. 15 billion years almost blinked past in an instant. During this time, he remained in a state of breakthrough. However, at this moment, Milton Cheney voluntarily stopped. Because at this instant, Milton Cheney clearly sensed that the breakthrough was about to end. His body was no longer continuing to strengthen. Of course, this didn't mean his realm breakthrough was going to fail. In truth, Milton Cheney didn't know if he could successfully complete the breakthrough. After all, whether he could break through successfully was actually decided by the final step. Before this, the last step had always been easy for Milton Cheney, but this time it was clearly very stressful. At this moment, he was fully focused. As time slowly flowed, Milton Cheney's eyes were closed. He could clearly sense that at this moment he had entered a special state, one he was quite familiar with, as he had experienced it more than once. Breaking through the bottleneck, Milton Cheney also completed the last step across his realm. At this instant, he had reached the 10th stage realm. He had succeeded. A sigh of relief escaped Milton Cheney's heart. Without any unexpected occurrences, he had finally smoothly advanced to the 10th stage realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney began to sense the power that belonged to the 10th stage realm. After the breakthrough, if successful, a considerable improvement was inevitable. He had already anticipated this. But when he truly sensed the power of the 10th stage, Milton Cheney felt extremely moved. It was too powerful. This power far exceeded what he possessed in reality. Milton Cheney couldn't precisely describe how strong it was, but at the very least, it was dozens of times stronger than before. One could say that he could easily crush his former self now. At this moment, even if Milton Cheney were to end this reincarnation simulation and return to reality, he could retain his current realm. One could say that Milton Cheney's cultivation in this world was immeasurably worthwhile. But he wouldn't end the simulation just yet. Because at this moment, Milton Cheney still didn't feel he had reached his limit. He could still continue to improve. It's just that the limit was not far away. However, before the reincarnation simulation ended, he was certain he could smoothly cultivate up to the simulator's limit. After all, following a successful breakthrough, Milton Cheney had a lifespan of several 100 billion years. Regarding the reincarnation simulation alone, this one was certainly the longest he'd ever had. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking further. After completing the breakthrough, at this point, Milton Cheney could construct the 10th jade spirit in his consciousness. Constructing a new jade spirit would make his subsequent cultivation speed even faster. However, for Milton Cheney, increasing the speed of cultivation didn't matter much anymore. Because he had ample lifespan. Even if the cultivation were slower, he would still smoothly reach his limit. But Milton Cheney would still choose to construct a new jade spirit. The reason was simple: the jade spirit is at the heart of the jade spirit cultivator's path, and the benefits of constructing a jade spirit go far beyond simply increasing cultivation speed. More so because everything in the simulated world would be retained in reality once the simulation ended. So, it's natural for his in the simulation to be as comprehensive as possible. Being able to construct a new jade spirit, Milton Cheney naturally chose to do so. It was worthwhile, and it was the choice Milton Cheney made. The next moment, with just a thought, Milton Cheney began constructing a new jade spirit in his consciousness. P.S. Thank you for following along, thank you for your monthly tickets, love you, mwah. Chapter 858. Time passed by slowly. After breaking through to the 10th stage realm, Milton Cheney began to construct new jade spirits in his consciousness. What was different this time was that the construction of jade spirits required an extremely long time. In the blink of an eye, billions of years had passed. The time it took to construct the 10th jade spirit had to be measured in hundreds of millions of years. It took nearly a billion years for Milton Cheney to fully construct the 10th jade spirit within his consciousness. This period could indeed be considered an incredibly lengthy one. However, for Milton Cheney, it was not worth mentioning. After all, his longevity limit had reached 100 billion years following his breakthrough to the 10th stage. Compared to his extensive longevity, the time consumed in constructing the jade spirits seemed trivial. In the core region of the burning domain, Milton slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his mind was devoid of any stray thoughts. After reaching the 10th stage realm, Milton had achieved his goal in this world. He no longer needed to indulge in bitter cultivation, as it was no longer necessary. Even under passive cultivation, he was bound to reach the simulator's limit realm before the simulation ends. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue with bitter cultivation. The next moment, Milton's thoughts stirred. The white-robed elder appeared before him in an instant. Since there was no need for further bitter cultivation, he could truly start to understand this world. After all, he had promised the white-robed elder. Years never cease their relentless march. Several 100 billion years may seem very long, and indeed they are. But even the longest epochs eventually come to an end. At a certain moment, Milton clearly sensed that his lifespan had reached its limit. This reincarnation simulation had also arrived at its end. Day realm is truly just a little world within this universe. Milton mused to himself. During these 100 billion years, Milton had already cultivated to the simulator's limit realm. Just as he had anticipated, it was unlikely that he would reach the 11th stage realm in this world. At this time, not many thoughts emerged in Milton's mind. The next moment, his body dissolved into light and vanished. No matter how many years passed in the reincarnation simulation, only an instant had gone by in reality. After the reincarnation simulation ended, Milton's consciousness reappeared in the reincarnation space. Before Milton could form any thoughts, his consciousness was expelled from the reincarnation space. In reality, the mechanical voice signaling the end of the reincarnation simulation echoed in Milton's mind. At this time, Milton's expression was calm, showing no sign of emotion on his face. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successful preservation of simulated memory. Host detected unaffected by reincarnation memory, initiate memory protection. Host identified as 10th stage Jade Spirit Cultivator, preserve modifications to adapt to Wizard Realm rules. Do not initiate memory protection. Preserve modifications to adapt to Wizard Realm rules. Milton thought. The next moment, his realm was successfully retained within his body in reality. Milton's consciousness wandered in the spiritual sea before returning to reality. It had to be said, this reincarnation simulation brought tremendous gains for Milton. Even Milton himself hadn't expected to reach the 10th stage realm in this world before initiating this reincarnation simulation. After all, a goal was just a goal, and reaching the desired realm was a difficult task. Although this reincarnation simulation had compounded 5 rounds of simulations, Milton's original intention was merely to test and see. Perhaps it was because he was incredibly lucky. Or perhaps it was due to fate. He had gained immensely from this reincarnation simulation. After returning to reality, the realm he had preserved exceeded the original realm he had in reality. This gave Milton immense advantages. Not only could it make it easier for Milton to deduce the Witch Immortal Cultivation Method realms later, but it also provided him with a trump card in the face of unexpected danger. The next moment, Milton stopped contemplating further. The reincarnation simulation had already ended. He was now back in reality. Whether he would choose to reincarnate into that world again was uncertain, and pondering too much now held little meaning. After collecting his thoughts, Milton began to attempt to harness the powers of the realm he had retained in reality. Although the realm from the simulation had been perfectly preserved in reality, Milton still needed to adapt. Moreover, he had used up all his simulation count, which gave him time to adjust to the retained realm. Time flies, and before one knows it, 30,000 years had passed in reality. Within the path of transcendence in reality, Milton slowly opened his eyes. By then, he had fully adapted to the power of the 10th stage Jade Spirit Cultivator, preserved after the end of the reincarnation simulation. Even though 30,000 years was a brief time, the realm preserved from the simulator was like that of the reincarnation simulation and did not require long to adapt to. The passage of 30,000 years in reality had allowed Milton to accumulate a substantial number of simulation counts. For Milton, simulation count was extremely important. Chapter 859. Whether it's text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, they were all very important to him. The next moment, Milton Cheney's thoughts moved. The simulator's light screen reappeared before his eyes. Milton Cheney's gaze stayed on the simulation count section of the light screen. Text simulation times, 30. Reincarnation simulation count, 6. True body simulation count, 3. Do you wish to start the text simulation? Do not start for now. Seeing the black text on the light screen prompting to start text simulation, Milton Cheney had no hesitation and silently refused in his mind. Although 30 simulation counts was not few, Milton Cheney did not plan to start the reincarnation simulation at this moment. He wouldn't initiate text simulation until at least after he completed the true body simulation. It was much better to have the true body simulation come first, followed by text simulation when deducing the new realms of the wizard immortal path of cultivation. Do you wish to start the reincarnation simulation? No. Do you wish to start the true body simulation? Start. This time Milton Cheney did not refuse. After all, his original intention was to start the true body simulation. The next moment, at the instant the true body simulation started, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator vanished from Milton Cheney's sight. Beyond this, there were no other changes. However, having experienced countless true body simulations, Milton Cheney naturally understood that the true body simulation had now begun. The true body simulation had already started, but Milton Cheney was in no rush. At this time, he was already at the limit of a 9th stage witch immortal, with an abundant lifespan. This meant that he could live for a very long time within this true body simulation. He would stay here for a while, a habit formed from the countless true body simulations he had undergone. Within this round of true body simulation, there was one thing needed to be done by Milton Cheney. That was to continue deducing the wizard immortal path of cultivation as much as possible. After all, no matter how the reincarnation simulation went, the wizard immortal cultivation path was still his foundation. If he wanted to walk the full transcendence path and become a beyond the horizon entity, then Milton Cheney's command of the wizard immortal cultivation path had to be deduced to the limit. The 9th stage wizard immortal path of cultivation was definitely not the end, and neither was the 10th stage witch immortal path. Moreover, Milton Cheney was curious whether he could gain something even larger this time. After all, the reincarnation simulation had just ended, and he had the experience of breaking through to the 10th stage. He had never had these experiences before. One could say that he was different now. This was also very helpful in his deduction of the 10th stage witch immortal path of cultivation. At the very least, it could save him a lot of time. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of billions of years had passed. To Milton Cheney, the passage of 100 billion years was insignificant. After all, he had already experienced trillions of years in one reincarnation simulation. Hundreds of billions of years might be lengthy, but they could not affect Milton Cheney in the slightest. True body simulation was the same as reality. Except that in the true body simulation he wouldn't truly die. The experiences within the true body simulation and everything Milton Cheney experienced in reality were indistinguishable. At a certain moment, when Milton Cheney's body dispersed into light points in the true body simulation, it signified the end of this true body simulation. His consciousness also plunged into darkness at this moment. When his consciousness was restored, it signified that he had returned to reality after the true body simulation. Inside the transcendence path of reality, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The scene before his eyes had undergone a huge change. The familiar sights of the true body simulation disappeared from his sight. Hundreds of billions of years, although they did not impact Milton Cheney's state of mind, still elicited a trace of emotion within him. After perception was restored, Milton Cheney dispelled the miscellaneous thoughts from his mind. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator was once again suspended before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. As two lines of black text flashed across the light curtain, the familiar mechanical voice also resounded in Milton Cheney's mind. The true body simulation, which spanned 100 billion years and entirely within the transcendence path, had now come to a conclusion. The true body simulation had spanned hundreds of billions of years. In the deduction of realms, Milton Cheney naturally could not come away empty-handed. Although there was still a considerable distance from completely deducing the 10th stage cultivation path, compared to before, it was still a significant gain. Milton Cheney was quite satisfied. If the pace continued like this, then perhaps within a few 100,000 years in reality, he could actually deduce the 10th stage which immortal path of cultivation. For Milton Cheney, this speed was quite fast. Although he possessed the memories of many other cultivation paths, deducing the 10th stage which immortal cultivation path was still no easy task. Even though he had reached the 10th stage realm in the reincarnation simulation, the differences between the various cultivation paths were too great. Even if some aspects overlapped, it only served to save some time. A shortcut to heaven was impossible. To deduce the 10th stage wizard immortal cultivation path at once was just as unrealistic. However, Milton Cheney could deduce the 10th stage which immortal cultivation path even faster. Only relying on his own strength, perhaps, would not be enough. Milton Cheney had already planned to enter a retain realm node for the next true body simulation. The next moment, Milton Cheney's thoughts moved. Chapter 860. His gaze returned to the simulator's light screen still hovering before him. Text simulation times 30. Reincarnation simulation count 6. True body simulation count 2. Initiate text simulation. No. Initiate reincarnation simulation. No. Initiate true body simulation. Initiate true body simulation, starting from the last saved coordinate point. The next moment, true body simulation began once more. This was not the first time that Milton had begun the true body simulation from the last saved coordinate point. It was a function with which Milton was familiar. In the next instant, although the surroundings were not the starting point of the path of transcendence, Milton found them familiar. After the initiation of this true body simulation, Milton could continue plotting within the simulation. He had plotted before, but the gains were not significant. But now it was different. After all, he was no longer the same as he had been before. Compared to his past self, the current Milton was more experienced. Time flies, the years pass swiftly, and time slowly ticks away. In the blink of an eye, another 100 billion years had dissipated. A few 100 billion years is a long time, but it also seems just so. At least for Milton, his life within the true body simulation did not seem too lengthy. For Milton, who was always in the state of realm extrapolation, it did not seem like a very long period after all. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many true body simulations. And it wasn't just the true body simulations. Text and reincarnation simulations also had a crucial impact on him. After all, the memory of a single text simulation he now retained could last 100 billion years. And the way he retained memories from text simulation was as if he had experienced them firsthand. It was even more so for the reincarnation simulation. In his last reincarnation simulation, Milton had amassed experiences spanning several 100 billion years. It could be said that one reincarnation simulation equated to 7 or 8 true body simulations. Under such circumstances, naturally, time could not affect Milton. This was also true within the true body simulation. With the passage of time, this true body simulation gradually drew to its end. Until Milton truly awoke from his state of empty consciousness. This true body simulation had truly ended. Milton's consciousness also utterly plunged into darkness. Following the darkness of his consciousness, the world of the true body simulation shattered like glass. In reality, within the path of transcendence, Milton slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the scene before his eyes was completely different from that in the true body simulation, but Milton felt no strangeness. After all, after every simulation since transcendence, the scenes Milton saw had always been like this. By now, his consciousness had awakened from the darkness. As his mind began to work, thoughts also surged forth from within Milton. But in the next moment, Milton suppressed those thoughts. The simulator's light screen still floated in front of him. However, Milton's attention was not on the light screen at this time. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques, and memories retained. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and a contemplative expression appeared on Milton's face. The experiences within this round of true body simulation were not much different from before. Although his experiences were richer, the chances of finding someone along the path of transcendence to help him extrapolate the wizard immortal cultivation path were still non-existent. It was somewhat regrettable, but Milton did not care too much. If he couldn't find it, then so be it. After all, it wasn't Milton's first time experiencing this, and he had anticipated it. Therefore, no other emotions arose in his heart. In the next moment, Milton stopped pondering further. Although he had not found the help of others in this true body simulation, Milton still had not wasted the extended years of the true body simulation. Within the 100 billion years of the true body simulation, he spent most of his time extrapolating realms. Even though he had not truly extrapolated the realm of a 10th stage witch immortal, he still made considerable gains. As he had expected, after completing his last reincarnation simulation, with the genuine realm of a 10th stage cultivator, his speed of extrapolating the realm of the wizard immortal cultivation path had noticeably accelerated. If there was a progress bar to show it, then this progress bar would already show a 10% completion. This was already a significant improvement. After all, Milton was relying solely on himself. If he could maintain this speed, then in a few 100,000 years, he could become a real 10th stage cultivator in reality. And moreover, one who had naturally extrapolated his own path of cultivation to reach the 10th stage. In reality, Milton had a lifespan of hundreds of billions of years. A few 100,000 years truly meant little to Milton. In the next moment, Milton ceased to contemplate these matters, his thoughts stirring once more. His gaze once again settled on the simulator's light screen before him. The key to whether he could extrapolate the 10th stage witch immortal cultivation path within a few 100,000 years lay in the simulation counts displayed on his panel. Text simulation times 30. Reincarnation simulation count 6. True body simulation count 1. Initiate text simulation. No. Initiate reincarnation simulation. No. Initiate true body simulation. Initiate true body simulation. Initiate true body simulation from the preservation point of the last true body simulation.